Daisy's voice was pleasant to the ear, but the lords were unmoved. All of them were veteran lords. What beautiful woman hadn't they seen? Well, perhaps they had seen some, but none had such a beauty among their own. Most of the territory's citizens were sallow and emaciated refugees incapable of forming a maid troop. They were envious, indeed. This only strengthened their resolve to haggle harder. With a slight smile, Daisy reached out to open the space container beside her, which surprisingly contained not supplies, but heap upon heap of ores and minerals. These were the main goods of the trade caravan. It seemed that this trade caravan didn't have much in the way of supplies, did it? Moreover, if someone transported supplies from thousands of miles away, wasn't it only reasonable for them to be a bit expensive? Even the transportation costs they incurred from such distances were higher. Someone like Boss Daisy, so obviously a kind-hearted beauty, surely wouldn't scam them. She was far friendlier than that Lady Jew next door. They couldn't make things difficult for Boss Daisy, could they? I want 300 doses of these vitality potions. Wait, I was here first. Nonsense, I was the first. Daisy smiled slightly. She hadn't even started her sales pitch, and batches of supplies were being sold at triple, even quadruple the markup. The price was actually not expensive. She herself felt it wasn't pricey. If not for the fact they were pressed for time, and the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce did indeed need to establish a good reputation, she would have tried to sell for even more. Soon, the lords and mercenary group leaders had all purchased the supplies they desired and felt they had gotten a bargain. Daisy claimed she suffered a minor loss. But it's all right, our caravan specifically passed by here with the thought of supporting the frontline camps, and if the lords have any future needs, you can contact our Chamber of Commerce. Here are the business cards for our chamber and its strongholds. She waved her hand, and several elites distributed business cards to everyone present. The lords took a look. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? It didn't seem to be a major commerce association from the Panchi City region. However, why does the name sound a tad familiar? Wait, is it that Tianyuan? Didn't I hear that Tianyuan territory's contact with the outside was cut off? Does this mean it has now been restored? Not just restored, but it seems, Tianyuan territory has also accumulated a quite formidable force. There were rumors that Tianyuan territory was trapped in a perilous place, confined within it. Now it seemed that Tianyuan territory relied on this powerful force to tear through the barriers of the treacherous land. After all, this force was really very strong. A certain veteran lord who had awakened the intuition omen set his gaze on Zhou Yi, invincible. His gaze rested on Shi Lu, invincible. His gaze landed on Daisy, also invincible. Lord Tianyuan was indeed living up to his reputation. The vast domain of 10 Directions Island, east of Fang of the Jackal Wolf and adjoining the sea. An elite team made up of 5 cat-person powerhouses was picking one rare level fruit after another from a treasure tree. The leader was a one-eyed catwoman wearing a blood-colored eye patch. Her exposed forearms and calves were covered in dense brown fur. It looks like the monster power hasn't discovered this grove. With this batch of fruits, we'll be able to produce a batch of cultivation potions. She carefully put away the fruits. Suddenly, her fur bristled, and she fixed a sharp gaze on something not too far away. There, a figure emerged from the darkness, with its form gradually becoming clearer. It was a human cloaked in a black cape, with their hood not drawn up. I mean no harm, Sophia said. The one-eyed catwoman still gripped her dagger tightly, baring her teeth in a grimace. Sophia continued, I am here for one thing only, to extend an invitation on behalf of our Tianyuan city to your esteemed group to visit us. We have several mining veins in our possession that we plan to lease to your power, including to the Feathermen, 8 people, and Fire Lions. Tianyuan city? Mining veins? The catwoman frowned, disbelieving. Another cat person spoke up. Mining veins? Impossible. All the veins in this region are in the hands of Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Even if we, the Vitality Force, could defeat the monster tribes guarding the veins, we lack the strength to hold them. What joke is this? Sophia spread her hands. She walked slowly forward. The cat people cautiously backed away. She looked into the distance and said, times have already changed. The overlord of this region is no longer Fang of the Jackal Wolf. If you don't believe it, you can contact Natural Garden or Giant Stone Ridge. How long has it been since you've been in touch with the outside world? How many years had it been? 10, 20, or even more? Carlite, the Catwoman, was not sure. Her tribe was too weak. Any outing was a huge risk, fearing that the monster power might discover their traces and come knocking on their door. If it wasn't for the immense value of this forest and the desperate need for resources of her cat people, she would never venture out. Natural Garden, Giant Stone Ridge? She had heard of them. They were considered the strongest 3 vitality forces of this vast domain, along with Dragonman Valley. But compared to the monster overlord, they were insignificant. As for something like Tianyuan City, she had never heard of it. Sophia didn't linger. She simply left a clue and said, whether true or false, you can observe with your own eyes. The opportunity is left to you. But the chance I give you is just that, a mere chance. Her voice echoed eerily through the grove. When the cat people came to their senses, the black-haired human had disappeared. They broke out in a cold sweat. If such a powerful being wanted to keep them there, it probably wouldn't take much effort, right? The deputy leader looked at Carlite, and saw the team leader pick up a piece of parchment left by the human strongman. On it was a simple map of the terrain. And a marker denoting Tianyuan City. It was about 1,000 kilometers away from where they were. Captain, you don't really believe it, do you? Even Dragonman Valley, Natural Garden, and Giant Stone Ridge were under the oppressive force of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, struggling to breathe. As for their cat-person race, they didn't even have the qualifications to face the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. I don't believe it either, the one-eyed Catwoman Carlite spoke up, but what if, even if there's only a 1%, only a 0.1% chance, we must try. If it's true, it would be the only opportunity for our cat-person race, an opportunity we must grasp. Then let me go, Captain. You're a 4th-order strongman. If something happens, our race's situation will be even more worrisome. No, only I have the ability to cross the 1,000 kilometers of wilderness. Then let's go together, yes, together, to fight for a future for our cat-person race. Featherman Kingdom. Palace Conference Hall. Your Majesty, the human Tianyuan has sent us a message. They claim to have repelled the Fang of the Jackal Wolf and still have several ore veins they can rent to us. Impossible. The human Tianyuan is also a vitality force struggling to survive in the cracks like us. How could they possibly repel the Overlord? But the Feather Court guards have seen it. The humans' royal city stands tall on the earth, and they haven't attempted any concealment or hiding. They are fearless. Perhaps the humans have temporarily repelled the Overlord, but life forces ultimately cannot confront the monster overlords directly. The risk of occupying the mines now is too great. The Featherman Queen sighed, for the safety of our Featherman Kingdom, let's observe for a bit longer. Fang of the Jackal Wolf, main camp. The Jackal Wolf Emperor sat on his throne in silence for a long time without speaking. They had lost all strongholds outside their lair, had to retract their power, and were forced to abandon the majority of their tribal minions. Indeed, the loss of these tribal minions was not a significant blow to them, not as significant as the fall of a few legends. But it was a humiliation. Don't panic, humans are just good at defending their city. They're no match for us in the wilderness, let alone when it comes to attacking. What's there to panic about? He berated the fearful legends. Despite that, he also had lingering fears about the heavenly fire and thunder tribulation of that day. He could only wait for the envoy he had sent to Dragon Sleep Valley to return. Besides, the rise of the Tianyuan territory, the Northern Fallen God Force, and other overlords would not sit idly by either. After all, life forces were their common enemy. Has the evil dragon returned yet? Yes, Your Majesty. The evil dragon was the only remaining legend of Dragon Sleep Valley after the battle. After spending some time recuperating with the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, he set off to return. The Jackal Wolf Emperor wanted to retain a legend of combat power, but could not persuade him to stay. He only hoped that the evil dragon legend would speak well of them in return for his hospitality these days. North, in the frenzied area. A massive evil eye dragon flew. I'm almost home. These humans are too terrifying. I definitely won't come back next time. Suddenly he heard a sizzling sound, like claws tearing through fabric, like spears piercing through scale armor, like bone blades, sharp and unstoppable, tearing through the dragon's scales and flesh. The evil dragon saw its shoulder blades pierced through. White bones had grown from the ground into a sky-reaching bone tree, and he was the insect impaled by the bone tree. He struggled, flesh falling off bit by bit. Most of his flesh decayed. Yet he still had a small part left, which reformed a slightly smaller dragon, turning into a streak of light and escaping. It crashed into a towering mountain covered with white bones. The mountain seemed to open its mouth and swallow the small dragon whole. The mountain shook. It quickly settled down. Dead bones stood on the mountaintop from beginning to end, looking down on the already decaying giant dragon. He nodded slightly, and the mountain also slowly vanished. Tianyuan calendar, year 1, day 361. Mu Yuan sat in his office, flipping through files and documents from various departments, and responding to each one. Outside the door, workers hurried by from time to time, and the hustle and bustle inside the city lord's mansion was louder than before. Isloa had recruited and trained a batch of new clerks, who were assigned to the city hall and its subordinate organizations. After all, the war was over, and if they didn't take advantage of this time to recruit more clerks, they would be short-staffed again when the war broke out. Compared to the population of over 50,000 territory citizens, the number of administrative personnel in Tianyuan City was small, relying on a certain hero to hold multiple positions just to barely maintain operations. This was actually detrimental to the stability of the territory. Just like during the defense battle of Tianyuan City, if the war had lasted a little longer, 1 or 2 days, it would have been difficult for the territory to maintain its stability. He couldn't let Isloa hold multiple positions forever. After all, if there was a need for war, he would need someone to preside over the Epic Mage Tower. And only Isloa could maximize the power of the Epic Mage Tower. A girl wearing a star blue robe, with a star-shaped earring dangling from one earlobe, walked into the office. She was Isloa's adjutant, Mo Li, and among the first and second batch of Starlight Scholar transfer troops, she was one of the most outstanding. "Lord, here are the documents from Minister Isloa," she said. She placed the pile of documents that was almost tall enough to cover her entire face onto the desk with a thud. "Isn't this a little too much?" But Lord Shepherd was not at all flustered. He said, "Give me a brief overview." "Yes," Mo Li replied. Standing 2 meters away, with her hands crossed in front of her abdomen, she didn't look at the documents but spoke fluently. "There are 4 items in there that are of 3-star importance or higher and awaiting your approval. First, the Logistics Development Department's observation base has been completed. The base leader, Battle Armor General, invites you to visit at a yet-to-be-determined date. Second, the Cat Person Tribe, the Fire Lion Tribe, and the Multi-Armed Tribe have all agreed to our terms, but the agreements have not yet been formally signed. The minister has scheduled the signing for 6 days from now. At that time, we will need you, Lord, to be present. The minister says it will help stabilize the thoughts of these 3 tribes." Mu Yuan began reviewing the documents. The documents related to this matter accounted for more than half of the recent pile. He skimmed through them. The cooperation with these minor powers included mining personnel, daily security handled by the tribes themselves, with Tianyuan City only sending supervisors and liaisons. The minerals mined would be split 70-30. Naturally, Tianyuan City would take 70%, and there were guaranteed mining deliveries. 70% was not excessive. After all, Tianyuan City provided not only the mines, the overlord power was repelled by them, and the veins within the range of the large tribes naturally belonged to them, except for those agreed upon with the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge. They also provided protection. If the tribes encountered a monster wave or legendary realm attack, Tianyuan City would send strong support. In the vast wilderness, the most important factor in occupying a mineral vein for mining is having a powerful backer. Having a backer is the key. Tianyuan City has now become a regional overlord-level backer. There were also reports provided by the intelligence department. The city hall had also communicated with envoys from the tribes, recording some information. Mo Li continued, from page 12 to page 20. There are documents related to the Cat Person tribe. From page 21 to page 39. Documents related to the Fire Lion tribe. And from page 40 to page 49. Documents pertaining to the Ape People tribe. Mu Yuan flipped through the pages. Among the 4 tribes with previous leads, Cat Person, Fire Lion, Multi-Armed, Ape People, the Ape People tribe had yet to be contacted, and it wasn't ruled out that they could have already sent a message. Among the 3 tribes, Sophia judged that the Fire Lion tribe was the strongest, as they requested to lease 2 mining sites, which also revealed certain intentions. After all, Tianyuan City would only provide support during a monster wave or when facing an enemy from the legendary realm. Other times, even if facing several or even a dozen 4th-order bosses, they would have to rely on their own strength to fend off the attack. Or request paid support. The Cat Person tribe was the weakest. Mu Yuan instructed, continue. Mo Li replied, yes. The second issue involves the Featherman Nation demanding a higher share, stating that as a power far stronger than the Cat People or Fire Lions, they rightly deserve better treatment. The minister did not agree. Mu Yuan said, that's correct. Tell them that if they have the capacity, they can lease more sites. They had some cooperation with the Featherman Nation, but it was minimal. They couldn't compromise when it came to interests. Besides, if they made concessions to the Featherman Nation, how would the Cat People and Fire Lions view it? The Featherman Nation did not contribute to the defense of Tianyuan City. Mo Li went on, the third item is about the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge. After internal discussions, the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge are prepared to divide their households. One group will migrate to the Federation of All Nations territory, while another will stay behind and are ready to establish their own city in the outside world. In the Natural Garden, those staying include the White Swordflower Milena, and in the Giant Ridge, only one from the legendary realm remains, the Frost King Brockhoff. These are the 2 powers' proposed city building locations. Mu Yuan glanced at the locations, all of which were not close to Tianyuan City. This was normal. Acting as a matchmaker for the 2 great powers was also a condition he had promised before the defense of Tianyuan City began. Once the 2 powers divided and moved, the number of legendary realm beings in the 10 Directions Island domain would decrease sharply from 8 to 4, cutting by half. It seemed that the creature faction was greatly at a disadvantage. Mu Yuan wasn't too concerned. The power of Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Blood Snake Encase had already been significantly weakened, and his Tianyuan territory had gained both the Hall of Martial Souls and the Epic Mage Tower, these 2 great weapons. He didn't mind fighting another battle. Let's reply that we are willing to join hands with your side to create a homeland for the creatures, and we will attend the celebration on the day of the city's foundation. Understood, it's been noted. Mo Li had already opened the notebook she carried with her, and her hand, holding the pen, moved across the page like an electric typewriter. Finally, she brought up the 4th matter. Minister Isloa believes that the current City Hall is involved in too many areas and suggests separating the City Hall from the City Lord's mansion. The city administration's office should also be moved to the newly constructed municipal building in the South City District. Is that so? Mu Yuan contemplated. The city administration currently did possess a lot of power. Various battle reports and data intelligence were all consolidated in this department, but in theory, departments like the Intelligence Division and the Reconnaissance Corps were not under the jurisdiction of City Hall. But the Tianyuan territory was initially a makeshift organization, built only a year ago, and it was still a few days shy of a full year. All the department heads of the territory, including Isloa, had been hurriedly put in charge, so it was natural for the management framework set up in haste to have many shortcomings. The problem wasn't really significant. This was the world of the Lords, where all great force and power belonged to the Lords themselves. If it were an official Lord or a group Lord, it might not be certain, but an independent Lord, regardless of strength, certainly held the reins of power. The troops recruited by Remnant Soul, from the moment of their creation, were bound to the Lord and represented the most loyal force in the hands of the Lord. Isloa wasn't of military kind, however. She was a subordinate recruited from the festival grounds and reshaped by the power of the realm's rules. Her status as a Tianyuan domain hero was certified by the rules of nature and earth, placing her squarely within the direct lineage. Mu Yuan was always trusting of the people he used. In fact, proved Isloa to be reliable, most of the time. Her suggestion was reasonable, however. Mu Yuan suspected that her main motive for this suggestion was to reduce her own workload. After the separation, wouldn't the entire burden of the city lord's mansion fall upon him, the lord? Approved, said Mu Yuan. The city lord's mansion indeed had become somewhat crowded these days, and the primary responsibility of the city hall was the management of territory citizens. But Isloa had 13 permanent incarnations, so couldn't he assign 1 or 2 to take care of the work at the city lord's mansion? Somewhere in the 10 Directions Island domain, inside the natural garden, the elves were busier than they had ever been, packing and moving items. At the center of the secret realm, at the top of an ancient tree, the legendary elf Malena was silent for a long time. Are we really going to migrate to Myriad Nations territory? We just defeated the monster overlord. This is the most hopeful moment for us in a century? The legendary elf Windchaser Ranger was silent for a while. Hope is merely hope, whereas moving to Myriad Nations territory will grant us a peaceful and serene homeland, free from fear and alarm. Malena, we did indeed defeat the overlord this time, but you must realize, the main force in this battle was Tianyuan City, and with Tianyuan City's potential, it may only be a matter of a few years before they far surpass our natural garden. After all, they're humans, and we are elves, ultimately a different race. It's different in the Federation of all nations. I've confirmed that many elves live within the Federation, and our elven race's influence is enough to be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, I've made contact with one of the groups, whose ancestors, like ours, came from the same lineage as the Imperial Garden. But the ancestors only knew each other to a limited extent. There might be some acquaintance, but definitely not much. Besides, the Federation of all nations was not absolutely safe. There were also battles, competition, and incidents of the Scarlet Mist Tide invasion within the Federation. After their migration from the natural garden to Myriad Nations territory, they could only settle in a remote, resource-poor, and not-so-safe area. In her view, this was far worse than gambling on a future in the 10 Directions Island domain. After all, mine after mine was being exploited, and they were no longer so lacking in resources. Moreover, there was the hatred for the monster overlord. They might forget or bury it deep, but Malena would not forget. Her comrades, her teacher, her brother, her lover, all had died at the hands of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, and she would never forget. So be it then. She sighed, don't forget to stay in touch in the future, at least we have many mining resources here. Windchaser Ranger said, of course, I wish you all the best. He paused then continued, if the situation changes, we're always willing to welcome you, our home here will always be yours. That afternoon, at the observation base. The base was constructed beneath a black colossus, less than 10 kilometers from the former Jackal Man Fortress. Mu Yuan, riding Jun, accompanied by Duo Lai, took only half a day to arrive there. He soon met the person in charge of the base. A man dressed in gray full body armor, tall like a tower. The man took off his helmet. Welcome, officer. Mu Yuan shook hands with the man. The operation of the base relies heavily on the general. I am, after all, just a layman. In name, Mu Yuan was the officer in charge of the observation base. But as he was just a newcomer to the pioneer group, his sudden appointment as acting commander inevitably led to dissatisfaction among some, and certainly, he wouldn't do anything that might be criticized. Under the leadership of the battle armor general, Mu Yuan toured the base to observe it. The base was not large. Yet, it had already constructed rare level walls as well as defensive constructions such as arrow towers, multi-shot arrow towers, thunder magnetic coil towers, and so on. At the very center was a superior grade building, the core of this base, the mist-piercing lighthouse, which could lock onto the heart of corruption and give early warnings when the Scarlet Mist Tide appeared. The entire observation base also had 300 elite soldiers stationed and was guarded by a legendary realm strongman, the battle armor general. There was not much going on at the base on a daily basis. But once something happened, it tended to be a significant event. I will send a liaison officer to be stationed at the observation base permanently, but the management and operation of the base will still be your responsibility, General. In the event you discover any unexpected situations, you can get in touch either through the liaison officer or use an artifact to make contact promptly. When Mu Yuan returned to his territory, dusk had already fallen. But riding Jun with Duo Lai escorting, he could supposedly go anywhere unimpeded, as if adhering to a principle of cautiousness. Mu Yuan did not let Jun fly at full speed. In this way, the aura they emitted was much less intense, and it would not draw the attention of enemies. He had not forgotten that Fang of the Jackal Wolf still existed. He also had not forgotten that Dragon Sleep Valley was right next door. What if there were other pathways between 10 Directions Island Domain and Dragon Sleep Valley? What if Dragon Sleep Valley had already quietly sent a strongman to infiltrate? What if the 10 Directions Island Domain was also adjacent to other top-tier overlords? Safety first. Upon returning to his territory, Mu Yuan found Sophia. Everyone was a night owl. Each was a top 10 outstanding employee, and at this time, Sophia was still busy compiling and summarizing intelligence reports. You have some knowledge of the battle armor general, right? I have a bit of an understanding, she said. The battle armor general is a seasoned legend who stepped into the legendary realm 10 years ago, and a major general under the Lord of Nan Shan of the Logistics Development Department. And this Lord Nan Shan is a lord from about the same era as Minister Qin. On the surface, Nan Shan's domain boasts no less than 9 legendary realm majors. Back when Lord Nan Shan was waging wars during the frontier expansions, 6 legendary realm generals fell in battle. He is a veteran with a deep history, and his military exploits are especially distinguished. Mu Yuan showed his respect. The Tai-Zan alliance still often faced wars and the assaults of the Scarlet Mist Tide. Every year, many territories were annihilated and many legendary beings would fall, but compared to the early years, it was still countless times stronger. The fact that the old Tai-Zan had taken root and stood firm meant that the older generation must have shed innumerable tears and blood. Sophia said, disheartened, we in Tianyuan don't have our own intelligence network. We can only gather information from the public platform of the Alliance, which is a bit limited. I'll try to figure out a way to gather more in the next few days. Mu Yuan shook his head, no need, it's fine the way it is. This is not your fault. Building an intelligence network is not something that can be done overnight. He added, now that Tianyuan City has been made public, we may gradually have visitors. You need to be vigilant for potential assassins and spies among them. Understood. Sophia became reinvigorated. Mu Yuan did not simply lie down to rest upon returning to the city lord's mansion. He went to the mansion's dedicated liaison room, opened the third drawer, and took out the liaison artifact inside to contact Minister Qin. The elderly gentleman probably already knew of the completion of the observation base, but he still deserved to be officially informed. Mu Yuan realized it was a bit late when he made the call. Just as he was about to hang up, Minister Qin's side had answered and the minister was on his way. 2 minutes later, the call connected, and Mu Yuan chatted with Elder Qin for a while, informing him about some of the situations in the 10 Directions Island domain. If any issues arise, you can ask for assistance from the generals under Lord Nan Shan. The boy battle armor is someone I watched grow up, he is quite capable. Rest assured, Elder Qin, currently, the 10 Directions Island domain is fairly peaceful. I believe that in some time, our Tianyuan territory will be able to firmly stand on its own feet and not fear the monster overlords. Elder Qin stroked his beard. Of course, he believed this to be true. Now Tianyuan could only passively defend, relying on allies and trump cards to repel overlords. But with another half a year, 1 year, 2 years, when several of his domain's peak strongmen successively entered the legendary realm, it seemed that they could hold and repel overlords with conventional strength alone, right? He was aware that Tianyuan had several peak strongmen under its command, each already possessing the posture of legend. However, the forthcoming migration of the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge might result in a significant drop in the life force of the 10 Directions Island domain, providing opportunities for monster overlords. But with the battle armor general stationed there they could compensate for this gap in combat power. Hopefully, the lad Tianyuan would grow up soon. Mu Yuan took this opportunity to inquire about the situation at the Advanced Study Institute. There is indeed such a matter, Minister Qin said. The institute mainly targets age-appropriate citizens of Zan country, with both a junior and a senior college. There's long been a set of allotted spots for you lords. The current requirements are either to send a capable instructor, with one instructor in exchange for several senior college advanced study spots, or to exchange for them with contribution points. So that was the case, he was relieved. He was not short on contribution points, and sending out a capable instructor was not a problem either. What Tianyuan territory was least short on was generals. But then, Minister Qin added, I can also give you more spots, though there is a small condition. Mu Yuan. Ah? Minister Qin. The condition is simple. In a few months, when the frontline battle is over, the Alliance is going to hold a troop presentation celebration. This is aimed at stabilizing the public spirit, to let the citizens see that although the world has changed, our Zan country, Tai Zan, still has the strength to protect our own homeland. At that time, I hope that you, as a representative of the younger generation, will lead a corps to participate in the parade to show the world the face of Tai Zan. Mu Yuan. Ah? A few months from now, the Alliance might very well hold a military parade celebration? Mu Yuan pondered and felt it made sense. He didn't have much feeling about the integration of Langsing, except when his territory was affected and shifted to the Ten Directions Island domain, at which time he was rather anxious. Like him, most lords didn't care too much. The lords had settled in the Eternal World long ago, spending far more time there than on Langsing. But it was different for the common people. For them, it was first experiencing a disaster of apocalyptic proportions, then being forced to leave their homes, making it hard to maintain hope and vitality for the future. After all, those who truly long for adventure and wish to slay monsters to level up are in the minority. Or rather, there might have been quite a few at the start, but after being brutally battered by harsh reality, most ordinary people would understand they weren't cut out for it, losing whatever hope they had and constantly worrying about disasters befalling them. Even just a few scattered monsters pose a deadly threat to the average person. Parades can build the public's confidence. Monsters may be terrifying, but the armies of Tai Zan are stronger. The Alliance has absolute confidence in protecting its territory. With the integration of Langsing, the Tai Zan Alliance has also officially turned a brand new page. This is probably also for the other great nation-level forces to see, to showcase Tai Zan's strength and potential, so as to earn more international speaking rights and benefits. In such circumstances, he, being one of the most renowned young lords of Tai Zan in recent years, naturally had to step up. However, the timing of the parade was still undecided. It depended on when the frontline wars would end. As such, only a very small number of people within the Alliance were privy to this information. Lu Mianmu, Zhang Luoxing, and others likely hadn't heard about it. Even they stood a chance to be chosen as representatives of the young lords, to enter the parade grounds. Mu Yuan wouldn't reject such an assignment. Elder Qin probably knew he wouldn't refuse, but he still gave him some spots for advancement in the academy, which was quite comforting. When the time comes, there's also a chance to see the legions of truly top-level lords. Thinking about it, I'm quite looking forward to it. With that thought, Mu Yuan continued his late-night reading, poring over some battle reports that had come through the logistics channels of his territory. Of course, these were only relatively public information. Since the great victory at Dragonspine Mountain, other battlefronts have gradually gained the upper hand, and it seems the southward Scarlet Mist tide has reached its peak and has started to show signs of decline. The Pioneer Group has deduced that the war could end within a few months. The impact of the Scarlet Mist tide is not just experienced by Tai Zan. The neighboring Shenyao Empire, Qicheng Federation, Yangqing Empire, and so on, have also faced the onslaught of the Scarlet Mist tide. Even though it's not the Red Fog disaster moon period, the corruption from the Red Mist land seems more active than before? Mu Yuan flipped through the intelligence reports from the past several years, over a decade. Usually, after the end of the Red Fog disaster moon, the Scarlet Mist Tide wouldn't be active. He didn't quite understand the specifics. Oh well, when the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it. Right now, thinking about these issues is pointless. What am I, a freshman Greenhand Lord, worrying about? Niu Yuan took a closer look at the situation in the Shen Yao Empire. Actually, that's the only nation with detailed information. The situations of the other countries are briefly mentioned. All countries' territories, to a greater or lesser extent, border parts of the Red Mist Land. Like the Tai-Zan Alliance, whose territory spans 6 large domains, as well as several medium and small island domains. Even the core domain where the capital city is located is adjacent to the Red Mist Land. Established local forces like the Federation of All Nations, Star Luo Holy Palace, and so on, also face the Red Mist Land in their ranges of influence. For instance, the Federation of All Nations has always been expanding its territories outwards, and the newly developed territories are naturally closer to the Red Mist Land. All Vitality forces have only one entity that's in the innermost region without direct borders with the Red Mist Land. It is the World Overlord Holy Griffin Empire. Shen Yao Empire and Tai-Zan, are relatively young great nations, both bordering quite a bit of the Red Mist Land. Compared to us, Tai-Zan, Shen Yao's frontline exploring strongholds have a more stable war situation, but that's because Shen Yao invested less in resettling its population domestically. Another point is that during the integration of the two worlds, the citizens of Star Splendor Federation had already suffered a great deal of loss. The population of Star Splendor Federation was much smaller than that of Zan country to begin with, and many small towns had become ruins towards the end of the disaster period. After all, the Star Splendor Federation had only defended the major cities. A smaller population naturally meant less effort and concern. This was the strategy of Star Splendor Federation, now known as Shen Yao Empire. But compared to the small nations transferred by rules power to the wilderness during the integration, the people of Star Splendor Federation were relatively lucky. No matter what, only power can dictate fate. Tai-Zan Alliance, Astronomical Society. The president was standing in front of a massive star observation device. This epic miracle building is a pinnacle of the Astronomical Society's heritage. Standing there, the president seemed as if immersed in the vast cosmos. He gazed at the star observation device as if piercing through the cosmos, his eyes swirling with starlight, and his presence surrounded by strands of profound and enigmatic divine rhyme. After a while, the brilliant starlight surrounding the president faded, and the humming star observation device also dimmed down. "President, are you?" A green-haired woman approached from the side, busily handing over vials of potions, and producing tissues from her pocket with some worries. "It's nothing serious." The president's voice was somewhat hoarse, like someone who hadn't had water for days and nights in the desert. "The intelligence is more important, this time we finally got some results." Harvest. The Scarlet Mist Tides this time will recede at latest in 4 months, but the chairman paused, icy crimson spreading, filth stretching out its claws. The real disaster might descend again in just a few years by then. He said no more. Tai-Zan had not experienced disasters of this magnitude. Or rather, it was only at the end of the catastrophe that they were called by the world. More than 60 years ago, over 130 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, there occurred such a calamity. A filthy disaster that swept across the world. Even superpower nations and military alliances were at risk of obliteration under such global disasters. The catastrophe more than 60 years ago saw a nation rivaling Tai-Zan sink into the taint. The eternal world will never know peace. Or to say, even a superpower nation like Tai-Zan is far, far from possessing the genuine power to stand unafraid against the storm. We must stride into the storm and swing our swords. With tiny blades, cut through, shatter that towering surge. Can we achieve this? The chairman looked at the green-haired woman. Without waiting for her response, he mused to himself, we must succeed. The morning in Tianyuan City was calm, serene, with bright sunshine. This was the peace they had just won by repelling and crushing the monster overlords. Temporary peace. Early in the morning, Mu Yuan went to the northern military camp of the city. This camp was mainly occupied by the human race troops, the undead, the snow girls, and the treeman troops, each stationed within their own special troops garrison. Since the human race troops did not have their own species-specific buildings, the average level of the elites was actually quite a bit lower than that of the undead and the treemen. Many low-level halberdier guards and divine archers also had to spend soul sand to train. To the east of the camp, a new area had been marked out a few days ago, named Special Troops Garrison. It was stationed with experimental species that Mu Yuan was trying to evolve. Many species, especially high-order troops, had limited information, and he was not clear what those species would become after evolution or what skills they would have. Mu Yuan sought not combat power in his attempts to evolve new species. The Tianyuan Corps did not have any obvious weaknesses at that time. Even if there were, combat power could not be hastily developed in the short term. Only troops of the same species working together could form an army soul corps capable of displaying formidable strength. A single new epic-level troop could not create substantial combat power unless he could recruit someone very special and exceptionally talented. What Mu Yuan wanted was functionality. He walked into the camp. Immediately, he saw two colossal creatures resembling two-story factory buildings, giant turtles. Colossal Rock Dragon Turtle, Grade, Epic 1 star. Skill. Protection of the Earth, Epic. This was the result of Mu Yuan analyzing a vast amount of data and evolving a certain superior grade 1-star troop. The stock of remnant souls from a previous defense battle. A war trophy that he could not bear to spend not just money, but also time to buy, into its current form. At the moment, the colossal rock dragon turtles seemed merely 6 to 7 meters tall, not quite as imposing, and in front of Sario, they were still just little brothers. But this was because the colossal rock dragon turtles were only at the first-order professional level. They were still babies. Mu Yuan checked the records. A 4-order colossal rock dragon turtle could be as vast as a great ship. According to unreliable reports, some had seen an immense turtle bearing a city upon its back, rumored to be a fully matured legendary life form. However, this piece of news was, after all, just a rumor, without even a picture to support it. The colossal rock dragon turtle possesses extraordinary protective capabilities, and with a little modification to its shell, we could even build some housing structures on top of it, most suitable for transport work. The only drawback is, turtles are not fast. But once the colossal rock dragon turtle advances to 4-order, even if slow, it will still be slow among 4-order creatures. Mu Yuan pondered, if he might not be able to buy a suitable transport vehicle, why not use the turtles as a replacement? Although in terms of value, such a turtle would be much more expensive than a superior grade vehicle. Mu Yuan stroked the huge and hard heads of the two colossal rock dragon turtles. The two turtles made woo 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 sounds that were not very smart. Not the brightest indeed. After all, they forced their growth, and had just awakened their self-consciousness when they were saddled with a huge debt of contribution points. The garrison was quite empty, apart from two giant turtles and a squad of elite guards, it was just an open expanse. But he had evolved another epic troop. Where had it gone? Mu Yuan looked left and right and soon spotted a few green leaves in a lonely open space in the distance. The tender green branches and leaves swayed slightly, yet there wasn't a hint of greenery within dozens of meters around them. Could it be any more obvious? Your ability to conceal your presence isn't bad. Probably has something to do with racial talents. But the choice of hiding spot. Guess it's still not that smart. I hope the byproducts shed from its body won't affect the IQ if eaten. Mu Yuan walked up, grabbed the leaves, and pulled up whatever was buried in the soil like pulling up a radish. Instantly, a screech that could pierce the heavens was about to erupt. All of a sudden, the radish-like life form with legs widened its eyes and stopped its gaping mouth that was about to scream. It's the leading human, your humble ginseng pays respect. Indeed, it wasn't very bright, but in some ways, it was still smarter than the two turtles next door. Ginseng King Yeguo, Grade. Epic 1-star, Skills, Talents. King of Ginseng's Gift, Epic, Essence of Flora, Soul Screech, Earth Escape, Earth Extraction, Energy Fruit. There were 3 Ginseng Kings, evolved from the rare 3-star level troop, Ginseng Baby. Yaguo was the smartest of the 3. It had significantly more skills than the other 2 Ginsengs. The name Yaguo was also its own choice. For no particular reason, it enjoyed eating coconut fruit and drinking coconut juice. Heaven knows why a ginseng would have such preferences. Like the 2 turtle brothers, the Ginseng Kings were also born with a heavy debt, but unlike their neighbors, the Ginsengs could work and earn money from a young age. They were treasures all over. They could continuously produce rare medicinal materials. Ginseng whiskers were useful for strengthening the physique, enhancing the spirit, and refining the body. This is the Ginseng King. They had to work to repay debts at a young age, which seemed somewhat cruel, but they were troops, and with that in mind, everything made sense. The dead bones, Duo Lai, had to risk their lives fighting monsters from a young age. The Ginseng Kings could repay their debts without leaving home. What a joy that was. Ginseng King Yaguo hung its head as if life had no more meaning. For the new series of functional troops, Mu Yuan had only evolved 2 so far. It wasn't that he was just trying things out. He had analyzed a variety of data before recruiting the troops and evolving them. After evolution, a period of skill sampling and analysis followed, and finally, he decided whether to evolve to an epic level. Evolution points were quite precious. He needed to accumulate them slowly to evolve a legendary being. He couldn't issue too many epic loans either. Besides, any troop, once recruited by oneself and evolved, must be one's responsibility through and through. Now, among the Nature Series troops, there were 2 special products, Ginseng King and Nature Spirit. Among them, the veterans, Hua Ling and Wood Spirit, from the Nature Spirit had evolved into epic 2-star beings not long ago and awakened the epic skill, Dew of Life. Dew of Life, description. Hua Ling can gather, birth, and disperse life energy, condensing the superior grade treasure, Dew of Life, which has the ability to heal injuries quickly and replenish energy consumption. Also, if Hua Ling spends a large amount of time and its own energy, there is a small chance of condensing an epic grade treasure, Droplet of Life. The Droplet of Life has the capability of conceptual recovery, able to eradicate all injuries in an extremely short time and restore the user to their peak condition. Note: condensing the Droplet of Life requires a long time, and forced condensation will damage the essence of the Nature Spirit itself. The Nature Spirit, at the epic 1-star stage, condenses Nature Dew, which significantly promotes plant growth without any side effects. At the epic 2-star stage, the condensed Dew of Life can significantly heal injuries. Both are highly practical treasures. The latter, Dew of Life, seems to be the main ingredient in several high-order medicinal potions. Brilliant, brilliant. Even if we can't use all of these 2 materials in the future, we won't worry about selling them if we take them outside. They can also serve as the signature products of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to enhance the chamber's reputation. The Nature Dew will be needed in many places within Tianyuan territory, and for a long time to come. He anticipated a persistent shortage in production. As for the Dew of Life, as long as he evolved a few more epic 2-stars Nature Spirits, the supply would no longer be a concern. However, there was no rush for this. It needed to be done one step at a time. As for the Droplets of Life, Mu Yuan pondered. Without the actual object, but only some simple descriptions on the panel, he could not precisely grasp the specific effects of the Droplet of Life. Without doubt, the Alliance had information on the Droplets of Life. He had glanced at it once while browsing the shopping district. Alas, now that the convenient platform of Langsing was gone, he found it impossible to look up information in the short term. He couldn't possibly run to the secret realm and ask someone to check with the nearby big city association, could he? That would be too exaggerated. At this time, Mu Yuan deeply felt the various shortcomings of a small territory. Seasoned, established, powerful lords would just have to take out their communication items and dial their base in the official big city of their domain, passing down the instructions. Within 3 hours, all the information they wanted would appear on their desks. His Tianyuan territory was indeed too weak. In fact, if it hadn't been for the accident in the integration with Langsing, he would have established his own communication station in Panchi City by now. It wasn't too late to establish one now. Daisy's trip would establish communication stations in both Shilin City and Panchi City, and leave behind a team of 2 or 3 members stationed at each. A communication station with so few people was certainly not enough, but whether in Shilin City or Panchi City, recruiting some ordinary staff to help with the work was not difficult. This would also help integrate into the local area. Actually, Shilin City had already been the station for about 20 or so elites from Tianyuan territory, with a base and a shop there, and the person in charge was Vampire Gibby. Gibby, it was said, had already made a name for himself in Shilin City and was well acquainted with many influential people in the city. He himself was also considered a big shot in the eyes of many. As a high-ranking third order, Gibby was indeed an expert in Shilin City. However, previously Gibby was just a junior officer of Tianyuan, and Mu Yuan had not left a seed of the spirit in him. Even though the spirit network had been upgraded, he still could not contact Gibby and others across domains. The communication tools left at the Shilin City liaison point were fairly common and could not achieve cross-domain communication. These issues would no longer exist once Daisy and her team arrived in Shilin City. Gibby and the others would return to the domain for baptism and further training. The new liaison personnel had already been connected to the Tianyuan Spirit Network, allowing for smoother, more convenient communication than using top rare-level items, even across domains, and enabling real-time interaction for one-on-one or many-to-many exchanges. Afterward, the elites from the territory that went to Panchi City or other major cities for further training could also serve as Tianyuan territory's anchor points, branching out all over Taizan. Should we send strong figures to various academies to serve as instructors? Of course, this would not only contribute to the alliance but also earn contribution points for himself, a win-win situation he wouldn't pass up. Other lords might hesitate. They lack strong figures that are reliable enough, wise enough, and sufficiently cultured. Or in some cases, the strong figures have enough cultivation, but they are one of the only few pillars of the territory, hard to spare and dispatch. Tianyuan territory. Not that every officer was reliable, but from a large enough base, picking a few trustworthy ones was not difficult. First-line officers should be ruled out, as they are on the cusp of the fourth order limit, a critical moment for refining their bodies and breaking through to the legendary realm. They cannot be dispatched for long periods. But T2 and T3 level officers, many of whom haven't even reached the fourth order, sending a dozen or so to serve as instructors abroad would hardly affect the territory's operation. As for the specific candidates, just pick casually, a few sharper ones will do. Then assign them additional tasks like establishing communication points, intelligence points, shops, and Chamber of Commerce bases. This way, one person can serve multiple roles. Perfect. 2 days later, the work at the City Lord's mansion was being handed over. Mu Yuan stood in front of the desk, Isloa's desk, also her office, with a plan of Tianyuan City on the wall beside him. This wasn't the departments that were moving to the South City district. The move still needed some time. Today's work handover was mainly because Isloa was about to break through to the legendary realm. The preparations before the breakthrough to the legendary realm, the adjustment of the state, often take a few days or even half a month to a month. Afterward, the transformation of the body, the expansion of the domain, and the infusion of the power of heaven and earth also require about a day's time. Isloa had extraordinary potential, with all aspects reaching their peak, surpassing the peak. She could undergo extreme sublimation at any time, so the preparations could almost be skipped. But even such a breakthrough needed 1 or 2 days. During this time, he, Mr. Mu, would need to stand in for her here. Him, the mighty city lord of Tianyuan City, Taizan's top young leader, the man followed by over 100 epic figures, the holder of the evolutionary miracle. Actually doing such a thing as stand-in work, was that reasonable? That's reasonable. Handling the affairs of one's territory is the very work of a lord. Since one's own troops often find it difficult to shoulder all responsibilities, and entrusting outsiders with tasks carries risks, naturally, a lord must roll up their sleeves and get to work. Isloa said, the main work locations are three: City Lord's Mansion, Southern City Municipal Building, and Southern City New Development Zone. The other areas like the academies and alchemy factories, I've already temporarily handed over to others, so taking a day or two off won't matter. And at these three work locations, there are 39 types of matters to deal with, including Mo Lee has been with me for some time too, she'll assist you with the work. She spoke without any pause until she had finished. Then she looked towards Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan waved his hand, looking relaxed. No problem at all. After all, he was the Lord, not just a figurehead. He was clear, crystal clear, about the planning of the territory, its major affairs, and the main work of City Hall. If he had to substitute every day, he might indeed be overwhelmed by the workload. But just for a day or two, he could handle that with his hands tied. He felt somewhat underestimated by Isloa. Then I'll be off. Go ahead, I'll cheer for you in spirit. Mu Yuan could amplify his subordinates with the Lord's power to assist Isloa, but there was no need. She had ample preparation, and only by challenging the barrier with her pure, original strength could she attain the greatest improvement, to leap into the legendary Earth realm and become one of its strongest. Only in spirit, huh? Isloa pouted, thinking about all the endless work awaiting me after the breakthrough. Suddenly, I can't muster any fighting spirit. What should I do? She seemed to be hinting, hurry, relieve me of some of this workload. Mu Yuan tapped her head gently. Compared to Isloa's height, his reach to her head was quite convenient. Nonsense, would you let such a trivial matter affect your state? And besides, your way of thinking is obviously flawed. After entering the legendary realm, the computational power of your brain increases, and you can also conjure more starlight avatars. Doesn't this mean that your work efficiency will greatly improve, and your working time will significantly reduce as well? Of course, this also meant she could take on more responsibilities. Isloa certainly thought her lord was the one talking nonsense, but she couldn't think of a rebuttal right away. Forget it, better to focus on breaking through to the legendary realm. If she continued to argue with her lord, her state of mind might truly be affected. Isloa looked towards the door. At the door, a petite, pink-haired girl walked in. The girl had delicate features but was expressionless, almost like a doll. She walked straight up to Isloa and extended her hand. Their palms touched, Isloa's hand rising to meet hers. The next moment, the pink-haired girl turned into a stream of starlight and merged into Isloa. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, identical figures. A total of 13 starlight avatars returned to her, one after another. At this moment, Isloa's condition also peaked. She stepped out of the City Lord's mansion and walked through the golden archway not far from the mansion, entering the Dragon Mound Fertile Land secret realm. Within the secret realm was an Ice Heart Lotus platform. This was the venue prepared for her legendary breakthrough. Isloa was well aware of the breakthrough techniques and the preparations required. With Duo Lai and Dead Bone having gone before her, Tianyuan territory had already acquired considerable breakthrough experience. This experience might not be applicable to most individuals aiming for the legendary breakthrough, but it was absolutely suitable for an invincible powerhouse like Isloa. 2 hours later, the breakthrough has begun, Mu Yuan murmured. He saw the invisible magnificent light surge into the heavens, and the elements of heaven and earth began to stir. He still came to the outside of the secret realm's lotus platform to cheer for Isloa. As for office work in the City Lord's mansion, he left several starlight avatars there. After all, he was a powerful being capable of utilizing 80% of Isloa's abilities. Handling official duties with an avatar was a basic skill. Substituting for others? That was definitely an easy task. 1 day later, Mu Yuan stared blankly, gazing at the piles of documents stacked high on either side of the desk. In his ears, it was as if countless demonic whispers echoed. Lord, please review this batch of reports. Lord, there are 3 more meetings scheduled for this afternoon. Lord, the hospital has sent in a new order request. Ding! You have a new task at work. Lord, this batch of documents can be deferred, Mo Lee said. Mu Yuan waved his hand. No worries, they are just a bunch of trivial matters. How could he, Lord Shepherd, not handle them? He indeed had nearly completed the work that needed to be done, at least some 70%, 80% of it. But he was exhaustingly tired. Back in the early days of Tianyuan territory, he often worked in the office. At that time, the territory wasn't big, and there weren't many people, so managing affairs wasn't very difficult. Now, Tianyuan territory had a population of over 50,000. The population and military numbers exceeded 100,000. And there weren't enough clerks in City Hall. Most of the time, it was Isloa who swept through the work with lightning speed. These tasks weren't exactly difficult, most were just minor matters. But they were numerous, extremely numerous. And his usual responsibilities only involved attending important occasions, stamping the most important documents, and planning the direction of the territory's development. Only these. It wasn't until he personally dealt with the detailed work that Lord Shepherd understood how many procedures were needed for a lord's directive to come into effect, and how much work it involved. No wonder Isloa always complained about being short-staffed. Speaking of which, her lack of hair loss was probably thanks to her training achievements. After the meeting, Mu Yuan got up to stretch his limbs. Leaving his avatar to continue working, he headed to the Lotus platform in the secret realm. Here, the surging power of heaven and earth was starting to settle, signifying that the transformation of Isloa's body had officially come to an end. She was now a powerhouse of the legendary realm. Her domain radius was slightly less than that of Duo Lai and Dead Bone, but she directly crossed the kilometer level, bypassing the rookie legend stage in a single breakthrough. Is this the power of the legendary realm? Indeed, it's somewhat intoxicating. I recall that the neighboring kingdom once had a legendary giant dragon as its guardian, which kept countries like the Eagle unable to catch their breath. Now, I'm also a legend, it feels somewhat surreal. As Isloa gazed at the clear azure sky, she couldn't help but let her thoughts drift. While thinking, she came to the realization. The numbers of Starlight Law spheres can be multiplied several times, and the existing magic spheres can be upgraded. The number of Starlight avatars can also be increased. The efficiency of consciousness transfer, data coordination, and memory input, among other abilities, has increased by at least several times compared to before. With this, my office efficiency should also have at least. Patui, Patui, Patui. Entering the legendary realm was a joyous occasion, and she was getting familiar with her new powers. But how did she end up instinctively winding up in the realm of office work? Could this have already been ingrained into her DNA? No, help. The river of stars can agglomerate more stars. The range of oversight by starry eyes, the power to see through, has also significantly improved, and destiny starweaving. Isloa explored this ability. This power that touched on fate was something she had just begun to grasp, stumbling along the way. Most of the time, she could only use this power on instinct and intuition. Suddenly, she vaguely saw a line of destiny. It was linked to a monster legend. However, the whereabouts of legendary monsters were always hard to trace, and after Tianyuan City defeated Fang of the Jackal Wolf, they had completely disappeared. Neither the exploratory team nor the intelligence department had discovered even a hint of legendary presence. She also couldn't capture this legend simply based on the line of destiny. However, she quickly contacted the Lord, as well as General Duo Lai. At a certain location, outside the main base of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, a legendary realm figure slowly emerged. His title was Black Fury King, the last of the three kings of the Jackal Wolf. However, with the King of Black Wings and King of the Black Fang having fallen, the Black Fury King had become the second in command just below the Emperor. Becoming the second in command had been the Black Fury King's dream. Yet now, as the vitality force was rising and the Jackal Wolf had suffered a great defeat, becoming the second in command under such circumstances, the Black Fury King felt nothing but irritation. Irritation. They were not even daring to hunt living beings anymore. How preposterous. The Black Fury King had stepped out of the main camp this time, bearing a significant mission. He was going to establish contact with the Fallen God Force to the north. The Fallen God Force and their Eternal Life faction of Tianji did not get along, but certainly, the Fallen God Force wouldn't want to see a vitality force like Tianyuan City rise either. The Black Fury King thought and gazed at the distant mountains and rivers. This should have been the terrain of the Jackal Wolf. They had retreated to their main camp, but they still had many claws and eyes outside, and the actions of the living beings couldn't be hidden from them. The Black Fury King knew that Tianyuan City and other forces had already taken over the territories of the tribes that formerly belonged to the Jackal Wolf. This was utterly outrageous. The more the Black Fury King thought about it, the angrier and more unwilling he became. He turned and sped southward. I dare not approach Tianyuan City, but a mine that is miles away from the main camp and has only been built recently, what should I fear? I'll raid it and leave, and that will be a delight for me. The Black Fury King remained cautious. He did not fly, nor did he emit even the slightest trace of the legendary realm's aura. For this reason, he traversed through mountains and forests for a day and a night before arriving outside the target mine. He stealthily moved closer, just as he was about to strike. A familiar, even somewhat alarming figure appeared before him, within sight, not far away. The blue-haired girl riding on a slime, the strongest legend of the Vitality Force. Curses of the Jackal Wolf. Outside the intermediate Soul Sand Mine area, dense trees concealed countless skeletons. The legendary Jackal Man known as the Black Fury King stood under the shadow of a large tree, his pupils suddenly contracting as he stared intently at a seemingly fragile and harmless human girl with clear yet foolish eyes in the distance. He dared not be careless in the slightest. He had never faced this human legend directly. Indeed, he had never personally witnessed this legend's methods. But one's war achievements do not lie. This human legend had once faced multiple foes alone, standing up to several legends from the legendary realm, including the King of Black Wings. During their campaign against human territories, they even deliberately designed a trap, luring this human legend out to let the Blood Tree King ambush this foe. In the end, the outcome was inconclusive. This was enough to demonstrate the human legend's strength. In countering this legend, today's raid and feast were evidently without hope. How could a human legend appear here? Is it just a coincidence that she is inspecting the mine? How unfortunate this king is. The Black Fury King, previously frustrated, had always thought of taking some interest from the humans, but seeing Duo lie now, his rationality swiftly returned. He understood that he was likely no match for the human legend. Storming through might bring some destruction to the mine area, but the cost would likely be his own injury. This was not worth it. He had the task of proceeding to the Fallen God Force for discussions. Once he entered the territory of the Fallen God Force with injuries, he feared he might not return. Let's go. The Black Fury King took one last deep look at the distantly visible shadows of the mine's buildings and then crushed the earth beneath his feet as he sprinted away into the distance. Behind him, one after another, ruptures in space continued to spread. On both sides, everything the ruptures touched was devoured, as if two giant pincers were closing in from the left and the right. The space around was also continually becoming more viscous. The Black Fury King expanded his domain, in a concentrated form, covering only a few hundred meters around himself. This was a rather clever use of domain. Since he was the one retreating, he used the domain solely for protection, and carelessly expanding it over thousands of kilometers would have impacted his rushing speed. Don't panic. The human legend might be slightly stronger than this king, but she definitely can't keep me. If it weren't for the King of Black Wings falling into a trap back then, their whole army wouldn't have been annihilated. As he was determined to leave, not even a peak legend could hold him, let alone this human girl. After all, he was also the king of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, the second strongest after the Jackal Wolf Emperor. Duo Light closely watched the escaping figure of the Jackal Man King, extending both hands forward, fingers spread as he gripped a space-tearing seal in each. As he slightly manipulated the seals, spatial cracks spread forth in accordance with his will. It was not easy for him to kill a powerful being like the Black Fury King. After all, he was merely a rookie legend. Against ordinary kilometer-level legends from the legendary realm, he could kill instantly, but against an existence like the Black Fury King, spatial devouring was hard to control with precision, and Blazing Sun, Thunderbolt, and other methods couldn't guarantee a one-hit kill, and could also easily affect the nearby veins. The enemy was intent on fleeing, indeed, making it difficult for him to keep them. But this only applied under normal circumstances when encountering in the wild. Now, General Duo Lai, came prepared. He had already integrated the two space-tearing seals into the surrounding space early on. He had already taken control of the space in this territory. Moreover, Isloa approached from a distance, with 6 magic spheres arrayed beside her, and her staff shining with brilliant starlight. Pointing her staff forward, a vast river of stars swept forth. This river of stars was like a wall, like a chasm, completely blocking the space in the area ahead. The rest is up to you, Duo Lai. After all, I'm just a civil servant. Isloa had just broken through, and she hadn't had the chance to familiarize and upgrade her various abilities yet. Her river of stars could not suppress someone like the Black Fury King. If she tried to seal directly, the effect would be limited and would be broken in just a few moments. However, she stationed her river of stars ahead, awaiting the Black Fury King's entrance. Will the Black Fury King step in or not? Stepping in? Then he would be voluntarily entering the river of stars. Not stepping in? On both sides were the encroaching spatial cracks, and behind him was the imposing Duo Lai. The Black Fury King had no choice. His muscles swelled, and beneath his skin, thousands of little snakes seemed to writhe. His entire body abruptly enlarged, growing by 1, 2, 3 times larger, with spiny growths emerging on his muscles, fearsome and horrific. He barged into the river of stars. Waves exploded, the starry sky rippled violently, celestial bodies shifted, waxing and waning erratically. But at the same time, the Black Fury King's movements became incredibly sluggish. His expanded domain was affected, becoming somewhat transparent. The Black Fury King hadn't anticipated that the river of stars before him would be so powerful. Seeing another human legend appear had already surprised him. He had not expected this human legend to be a powerful figure, a ruler within the legendary realm, hardly weaker than himself. From all directions, a terrifying power of seals surged. He charged forward for several moments, but to cross this river of stars was unthinkable. He didn't even manage to cover a tenth of the distance. This was related to his mistaken judgment, throwing himself into the starry snare. But who could have expected that the pink-haired female human before him would be so strong? Her aura seemed not powerful, it even appeared somewhat unstable, like a freshly advanced rookie legend. Deceiving ghosts. Humans are so cunning. This seemed to be a trap. At this moment, even the thick-skinned Black Fury King began to feel that something was wrong. He couldn't help but regret it. If he hadn't suddenly had a brain fart and decided to attack and plunder the humans, how could he have fallen into an ambush? Wait, a sudden brain fart? Trapped in an ambush? He had indeed been thinking about plundering humans and showing them some colors, but that was merely a thought. How did he suddenly become so courageous today? The Black Fury King groped around vaguely in his mind and was startled. He took out a messaging orb. But suddenly, space trembled, the river of stars quaked, and he fumbled, dropping the orb. It fell into the vast river of stars, crackling as it fissured and shattered. The next moment, space rifts spreading from both sides closed in, enveloping the Black Fury King within. The river of stars drew back. The Black Fury King was no longer suppressed, no longer restricted. But when he looked around, the pitch-black spatial fissures had already surrounded him. Above and below, all around, everywhere. The next moment, the vast region within the space rifts broke apart and collapsed. A terrifying black void appeared. All things vanished into the black hole, including the strong warriors of the Jackal Man legends, the Black Fury King. Such a pity for the treasures on that Jackal Man's body. I'll put this on the fang of the Jackal Wolf's tab. Duo Lai muttered. Off in the distance, upon the mines. Uda showed a look of regret. Is it over just like that? He had wanted to make a move, despite being told by the Lord to not bother and to stay on the mines in case of any unforeseen events. He had been looking forward to such an event, where he could deeply and thrillingly engage in a fierce physical confrontation with this formidable enemy, hadn't he? Just thinking about it excited him so much that it made him tremble all over. Regrettably, that event had not occurred. Sario heaved a great sigh of relief, fortunately, most fortunate. It then glanced at Uda beside it. Why on earth was it working with such a stubborn, death-defying, and impetuous creature? Damn it, it missed the strong and steady Mr. Deadbone so dearly. Brother, save Xiaolong, please. This wretched mind is unbearable for even a moment longer. What? Brother is also lying in wait to hunt powerful legends. Then, it, the little frost giant dragon, should just continue to lie low properly on the mines. Thinking about it, this broken mind wouldn't always face legendary enemies. Mu Yuan had been watching this battle all along through the Eye of Heaven. With Duo Lai and Isloa, two strong creatures taking action, naturally, there were no accidents. And the outcome was quite good. The Black Fury King was much stronger than the Goblin Prince. Such a being was extremely hard to kill on the battlefield. In the Tianyuan city defense battle, the Black Fury King, like the Jackal Wolf Emperor, nearly got away unscathed. This time, to be able to kill a great enemy so effortlessly and without risk, Isloa deserved most of the credit. Destiny's star weaving of the legendary realm is truly terrifying. He exclaimed, if this happens a few more times, we could probably wipe out the Fang of the Jackal Wolf and the Blood Snake in one fell swoop. The reason he did not attack the stronghold of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. They had long confirmed the general location of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's base. Yet, a small fortress of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was buried with traps that could obliterate the beings of the legendary realm. Mu Yuan could not imagine what kind of weapons and traps the base of the monster overlord that had been operated for countless years would have. He must play it safe. In the Tianyuan city defense battle, he had no choice. But Isloa's ability seemed to give them other options? Within the spirit network, Isloa said irritably, you're daydreaming. Mu Yuan. Isloa. I'm saying, you overestimate me. She continued, since I stepped into the legendary realm, Destiny Star Weaving can indeed influence legends, even powerful legends, but this is conditional. The condition is that there is such a possibility. Just like just now, the Jackal Man legend, the Black Fury King, he had the possibility of attacking our mine. I just happened to see this thread of destiny and facilitated the occurrence of this possibility. Duo Lai widened his clear eyes. Isloa explained, simply put, Destiny Star Weaving is passive. It's not something I can do whenever I want, but something I can do only when the opportunity arises. Mu Yuan understood. They had to wait. Wait for the destined foe to appear. Isloa also said, moreover, after the experiment just now, I discovered another flaw in Destiny Star Weaving. That is, if I want to interfere with the destiny of an individual who has been interfered with once, the resistance I encounter will increase exponentially. Basically, Destiny Star Weaving has only one effective chance per individual. I got it. Mu Yuan nodded. Not to mention resistance. Legends who had been previously tricked would surely be on guard. But as long as they finish off the tricked legendary creatures on the spot, this flaw wouldn't really be a flaw anymore. At the same time, within the base of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, Black Fury has been gone for over a day. I wonder how things are going and whether he has managed to negotiate with the He Ya clan. The Emperor paced back and forth. He was about 70 to 80% certain. But it was not impossible that the ruler of the He Ya clan was a madman. In case the negotiation failed, the envoy he sent might never return. For this reason, he sent the Black Fury King, the strongest warrior, after himself. If Black Fury was just a bit more cautious, he figured, the He Ya clan probably couldn't hold him back either. By now, Black Fury should have almost reached the boundaries of the He Ya clan, right? Unexpectedly, the mighty Fang of the Jackal Wolf, would be reduced to such a state because of humanity. And now they even had to seek help from the He Ya clan. The Jackal Wolf Emperor looked out at the billowing red mist outside the hall, squeezing a reluctant growl from his throat. Twilight Plains territory. Panchi City. Recent times in Panchi City had been relatively peaceful, ever since the collapse of the Goblin Kingdom, the dominant force in the neighboring Dark Forest. The survival pressure on Panchi City had lessened considerably. Explorers venturing out no longer encountered attacks by powerful goblins, and they had also begun to utilize the abundance of resources within the Dark Forest. Pan Shi City had entered a major phase of expansion. Pan Shi City, Defender's Mansion. City Lord, both of our junior academies and our advanced academy have been completed. Now all that's left is for instructors and mentors to move in, said one of the officials. Currently, Pan Shi City has 3,122 residents from Zon country. The 2 junior academies can accommodate them all, and we can still offer about 3,000 spots to territory citizens or those requested by other lords as favors. As for the advanced academy, Pan Shi Academy may not be very competitive. One reason is the lack of profession-specific mentors, and another is the scarcity of outstanding students from our city. The deputy asked, "Do we need to increase our investment?" Lord Pan Shi replied, "Maintaining the standard line will suffice." Pan Shi City was, after all, a frontline major city with a relatively dangerous environment outside its walls, so very few residents from Zon country naturally chose to stay. Their current focus was also on developing the Dark Forest. As such, there was no need to invest too much effort or financial resources into the academy projects. Just meeting the standards set above was enough. Let the academy projects, as well as the Alliance's award funds, be contested by other cities. The Twilight Dominion had a total of 3 major cities: Pan Shi City, Red Maple City, and Tian City. Among them, Tian City was the main city, located deep within the Tai Zon Alliance's Twilight Dominion. It had the longest history and the most flourishing development. Somewhere, atop a mountain range thousands of meters high, there was a massive lake. This place was the famous Lakehaven Lake within the Twilight Dominion. Lakehaven Lake produced many rare, superior-grade materials, and it was the highest-grade treasure location within the Tai Zon domain of the Twilight Dominion. By the shore of Lakehaven Lake stood a large city. Lakehaven City. Lakehaven City was much larger and more vibrant than Pan Shi City, and its architecture was not as cold as that of Pan Shi City. It was a metropolis with a population exceeding 30 million. Around Lakehaven City, there were several smaller cities constructed, encircling it like stars. Our Lakehaven City is one of the main resettlement locations for Langsing residents, so we must also take on the heavy responsibility of building academies, said one official. Currently, within the territory of our Tian City, we have built 36 junior academies and 3 advanced academies, which are Lakehaven Academy, Great Lake Academy, and Tianhua Academy, with Tianhua Academy being invested in and constructed by Lord Tianhua. In the meeting room, one official presented. The deputy city lord spoke, "Our Tian City possesses many advantages, so we must do our utmost to succeed in hosting the academies, especially the advanced ones. We need to enhance the competitiveness of our advanced academies to attract numerous outstanding talents." Exactly, another high-ranking official from Tian City added, "I've heard that, following the merger, there are young people from Zon country who have achieved epic-level professions, more than one, in fact. After all, Zon country has a population of over 1 billion. With such a large base, there are bound to be individuals with extraordinary talents or those blessed with fortunes from nature. These young people with epic professions, to some extent, are even luckier than most lords. They possess extraordinary potential. Lakehaven City also wanted to attract these individuals. The information about epic talents is kept confidential. If we want to attract these geniuses, we can only start with the construction of academies. We need to recruit more high-ranking instructors." The city lord looked at his deputy. The academy's construction funds come from 2 parts. One is the allocation from the Alliance, and the other is the investment from the local officials, with a small portion coming from investments made by powerful lords. The officials of Tian City were ambitious, aiming to build the first-rate academy of Tai Zon. Tian City itself had this foundation, with academies in the city catering to 3rd order and 4th order strongmen for cultivation and learning. They've even hosted several sessions of the 4th order limit advanced courses. This time, Lakehaven Academy and Great Lake Academy are based on this foundation and are making a significant expansion. The academy has quite a few miracle buildings for cultivation, seated by strong men whose strength and experience are first class, and there might even be not just one legendary realm guest professor who occasionally comes here to impart some basic knowledge. Tian City's High Academy is not just for the few top geniuses after the fusion of two realms, but also to attract warriors, elites, and high-ranked professionals from various lords. This not only earns money and expands Tian City's income channels, but also builds relationships with many high-ranked strongmen and potential talents. If among them a few legendary realm existences were to emerge, if one day in the future Tian City were to fall into crisis, these network of relationships could be significantly useful. For this purpose, Tian City officials have raised the remuneration of High Academy instructors and tutors considerably higher than the basic standards. Not only is the salary and contribution points generous, but instructors can also use several local high-order miracle buildings, and those wanting to arrange for property in Tian's main city could receive great discounts and benefits. But to obtain these benefits, there's a prerequisite. You must be excellent enough. The deputy spoke up. Now that we've publicized the compensation, many high-ranked professionals and veteran lords have submitted applications. The number of applicants for High Academy instructor positions has greatly exceeded our recruitment quota, and the vast majority have strength beyond the third-order warlord level. That's only natural. Setting aside lords and player professionals, even ordinary soldiers need to break through to the third-order warlord level and have several years of life experience before they could possibly awaken self-awareness. But for Tian City Lord, such small masters were far from meeting the standard of an excellent instructor. Among his troops of the Third Order, he could easily pick out hundreds, but could he expect these stuttering individuals to possess exceptional instructional abilities? He could not. That is why he needed to recruit externally. Otherwise, he would just use Tian City's own strongmen. Many of Tian City's high rankings were eyeing these positions, hoping to sneak their own into the academy to grab an instructor's spot. How could he allow this? The Tian's academy had been his pet project for many years. He would not allow anyone to ruin it. The city lord declared, "Since there are many applicants, we will choose the best among the best. I will prepare an assessment to filter out the truly skilled talents. For such talents, we in Tian City have never been stingy with compensation, but our Tian City officials' money isn't wind-blown and can't be wasted on those who are merely filling seats without contribution." Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan sprawled on his office desk, his eyes void of spirit. He had been covering for Isloa for 4 whole days, and today he was finally free. Knock, knock, knock. The slightly ajar door of the office was knocked, and Mu Yuan instinctively sat up, his listlessness vanishing in an instant, as an invisible aura of Lord's authority emanated from within. Mo Li walked in, holding some freshly printed documents in her hand. There wasn't much. Here is the information about various academies you asked for. Once she left and closed the door, Mu Yuan resumed his languid sitting posture. He originally wanted to keep his mind blank, but seeing the documents placed nearby, his gaze was involuntarily drawn over. It seemed he had contracted a condition where he felt uncomfortable not handling work when he saw it. Mu Yuan picked them up and began flipping through the pages rapidly. His flipping was swift, but he wasn't merely skimming. With his current spiritual power, he was almost like a human scanner, clear about every line and punctuation mark upon careful recollection. The Panchi City Academy, whether it's recruiting instructors or the subjects being offered, seems to be quite lacking. Actually, it wouldn't be fair to say it's lacking. Panchi City had established a defense department, mainly targeting the people of Zan country who have awakened professions like Oracle, Imperial Guard, Shield Warrior, and Guardian, specializing in defense. There was also an archery department, aimed primarily at various shooter professions. Shooter professions represent a large category among professionals and also an advantage in city defense wars. This is also Panchi City's main focus for training. As for other professional categories like Assassin Department and Mage Department, it's evident that Panchi City is investing less. As for pharmaceutical making, forging, cultivation, and other production professions, Panstone City Academy has. Not that these are absent, just that they are all basic courses. Panchi City's junior colleges had been established. Basically, after a training term, students qualifying to be a screw in assembly line production is deemed satisfactory. Somewhat lacking. Mu Yuan understood, too. The purpose of establishing junior colleges was to provide people with at least a little technical skill to earn a living. The colleges offer training for free but do not compel everyone to attend. After a few months, many ordinary people have found suitable and decent jobs. Talent is talent wherever it may be found. However, many talented individuals were eager to learn more and go further. Moreover, being a frontline major city, Panchi City was initially founded to supervise and be on guard against the absolute dark forest, but over time, it grew and became one of the core cities in this domain. The technological tree of Panchi City is almost entirely focused on warfare. The factories within the city produce nothing but war weaponry and ammunition. What to do when there is a shortage of food and medicine? Nothing much. After all, Panchi City isn't an independent city. It is an official major city, regularly receiving supplies from the rear. Elder Qin has given me a batch of advanced study quotas for Panstone City Academy, said Mu Yuan. It's sufficient indeed, but... Mu Yuan looked toward the main city of the Twilight Dominion, Lakehaven City. This was the true central metropolis. Unlike Panchi City, which had only a single major city. Further away, the cities of other lords were located about 100 kilometers distant. Lakehaven City was different. Within the Lakehaven territory, a series of cities and towns had already been built, forming a genuine Lakehaven defensive circle. Lakehaven City had a population of over 30 million, yet the total residential population within the entire defense circle surpassed 1 billion. The demand for instructors in Lakehaven City is also quite high, and the compensation is generous. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. Hence, he naturally decided to send a bunch of capable individuals to both Panchi City and Lakehaven City. He could benefit from the welfare and treatments as well as establish Tianyuan Territory's offshore offices. Two birds with one stone. As for the candidates, it's easy to pick out the ordinary soldiers, but there must also be Irene, who was in charge of the Tianyuan Academy. Irene had certain teaching experience and had dabbled in many fields, but she was only familiar with each one, not highly proficient. Irene possessed comparatively strong theoretical learning abilities. If she achieved some success in her studies, she could come back and teach others in Tianyuan City. There was another candidate about whom Mu Yuan was more hesitant. Li Erniu, Master Li. Master Li had considerable talents in the field of forging. However, he had never undergone systematic learning, relying entirely on his innate talent to explore alone. Master Li had been able to craft superior grade equipment from an early point, but now, he was still only able to make relatively ordinary superior grade gear and unable to utilize several high-order materials for forging top-tier superior grade equipment. This was the bottleneck brought about by a shaky foundation. Lakehaven City offered high-order forging courses. It was said that Lakehaven City had also hired a dwarf master with a high salary, which excited many people. If Master Li went for further study, he would undoubtedly make significant progress upon his return. But, if Tianyuan Territory were without Master Li, the forging department would almost come to a standstill, and it was very likely that not even a single piece of rare equipment could be produced. To go or not to go, Mu Yuan was somewhat conflicted. After several seconds of indecision, he still decided to let Master Li go. Not just Master Li, but several of his more talented apprentices as well, altogether. To exchange the temporary shutdown of the factory for a more advantageous future. It was worth it. Well, mainly because there wasn't much conflict in Tianyuan Territory at the moment, and if he needed to purchase any wartime supplies or large machinery, he could easily do so through the merchant convoy channels. Then let it be so. Mu Yuan decided on the main personnel. For the secondary personnel, he would let the officers select them themselves. To the east of Tianyuan City, in a certain place over 100 kilometers away, a super team consisting of more than 10 third-order and fourth-order strongmen was carefully moving through the wilderness. We're roughly 100 kilometers from our destination, Carlite, the Catwoman, respectfully said to the clan leader. The clan leader nodded slightly. The legendary Tianyuan city is nearly within reach, and I am filled with anticipation, he said. Once we cross this mountain range, we'll be able to see it. That truly magnificent city stands erect on the vast land, undaunted by wind and rain, unaffected by the crashing waves, Khalid exclaimed. She had said such things countless times before. However, more than half of the cat people's strongmen in the squad had never truly seen a human city. They wanted to believe, but their inherent fear of the monster overlords and the stereotype of their own vitality force's feebleness led them to doubt. Could it all be false? Could it be that in a few days, Tianyuan city would have been plundered and destroyed? Nothing was certain. They remained anxious. The clan leader spoke up. Look around you. The closer we get to our destination, the fewer monsters we encounter. Think about it. Hasn't it been 2 hours since we last encountered any troublesome monsters? The cat people thought about it, and it was true. Monsters naturally surfaced from time to time along the way. Sometimes, the bushes would shake slightly, and they would tense up completely, like birds startled by the twang of a bowstring. But on closer thought, the last few groups of monsters they had encountered were easily dispatched, as if they were the remnants of an army left behind after a sweep and purge operation. This area was very safe. In the past, when had there ever been such a safe region in the wilderness? All of this could only be attributed to the changes brought about by the appearance of Tianyuan city. Suddenly, Catwoman Khalid became alert, baring her teeth and staring intensely at something in the distance. Friend, don't worry, we are not enemies, a voice rich in magnetism came. Then, several burly figures emerged. Pure white armor and mane as vivid as fire. The leader's eyes shone with a faint golden light, exuding an aura of authority that did not require anger to enforce. Friends from the Fire Lion clan? The cat person lord spoke. The burly man from the Fire Lion clan replied, Indeed, I am the clan leader of the Fire Lion clan, Flame Lion Kai. The cat person clan leader also introduced himself with neither arrogance nor humility. However, as vitality forces, the cat persons and fire lions were not on the same level. Their cat person squad of more than a dozen had only 3 fourth order strongmen. The fire lion squad had merely 6 members, yet they all seemed to be 4th order. And, so strong, this Fire Lion clan leader is incredibly strong, the Catwoman Khalid kept shouting in her mind, her fur bristling as her instincts constantly reminded her of the unimaginable strength of the Fire Lion clan leader before her eyes. Even as a 4th order herself, she wouldn't last more than 3 moves against Flame Lion Kai. The clan leader Flame Lion Kai could wipe out their entire squad by himself. The gap was too great. Was this the legendary figure with the legendary stature? The cat persons were somewhat nervous, just like mortals standing in front of a ferocious beast. The clan leader Flame Lion Kai laughed heartily. My friends, you must also be planning to head to Tianyuan city. Why not go there together? The cat person clan leader pondered for a moment and then said, Then we thank you for your care, Flame Lion Kai. He lowered his posture. However, the cat person clan leader was not worried about the fire lions making a move. After all, both parties had no grievances or grudges, and they were now quite close to Tianyuan city. Indeed, the appearance of the Fire Lion clan had eased the hearts of the cat persons, who had been previously apprehensive. In front of their people, he had to appear calm and composed. This was necessary. In reality, he was not very confident about this cooperation. His people knew too little about the outside world. Not to say they had no idea at all, but it was almost non-existent. What exactly was the situation in Tianyuan city? Had they really defeated the Overlord? He wasn't sure. He was only certain that they, the cat persons, had no other choice but to make this endeavor. Without it, in another decade or so, they might completely lose their livelihood. The Fire Lions were different. The Fire Lion clan was not lacking in lands to live on, and they had ways of obtaining information from the outside world. Since the clan leader Flame Lion Kai had come personally, the reliability of this cooperation had increased from 10% to 30 or 40%. Half an hour later, as the two teams crossed over a mountain ridge, they could already see the towering Tianyuan city from afar. and the crisscrossing ravines and shattered craters outside Tianyuan City. These were scars like medals of honor. Is this Tianyuan City? They haven't concealed it in the slightest. Humans dared to relocate their city to such a conspicuous plain, which shows their confidence. Is this the dominance of a regional overlord? Look at the huge pits around. They are the remnants of the great battle in which Tianyuan City established its dominance. A battle that, according to legend, saw the demise of dozens of monster legends. Hey, let's not blow things out of proportion. With the natural garden, giant stone ridge, and Tianyuan City combined, there are only so many legends. Once there, the journey felt like walking on flat ground. Around them, surprisingly, not a single monster could be seen. The cat person and fire lion teams sped up their pace considerably, and soon arrived outside Tianyuan City. Here, humans bustled back and forth. Some were digging foundations, others were tilling farms, and some were transporting goods. In the distance, a human female with powder hair, who looked like she might be an official, was directing the planning and construction of buildings. Behind her, a magic sphere rose into the air, shooting energy lasers and marking out neat, squared-off sections on the ground far away. Also at this moment, the transformation unleashed faint strands of aura. Flame Lion Kai's eyes widened. In his golden gaze, there sparkled a flicker of irrepressible astonishment. His instinct was telling him that the female dressed as an official before him seemed to possess strength not inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing him. Was she really an official? Was this the human Tianyuan? Tianyuan City was actually not very large. After defeating Fang of the Jackal Wolf, the entire Tianyuan City was only the size of a small town. Even now, with extensive construction bustling outside the old city, Tianyuan at best could only be considered a small city. But Tianyuan City stood in the vast wilderness, making no attempt to hide itself, unafraid of monster overlords in the slightest. With this perspective, the Fire Lions saw Tianyuan City as incredibly grand and majestic. Moreover, their Fire Lion stronghold was hidden within a secret realm, so the fact that humans displayed their city openly in the wilderness did not mean that was their only city. It only represented that humans were not afraid of monster overlord attacks at all. Inside Tianyuan City, the streets were bustling. Compared to a month ago, the main road had many more shops, including rice and oil stores, tea houses, noodle shops, restaurants, pawn shops, and countless street vendors. This was the result of Isloa's initiative to stimulate Tianyuan City's economy. Many of the shops were officially opened by Tianyuan City, belonging to Lord Shepherd's personal property. Some were investments made by Duo Lai, Hong Yi, Sario, Sophia, and others, using their idle wealth. Shops owned by ordinary territory citizens were still quite rare. At this stage, ordinary territory citizens didn't have much spare money and were more likely to run small trading businesses. The Fire Lion people like Flame Lion Kai didn't know what Tianyuan City used to look like, but they saw the hustle and bustle, and the humans' fearless bravado. What confidence this was! It was said that in this region, the three major powers of elves, giants, and dragon men all had multiple figures from the legendary realm stationed here. Yet they still had to scrape for existence, while only the humans broke through the monster overlord's blockade and gave their beings a clear sky. Thinking of this, the leader of the Fire Lions was even more eager to sign a contract with Tianyuan City. 2 days later, the formal signing ceremony between Tianyuan City and the Fire Lions, Cat People, and Multi-Armed began. The leader of the Multi-Armed arrived quite late, having just made it there yesterday evening. It was said that they encountered high-order monsters on the road, with several multi-armed strongmen getting injured. The signing ceremony took place inside the Warrior Arena of Miracle Building. This arena, which held a vast space within, was used today as the ceremony venue. Mu Yuan showed up for a while, giving the Fire Lions, Cat People, and Multi-Armed some cliched motivational statements such as, "Beings will eventually overcome filth, monster overlords are not invincible, and even legendary creatures can be killed." Nothing remarkable. However, coming from the mouth of the great lord of Tianyuan, all the Fire Lion, Cat People, and Multi-Armed strongmen were invigorated and spirited. Their own leader saying these words? Just bland chicken soup. The great lord of Tianyuan saying these words? Inspiring medicine? After all, it was this lord who single-handedly supported Tianyuan city, annihilating countless monsters and making it unmatched in the world. At today's signing ceremony, the elves and giants were present as witnesses. The fire lions and cat people learned about the battle from many elves. At that time, the situation was precarious, but once the great lord of Tianyuan took action, the tide turned completely. With just one glare, he turned that legendary monster to ashes. One glare to incinerate a legend? Isn't that a bit exaggerated, elder sister elf? Little brother cat person, you're just inexperienced. There are levels within the legendary realm, and for a towering figure and extraordinary individual like Lord Tianyuan, using just a glance to incinerate a legend is just basic maneuvering. Even the breaths that Lord Tianyuan exhales can transform into myriad thunderbolts, stirring up storm clouds in the azure sky. I'm enlightened, truly enlightened. Captain, the information is certain and doubtless. The great lord of Tianyuan simply stood in the azure sky, and with a mere snort, those assaulting legendary monsters were annihilated in the high heavens, plummeting into the earth. Such is the divine might of the great Lord Tianyuan. Lord, I've gotten it all clarified. At that time, the legendary figures of the elves and giants were decimated, but upon Lord Tianyuan's arrival, billions of lightning fires burst forth from his pupils. In just the fraction of a blink, he executed dozens of monster legendaries. Exaggeration? There is nothing exaggerated about it. Lord, you're just inexperienced. On the platform of the venue, Mu Yuan was chatting with legendary elf Milena and legendary giant Brockhoff. Both powers had already constructed several strongholds and were huffing and puffing as they collected resources, unable to keep their smiles at bay. They knew that these were rich mines, abundant in reserves, and occasionally they even mined rare high-order treasures. But knowing that was one thing, actually getting the resources in hand was another. When had they ever been so wealthy? In the future, they wouldn't have to worry anymore about the cultivation costs for their descendants. However, legendary elf Milena looked at the fire lions and cat people below, puzzled as to why humans would share the mines they had secured. Wouldn't mining it themselves be more rewarding? Mu Yuan said. After all, Tianyuan City has been established for a short time with shallow roots, and our military force is somewhat inadequate, not yet strong enough to defend too many mining spots. Elves, giants. Sure, fool the cat people if you can, but don't try to deceive us. Had they not seen the power of Tianyuan City? Perhaps Tianyuan City was recently established, but shallow roots was a joke, for everyone knew that Tianyuan City had many underlying strengths. Leaving aside the terrifying thunder and fire might, there were the pure white wings that could shelter everything, the city defense level water curtain enchantment, the city defense level forest of 1,000 trees, and so on. The fourth order strongmen of Tianyuan City were numerous, not fewer than any of them. There were also those whose combat power was extraordinarily at the extreme peak of the fourth order. If these forces were still insufficient, what should their house be called? Impoverished in military might. At this time, they heard Lord Tianyuan say, "Our mining outposts are, after all, scattered and far from the main camp. And now, we are in the light, while the monster overlord looms in the dark. If the monster overlord sends legendary figures, or even strong figures within the legendary realm to continuously attack and destroy our strongholds, how should we respond? Does the human monster overlord care about the existence or extinction of its underlings' tribes? But can we afford not to care about the life and death of our own warriors?" The elves and giants who had words crawling up to their throats just swallowed them back down. The point was valid. They had actually made some mental preparations and had contingency plans. If legendary realm monsters attacked, they would hold if they could. If they could not hold on, they would scatter and flee for their lives. Hoping that a mining outpost could staunchly withstand the onslaught of the legendary realm was indeed unrealistic. All they thought of was how to minimize losses. However, Lord Tianyuan seemed to think otherwise. He wanted something more secure, more certain. The legendary figures Milena and Brockhoff both furrowed their brows deep in thought. The more they contemplated, the more they realized Lord Tianyuan made sense. They had been somewhat hasty. Blinded by the enormous benefits in front of them, they had overlooked some potential dangers. They had already defeated Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Bloodsnake in case. Indeed, their beings had already gained some advantages on this vast land. But now that they had established strongholds, they essentially had vulnerabilities. They no longer held advantages, but disadvantages instead. Yet not mining was not an option. Without seizing treasures and gathering resources, would not their war have been fought in vain? Indeed, somewhat tricky, the giant legend spoke with a deep voice. Mu Yuan said, "That's why we need to take adequate precautionary measures now and try to discern the monster overlord movements. As long as we defeat the monster overlord once more, or even directly eradicate their lair, we can rest easy." The giant legend managed a wry smile. Mu Yuan seemed quite optimistic. He was not sure if he had the chance to defeat the two overlords once again. Success would require the enemy's cooperation. However, eradicating the lair of Fang of the Jackal Wolf was indeed within his plans. At the latest, no later than next year in March or April. The legendary elf said, "Anyway, we fight another battle, don't we? If one battle is not enough, then two, and if two are insufficient, then three, until we truly and utterly annihilate Fang of the Jackal Wolf." A light of hatred flickered in the depths of Milena's eyes. The giant legend also came back to his senses. "You're right. Even if the situation now is not great, it is still countless times better than in the early days." The legendary elf Milena and the giant legend Brockhoff had only stayed for a while in the signing ceremony before quickly leaving. Now, both of them were the sole legends of their respective forces. Until a second legend emerged in their forces, they would need to shoulder the burden of the life and death of the entire faction. However, the Natural Garden and the Giant Stone Ridge each had at least 7 or 8 fourth-order limit strongmen, as well as geniuses who could be deemed, in the guise of legends. These geniuses previously did not have a particularly high chance of breaking through to the legendary realm. After all, they lacked treasures, materials, and potions. But now, they had wealth, and Mu Yuan could also purchase for them some assistive treasures for breaking through to the legendary realm. The conventional types, unrestricted, purchasable simply with soul crystals. He was pleased to see these two forces giving birth to new legends. This was the confidence of the strong. The emergence of new legends in the two great forces may be an indefinite future, yet here in my domain. Isloa had already broken through. Lulu was also polishing his physique quite extensively. Besides, the next genius worthy of stepping into the legendary realm is me, Great Lord Shepherd. Additionally, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Sophia, Shi Lu, and Sario, all frontline generals, were also at the fourth order peak, with the light of will and domain alike. Sario was very likely to become a legend within the Tianyuan territory in a short period of time. It might not seem very impressive, but after all, it was a super rare genius soldier species that had self-awareness and memory from a past life even during the remnant soul period. Definitely an SSR within its tier, Sario had an unbeaten aspect, if only it was not in Tianyuan. On the other hand, Uda, the number one of the fourth order generals, with extraordinary combat power, capable of killing legendary figures with a single punch, an extreme peak strongman, who had yet to create a domain, was unsure how long it would take him to break into the legendary realm, and Mu Yuan was unsure as well. The domain is too mysterious. The light of will can still be ignited through trials such as life and death. But what about the domain? You either have it, or you don't. There's hardly any shortcut. The reason I say, hardly, is because there's indeed a shortcut. The domain fragments from the previous convergence of the two worlds do provide a bit of help for fourth-order peak strongmen to create their domain. Furthermore, there's the matter of life rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the skills and innate talents, naturally conforming more to the laws of heaven and earth. In my own Tianyuan territory, several commanders had an epiphany about their domains during their evolution. However, with Uda's perception, probably evolving to an epic 3-star rank, the creation of his domain is still a distant dream, right? No hurry, haste is of no use. After all, Uda has not yet honed to perfection. Just take it slowly, We in Great Tianyuan will soon not lack one or two legendary realm figures. Malena, Brockhoff, two legendary realm figures, left. The Fire Lion, Cat Person, and multi-armed clans also took their leave the following day. The Cat Person clan and the multi-armed clan each rented a mine to exploit. The mine rented by the Cat Person clan was a small soul sand mine and also included a patch of precious woodland. The one rented by the multi-armed clan was a vein rich in black ironstone and bronze crystals. After renting 2 sites, the Fire Lion clan also revealed their intention to rent a third location. My Fire Lion clan can offer 24th Order warriors, willing to open up new territory for Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan did not agree for the time being. He would see how effective the 2 mines were before deciding. That afternoon, Mu Yuan walked into the skeleton cemetery, reaching the depths of the cemetery's secret realm. Here the azure sky was shrouded in black fog, and daylight was never seen. Chilling winds howled incessantly, the coldness seeping everywhere. The area's death and shadow elements seemed to have grown denser. The cemetery inside was filled with white bones, and the bare trees were gnarled and claw-like. And in the deepest part, upon the ritual altar built from numerous bones, stood a solitary figure. It was Rakshasa, who had just recently returned to the territory. Commanders who can step into the legendary realm in a short period, ideally, evolve them to epic 3 stars. Steadily, one after another, according to their respective contributions, high and low. Let's begin then. Mu Yuan mused to himself. He did not approach, as the death energy lingering in the distance was too dense. He simply looked towards Rakshasa, and through their spiritual link asked a question, receiving an all clear response, then channeled the Evo power. In the unknown, Mu Yuan sensed the flow of a profound and even more profound force. It felt a bit like the force of destiny, gathering the fates of various types of troops to promote a strong man to the throne or divinity. But it seemed to be more than just destiny. It was a power that overrode destiny and even the rules of the eternal world. Called miracle. A miracle is a name, as well as a unit of force and its attributes. Mu Yuan vaguely touched upon something, but his flash of insight quickly vanished. And at that moment, the evolution transformation was completed. Ding! Notice. Your hero, Rakshasa, has evolved to an epic 3-star life, awakening 3 primary and advanced skills, and the epic skill, Evil Ether Prison Sea. Evil Ether Prison Sea. Description. Rakshasa can transform into evil ether, becoming a sea of ether that shrouds the heavens and earth. The might of the evil ether prison sea is closely linked with Rakshasa's state and the size of his domain. In this state, Rakshasa is unaffected by any domain, and any wisp of evil ether within the prison sea is his incarnation. As long as the prison sea exists, Rakshasa will not fall. All of Rakshasa's evil ether abilities will be greatly amplified in the prison sea state. Note. The cooldown period for incarnating as the prison sea is quite long. At this moment, when the evolution's pure white holy light had faded away, the figure of Rakshasa had also vanished without a trace. Only left behind was the dark brown evil ether mist that drifted around, covering the area of 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. Rakshasa had always possessed the ability to transform into evil ether and fly sweep at low altitudes. However, previously, he could only become a wisp of evil ether. Now, he could become tens of thousands of wisps in an instant. Evil ether undying, Rakshasa unkillable, Mu Yuan pondered. This undoubtedly made Rakshasa's ability to preserve his life even higher on an already high base. Moreover, this ability to transform into the evil ether prison sea state, which is unaffected by the domain's concept, may seem unremarkable at first glance, but is actually quite practical. At the lower end, at the 4th order peak stage, Rakshasa could ignore the strongest means of a being from the legendary realm and truly have the possibility to confront and defeat an ordinary legendary being head-on. Speaking of higher possibilities, the skill of Rakshasa is particularly suited for the legendary realm close-quarters combat tactic. Normal beings of the legendary realm seeking to pursue this path need to transform their domain into the bridge of heaven and earth, into a vessel. But Rakshasa does not have to cultivate these secret techniques. All he needs to do is to become the prison sea, and he can easily traverse the obstruction of the domain and engage in a 1 vs 1 true man's brawl with his enemy. Of course, in this brawl, he can die many times, while the enemy can only die once. After evolving, Rakshasa did not linger in his territory and promptly boarded the Jun ship to rush to the site of the Soul Sand Mine. Mu Yuan continued to refine his spiritual link network. Each division general who had the seed of spirit planted acted like a base station, a node of this vast net, spreading the signal across the great domain. And this process of connection consumed only a minuscule amount of spiritual power. Mu Yuan pulled several main division generals into a separate conference channel. In the conference channel, Sophia said, "The fang of the jackal wolf has completely retracted into their lair, and we are investigating the lair of the blood snake in case, but the monster overlord power from the north has begun to send a number of elite legions southward, and they have already occupied several resource sites in the northern region of the Wolf Fang territory. We know very little about the northern overlord powers, so we must be cautious. Apart from that, there's the Great Blood Tree Forest to the west. This forest is quite close to Tianyuan City and is extremely dangerous. I dispatched a large number of black crows to delve deep, but they were all wiped out before they could penetrate 100 kilometers. I'm sorry, for now we are unable to figure out what lies deep in the Great Blood Tree Forest." She was ashamed. Since the establishment of the intelligence department, they had not been able to find any key information. "It's not your fault," Mu Yuan said. After all, Sophia was only a fourth-order strongman, let alone, even if she were of the legendary realm, it would probably be difficult for her to venture deep into the Great Blood Tree Forest. It is the advantage of plant life forms. He would not underestimate the Blood Tree King, whom Duo Lai once defeated, considering it a peak-level legend from the heaven and earth realm. Plant life forms rooted in the earth can exert strength far beyond their normal state. If a plant life fully blends into and reshapes its environment, it can display several times, 10 times, or even dozens of times its own strength. Even legendary beings would not dare to easily enter the territory held by a fourth-order peak plant life. Let alone the Blood Tree King, a peak being from the heaven and earth realm. Inside the Great Blood Tree Forest, there most likely isn't just the Blood Tree King. In the conference channel, Lulu suggested, "We could build a defense line at the western end of our territory. There are hills and not much vegetation in this area, which is suitable for dealing with the minions of the Blood Tree King. Besides, we can establish outposts around the Great Blood Tree Forest for constant observation and vigilance." Mu Yuan opened the map and looked. Lulu was a man of action and had already gone to survey the hills about 8 or 9 kilometers away. The reason for establishing the defense line here is because Tianyuan City is expanding and continuing to depend on the city walls for defense is no longer suitable. Actually, defending isn't quite appropriate at all. Tianyuan City had already invested a significant amount of resources in the development and construction of new areas, and if a large wave were to attack the city, their losses would be immeasurable. He said, "Sophia, keep a close eye on all overlord powers. As soon as there is any sign of a monster tide emerging, we will take the first move and extinguish them completely." Now, he was eager to have an upright and honorable battle with the monster overlords in the wilderness. It's a pity that it required the overlords to give them that opportunity. Sophia. "Understood, Crow." Mu Yuan. "Right, come back to Tianyuan City for a baptism after you're done with your current tasks in a few days." Sophia. "Okay, Crow." The matters had been arranged. Dead Bone, who was far in the extreme north land, also got in touch. Dead Bone had been squatting for a long time in front of the passage to the furious region of the extreme north. Firstly, to prevent the fang of the jackal wolf from seeking help. Secondly, to be wary of anyone coming from Dragon Sleep Valley. "Are you coming back?" "No," Dead Bone said. "We still can't be sure of the intentions of the fang of the jackal wolf in Dragon Sleep Valley, so this passage must be held firmly. Bone just feels that staying here all this time is too inefficient in terms of power usage." Bone plans to leave behind some hidden measures and then walk along the entire Rampage lockdown zone of the northern border to investigate if there are other passages. Theoretically, there could be. The entrances to the northern border might not be the only ones, nor might they only lead to Dragon Sleep Valley and the Great Domain. Similarly, the passages in the southern boundary might not be the only ones leading to the Twilight Dominion. There could also be safer and more easily traversable routes. This was also why Dead Bone wanted to find them, otherwise, it would not be at ease. What if it turned out that powerful monster legends had entered their territory unnoticed? In addition, for the other few blockade areas, Bone recommends that Lord dispatch people to probe into them. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. Shen Gu's worries were not unreasonable. Now, the Tianyuan territory was able to spare the manpower. However, a fourth-order peak strongman stepping into the Furious region could only conduct preliminary investigations. To truly ascertain the passage and cross it, one would need at least someone from the legendary realm to take action. Currently, the passage in the southern boundary seems relatively easy to traverse. Initially, Shen Linglong acted and was able to protect Sophia and others as they crossed the passage. In the Eastern Sea, the giant legend, Absolute Barrier Asalo, tried to cross but failed, despite Asalo being a strongman among legends. It's not ruled out that the giant legend did not place much importance on this. After all, in their eyes, even if they switched to another region, they would still have to strive for survival in the crevices between dominions. That afternoon, with the Hand of Evolution, Mu Yuan bestowed a miracle, allowing another division general of the Tianyuan territory to step into the rank of an epic 3 stars. It was 17. 17 and Lu were old generals from the same era. Her experience was more than a dozen days older than that of Rakshasa and Hong Yi. She also had remarkable military exploits. Rakshasa often ventured into dangerous lands, charging at the forefront of the reconnaissance corps in wars. Lu commanded the legions and built a solid defense line for the territory. 17 was not good at leading troops and seldom charged at the forefront of exploration, but the number of third-order and fourth-order monsters she had killed in defending the cities was already in the triple digits. Just this alone was enough to highlight her contributions. Ding! Prompt. Your troop, 17, bathed in the miraculous radiance and evolved to the rank of epic 3 stars. Prompt. Your troop, 17, has upgraded the skill, Heartmark Engraving, to Mark of the Heart, during the evolution process. This skill can continuously enhance the cultivator's mental power and significantly increase their resistance to illusion technique and erosion abilities. Prompt. Your troop, 17, has awakened the epic skill, Arrow of No Mind, during the evolution process. Compared to Rakshasa's epic 3 stars skill, 17's awakened skill this time was very simple and direct. And brutal. It was a purely offensive skill. Just having offensive capabilities, incredibly powerful offensive capabilities, and Arrow of No Mind, Arrow of the Polar Star, supreme in starlight, converges in one arrow. This arrow possesses incomparable power and can destroy both the body and the spirit. Also, the Arrow of No Mind has a sure hit effect. 2 hours later, once 17 emerged from her immersive state, Mu Yuan said. Try out this arrow. Understood. 17 stepped down from the lotus platform. An excellence-level bow appeared in her hand. She drew the bowstring to the full, but not in front of her. Her arrow aimed straight at the azure sky. Whoosh! The arrow, wrapped in a faint starlight, shot into the sky. All seemed normal until the next moment. Thousands of kilometers away, atop a mountain range. The sky tore open. A huge rift shining with starlight appeared. The rift slowly widened. It didn't open quickly, but it exuded an indescribable oppressive force. Space solidified. Time itself seemed to freeze. Mu Yuan finally understood why Arrow of No Mind had a guaranteed hit effect. The enemies, once targeted, couldn't move an inch. How could they avoid it? They couldn't avoid it at all. Wait a second. He suddenly remembered something. This wasn't a training field. It was right inside the Dragon Mound Fertile Land secret realm. 17. Can you cancel the skill? 17 had an innocent look. She was just a green hand who had just evolved and just awakened a new skill. To pull off this Arrow of No Mind flawlessly was already quite difficult. Abort it. She tried, but to no avail. After all, still maintaining her stance shooting upwards, her chest heaved, sweat formed on her forehead, and her breathing was slightly erratic. She had given her all in that one strike, and this one strike nearly drained her completely. The next moment, the starry rift stopped expanding, and a beam of light, an arrow of star blue light, pierced downwards as if to penetrate the stars themselves. The mountain range thousands of kilometers away vanished. The mountain sides remained, but the middle had completely vanished into the arrow of no mind, leaving behind only a bottomless black hole. It was only then that the rumbling tremor of the earth spread out, stirring up a sky full of dust. Mu Yuan fell silent for several seconds. He looked at 17, who had frozen eyes and a look that seemed to say, "Did I just cause trouble?" And he sighed. This mess was his responsibility. The problem's not big. I've long found those mountains to be an eyesore. Flattening them is just the right thing for building towers. But the mountain isn't flattened, it's sunken. Could you be any more straightforward? 17. But to give credit where credit's due, the destructive power of that arrow, its piercing force, was too strong. Many who harness the power of heaven and earth to its limits would find it difficult to achieve such destructive force. With this skill, 17's weakness in fighting above her level has been compensated for. She can now devastate in lower-tier fights and even cut down legends in high-tier battles. Perfect. The only downside might be the high consumption. 17's strike might not assure an instant kill on a legend, as it hasn't been tested yet. But the arrow of no mind only consumed a massive amount of energy, unlike Uta and Lian Yu. Imagine, if 17 were paired with some external energy sources, or top-tier recovery methods, allowing her to fire a second, a third arrow of no mind. How wonderful would that be? 17 asked. Lord, what are my tasks next? Mu Yuan pondered. Now that each mining point has started to be established, the monster power would not remain indifferent. It might not be long before small-scale conflicts break out, with monster legends waiting for an opportunity to launch surprise attacks. He needed to form a support squad. Duo Lai alone counted as one. But one squad wasn't enough, given the vast area, at least one more was needed. He mulled over the idea. He could partner 17 with Jun, but just these one person and one bird were still not enough. He was missing a warrior who could stand at the forefront. There aren't many in my Tianyuan territory who can truly face legends from the legendary realm. I can hardly spare anyone. Perhaps he could transfer Rakshasa to the emergency response team. Rakshasa and Uta together in one team was a bit of a waste. And the purpose of an emergency response team was to confront and kill monster legends, or at least buy time. It's worth considering. Mu Yuan opened the panel to check the situation in various places. Several strongholds were occasionally attacked by monster hordes, and occasionally third-order, fourth-order monsters would hide within the groups to launch bold surprise attacks. And then they were slain on the spot by the defenders. These were monsters with no backing, lacking in timely information. Such intelligent monsters were dime a dozen in the wilderness. Like when they first destroyed the tribes of Wolf Head Mountain. Within days, the mining area of Wolf Head Mountain changed hands several times. Many intelligent monsters might not even recognize the fang of the jackal wolf, let alone the new overlord, Tianyuan City. It's good to have monsters coming to us, but soon, the intelligent monsters will evolve their tactics, and then defense will become more troublesome. Mu Yuan flicked away the panel, closing and then reopening his eyes. In front of him were countless colorful specks of light, swarming towards him. Coming from all over Tianyuan City, and a few from further afield. These were Evo power. Evo power flowed towards the large pond in front of him. To his eyes, this was the concrete manifestation of evolutionary power. And currently, the Evo power filled about half of the pond. Evo power. 353K, the 500K needed to evolve into a legend was not far off. The legend had once seemed far away, but now it appeared to be within reach. Of course, according to his plan, Mu Yuan still needed to evolve a few main forces and some elites, before he could arrange the baptism for Dead Bone. But the gap was still not too far. After all, he was now producing about 30,000 evolution points daily. At most, he just had to wait another 10 days or so. Using the Dragon Mound's secret realm as a barrier, along with facilities like the Domain Interferer, could the phenomena of legend birth be concealed? Mu Yuan wasn't quite sure, but he couldn't keep dragging his heels. To be on the safe side, let's buy another miracle blueprint for the Domain Interferer. Public Secret Realm. Elves' Courtyard. Mu Yuan stepped in, and the bustle of activity hit him in the face. He hadn't been here for a while. The last time he visited, the secret realm was expanding, but this time, the entire secret realm had completely transformed. In the center of the secret realm stood a leafless tree that resembled crystal, emanating waves of invisible power. This power seemed to have calming, focusing, and purifying effects. The original site of the secret realm surrounded this crystal tree. On the periphery, buildings emitting mysterious glowing lights had been constructed anew. These were all miracle buildings. Among them, there were ones that Mu Yuan recognized, such as the Ice Heart Lotus platform. Lord of Han Yu City is thinking of turning the secret realm into a holy land for cultivation? Mu Yuan pondered to himself. It seemed quite nice, but the membership limitation of the secret realm could be a problem, couldn't it? He thought. Glancing around, he saw the people walking back and forth within the secret realm, at least 2 to 3 times more than before. Many were unfamiliar faces. Mu Yuan headed straight to a tea house named Cold Snow Residence. After entering and taking a look around, as expected, Zhang Luoxing had already arrived, and there were a few familiar faces present as well. He then ordered a cup of the signature cold snow spring for everyone. This was a drink of rare level, which when consumed over a long period could enhance cold resistance and permanently increase spiritual power. Most importantly, it tasted good. The initial chill was like that of an icy mountain spring, followed by a thawing warmth as if snow were melting and the warmth of the spring breeze were arriving. Quite wondrous indeed. Many lords, when they first arrived, would order a cup. After all, they were all lords and could certainly afford a cup of tea. But if they were to drink it every day, the lords wouldn't be willing or able to afford such a luxury. Today, I'm treating, so everyone, don't be shy. Lord Shepherd was generous and wealthy. After all, they were his source of civilian intelligence, and it was only proper to treat them to something. Although now that he was the acting war zone commander, Lord Shepherd could get some summarized messages from the Logistics Development Department, which were more real, accurate, and timely than the civilian intel from people like Zhang. Zhang. In that case, can I order 100 more cups to take away? I've been so poor recently that I can't even afford water? Mu Yuan. Scram, do you still want the goods or not? Zhang Luoxing sat up straight. Want. What goods? A few others nearby turned to look. Zhang Luoxing took out the black briefcase he carried with him, flipped it open with a snap, and inside were stuffed full with several types of materials. It's not me crying poor. I am truly broke. If this continues, I won't be able to afford the next batch of goods from Yuan. Old you know it. I haven't ordered a rare level drink for 6 whole days. A few of the common lords remained silent. Are you sure you're not just showing off? Mu Yuan did think that not being able to afford even a rare level drink meant that, indeed, finances were a bit tight. He took out the item for the trade. It was a soccer ball-sized soul remnant, glowing with a faint blue light, within which the shadow of a fierce, gigantic beast could be seen. The Terran Draconis remnant soul. He used this remnant soul to exchange with Zhang Luoxing for a batch of common and rare rank materials that he was particularly short of. From the perspective of the value of the treasures, Zhang Luoxing came out ahead. But Mu Yuan didn't lose out either. An excellence-level remnant soul could be traded equally for permanent rare blueprints or excellence-rank blueprints, but that also depended on whether the other party had the goods. Such treasures were always elusive. As long as he could exchange for what he needed, that was enough for him. In fact, he was also trading with other lords, and even handing over some excellence-rank remnant souls to the Pioneer Group for recycling. The advantage of recycling was, one could bargain with the soul remnants, and the process was fast and efficient. The officials always took as much of the high-order items as were available, and they could be directly priced with contribution points. The downside, of course, was a significant loss in price. After the trade was completed, Mu Yuan inquired, "Have there been any major events at home or abroad recently?" "Major events? There are plenty of those." Zhang Luoxing, having received an excellence remnant soul and freeloaded a cup of rare level, happy water, was brimming with joy and instantly turned into an information expert. 6 days ago, in a large recruitment area within Shiji City's territory, an epic-class, fearless war handsome emerged, and it is said that this is an epic 2-star fearless war handsome. The war commander, even in a mere remnant soul form, defeated several lords who joined forces. At that moment, a purple pillar of light shot up into the sky, and the whole territory of Shiji City was instantly boiling over. Countless senior lords, and even more than one great lord from other cities, came over. This matter was already known to most of those present. After all, the emergence of an epic in public was rare. This particular epic lay within a large recruitment site, not in some dangerous or forbidden place. Anyone who could defeat his remnant soul form might have a chance to recruit him. It was as if most ordinary lords had a chance to touch him. That was the reason this news spread so rapidly. Afterwards, a number of great lords continuously battled, yet the dispute went unresolved. In the end, the city lord of Shiji City intervened, pressuring the great lords to decide on the quota within a day. Otherwise, there might even be foreign domain swooping in. Having finished, Zhang Luoxing noticed the Tianyuan guy's indifferent expression and couldn't help feeling a bit downhearted. Was his storytelling not up to par? He had tried to tell it with as much drama as possible. He wished he could have been one of the first few lords to discover the recruitment site. With his own skills, he might have had a chance to recruit the epic before the great lords arrived. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of luck. There's another big event. The new Lord trial is about to begin. At present, the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce has already announced the top 10 rookies of this phase. He sighed, as if reminiscing about the past. In those days, he himself was among the top 10 newbies people loved to discuss on the forums. Although in the end, dark horses emerged frequently during the trial, and he didn't even make it into the top 10. The Lord trial is starting again? Didn't Langsing merge? Wait. Mu Yuan pondered. He vaguely remembered seeing similar information. Zhang Luoxing said, even if Langsing has merged, it doesn't affect anything. The heaven and earth rules will still select suitable individuals within the scope and bring them to the outermost perimeter of our Taizan territory, to some random domain. Usually, people who have not cultivated have a higher chance of being selected. There is still an impact though. Statistically, the number of rookie lords this year is about half of what we had in our time. Plus, they're different from us. The newbies now enter the territory in their true bodies, which might make it tougher for them in the early stages. Starting with 3 goblins and living in a dilapidated straw hut, they also have to face countless monsters lurking around. Just the thought of it seems hard. However, Zhang Luoxing said, this batch of new lords does have some combat power, to some extent, and some of them might possess special items and equipment. It's not like during our time when anyone who had practiced even slightly had no chance of being chosen. Comparatively, it's not that difficult for them. Like Zhang Luoxing, whose family could have easily supported his cultivation. But he didn't dare to cultivate. Only when he was selected by the heaven and earth rules to enter the eternal world did he start consuming some strength-enhancing treasures, and even then he didn't dare to consume too much. This is a change in the rules. As they chatted, their conversation shifted to the changes in the secret realm. It seems the secret realm has been upgraded, so it can provide more keys to the secret region. Nowadays, with more members of the secret realm, it's also a good thing for us. It will be much easier to purchase some scarce treasures in the future. Moreover, our secret realm hasn't just seen a few times increase in membership, but at least 4 legendary lords have emerged. Zhang Luoxing said, "Are you sure?" someone asked. Zhang Luoxing tilted his chin up slightly, his right hand brushing through his flowing hair. Of course, I have already memorized all the faces of the well-known great lords in our country. And this week, I've met 4 big people. The newly legendary Lord of Amber City, Zhoushan Lord from the Panxi City region, White Dove Lord from Tian City region, and Flying Fish Lord. Having legendary lords settle in undoubtedly promotes the economic cycle of this public secret realm. It also motivates countless ordinary lords. Legendary status doesn't seem so distant. Apparently, who doesn't aspire to become a legendary lord, who can wield heavenly and earthly great power, soar through the skies, and have a lifespan of 300 years? Zhang Luoxing looked at Mu Yuan. Boss Tianyuan, you should be at the 4th order peak by now, right? If it's inconvenient to say, never mind. He was a bit curious. Smoke Rain and a few other contemporary lords were startled. No way. Yes, I am at the 4th order peak now. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. It's also due to a bit of good fortune. For example, the baptism of the pure soul source pool, such as the upgrade fragments, such as the level 5 baptism of his territory. Otherwise, how could he, a Greenhand Lord with only a year of cultivation, have reached the 4th order peak? Although his 4th order peak is at 99%, just 0.01 step away from the 4th order limit and breaking through to legendary realm.
Awesome! Zhang Luoxing exclaimed. I also took advantage of a bit of the era's opportunity, but I've only managed to train a few 3rd order division generals. As for myself, I'm still at the beginning of the 3rd order.
It seems there's just a difference of 1 order between 3rd order and 4th order. But in reality, it's like heaven and earth. Excellence troop types already advance extremely rapidly at 0 order, 1st order, and 2nd order, with no bottlenecks, like a hot knife through butter. However, at the 3rd order warlord level, the speed of progression inevitably slows down, sometimes getting stuck for 1 or 2 months on a minor level, let alone breaking through to the 4th order. For excellence species to break through the 4th order, it's not easy. Without significant opportunities, Zhang Luoxing isn't even confident that he can train a 4th order peak warrior within 2 years. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Big Boss Tianyuan truly deserves the title. He no longer harbored any competitive thoughts. Competing would only bring tears, while lying down was much more comfortable. The legendary realm, for Tianyuan Guy, would surely be no obstacle. Now, he was simply curious. When would Boss Tianyuan step into the legendary? Just today, Mu Yuan had practiced the dead bone version of the extreme training method twice more, polishing his body to a point where he could advance no further. It was perfect. At that moment, he shared a sensation that Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Isloa had once experienced. Expansion, his consciousness seemed as if it could expand, and at any moment he might. He felt almost uncontrollably inclined to enter the extreme sublimation state. The legendary barrier that stood like a chasm in the sky seemed like he could pierce through it with just a poke. He had this confidence. In ancient times, when the cultivation system was not yet clear, and there were no treasures or auxiliary methods, it was probably the geniuses of those eras who made naked breakthroughs, paving the path for others. Confidence aside, a naked breakthrough was not possible. The preparation of necessary treasures and precautionary measures must not be neglected. Lord, are you going to break through to the legendary realm? Duo Lai arrived at the scene, cheering him on. I've checked this array inside and out 3 times. Let me check it 2 more times. Isloa had been there early, personally setting up. She had to take this seriously. If the Lord perished, who would pay her salary? No, by then the territory would be in jeopardy. Dead Bone was not at the scene. He wanted to hurry back, but the journey was too long and there was not enough time. Lord, you should have told me 2 days earlier, Dead Bone complained. Given 2 more days, he would have definitely rushed back instead of investigating the frenzied area. Mu Yuan. Was such a commonplace breakthrough to the legendary realm worth this? Gravity? Indeed, breaking through to legendary was extremely difficult, and even 4th order peak fighters of the Tai Zan Alliance had a low success rate. Indeed, failure to break through legendary could mean death and the disappearance of one's cultivation, and despite life-saving treasures, one could not avoid severe bodily harm, mental exhaustion, and substantial loss of vitality. Indeed, despite these truths, would Lord Shepard possibly fail in his breakthrough? After all, He was the man in possession of over 100 epics and in control of the evolutionary miracle. Mu Yuan took his seat on the Ice Heart Lotus platform. He no longer restrained himself, his spirit, energy, will, and even his vitality began to burn. His consciousness climbed ceaselessly. At that moment, he felt omnipotent, able to wield heavenly and earthly great power and traverse the world in spirit. He was like a god, but if he indulged in this state and wasted a lot of valuable time and strength, the legendary breakthrough would inevitably end in failure. Of course, Mu Yuan knew this from experience. With a strong will, he quickly gathered his thoughts and transformed all his accumulation into the fuel to break through the barrier. 20 or 30 seconds later, the barrier was breached. That day, Lord Shepherd, who had been cultivating for 368 days, broke into the legendary realm. His domain spread, continually expanding and transforming, faintly carrying a hint of the mystical charm of miracles. His understanding of Evo power seemed to reach a new level of enlightenment. The great power of the miracle of evolution, at its core, appears to be miracle. And it shares the same source as miracle found in miracle buildings, miracle territories, and so on. The next day, at the core zone of the Ice Heart Lotus platform in the Tianyuan territory, Zhoushan Lord, Lu Lu, stepped into this area. Spirit, will, and vitality burned. An invisible, blazing aura of willpower that only the strong could see soared to the sky. Milena, a legendary elf journeying from afar, was taken aback as she gazed up at Tianyuan City's skies and murmured softly. This is the radiance of a legendary breakthrough. The light is dazzling, much like mountains underpinning the sky, signifying an unrivaled willpower. After a moment, the radiant light gradually receded, and a potent, solidified aura spread in all directions. Tianyuan City has seen the birth of a second legendary realm. As spring passes and autumn comes, before you know it, Tianyuan City also has 5 legendary realm powerhouses. This number, even among great lords, should be quite decent, right? Mu Yuan murmured. In the Tai-Zan alliance, the Great Lord is undeniably a high-ranking individual. Shen Linglong, the father of Zhang Luoxing, the Lord of Han Yu City, the Lord of Panqi City, the Old Fishing Man, and others, they are all great lords. That's why the gap between one great lord and another is even bigger than the gap between a great lord and a Greenhand lord. Some great lords slowly build and manage their domains until they bring their territories up to LV7, yet at that point, they still can't cultivate a single legendary realm being. Some great lords have several legendary heavyweights under their command. And some great lords, for instance, Lord Baiting, who stepped into the legendary realm decades ago and also nurtured legendary realm division generals. Decades have passed, and no one knows just how many legendary realm powerhouses are concealed within Baiting's borders. After all, the world of a lord is indeed a snowballing world. As long as your warriors don't fall in a great war, the entire territory's combat power can snowball growth. For a lord, the most difficult to arise is always the first legendary being. Once the first one is cultivated, the second and third won't be far behind, with the intervals between them getting shorter and shorter. As the territory itself grows stronger, naturally, there is also more ability and more opportunities to recruit epic troops. The great lords he knew of. In Shen Linglong's territory, only she is of the legendary realm. The Lord of Panqi City openly has only a few legendary realm division generals, but each of them is formidable. Even the new generation leader of Tai-Zan, the Lord of Han Yu City, only has a handful of legendary realm beings revealed to the outside world. There might not be a lot hidden, or she might not hide much. The Lord of Han Yu City has always been known for her personal combat power both domestically and abroad. Her subordinates? They seem lackluster under her brilliance. After all, the Lord of Han Yu City is also a new generation lord with a shorter history of establishing her domain and limited heritage, hence naturally, it's difficult for her to cultivate many legendary realm beings. But how many legendary realm beings might an old great lord have under him? In the lands of Dragon Court, every once in a while a recruitment slot is released, from which a number of epic lives have also been recruited. Similar high-order troop buildings like that of Dragon Court definitely are not the only one. There must be some privately owned by lords. None are publicly known in Taizan. Those publicly known within Taizan, that allow lords to use contribution points for recruitment slots, or just a few fifth-order troop buildings. These are miracle buildings occupied by Taizan officials in the wild. Fifth-order troop buildings also have a slight chance of recruiting epic life forms. What about the private, high-order troop buildings that are not public? They definitely exist. If, for example, a powerful great lord owns a high-order troop building, and if this lord can recruit an epic life each year, that's 30 in 30 years. What if 3 or 4 epics can be recruited in a year? Hiss. And this is only within the scope of Taizan. Outside of Taizan, other major countries have longer histories, not to mention the Holy Griffin Empire has the 7th Order troop building, Angel Reincarnation Pool, out in the open. How many epic lives that must give rise to in a year? Thinking this far, Lord Mu, who already commands the power of 5 legends, does not allow a single arrogant thought to inflate. In the grand scope of the vast eternal world, a mere handful of legendary realm beings are still nothing but small fry. However, in this small 10 Directions Island domain, this power is already among the top tier. Even without relying on the Staff of Divine Right or the Epic Mage Tower, the power is enough to crush the already crippled monster overlord. The campaign against the Fang of the Jackal Wolf can almost be added to the agenda. However, breaking through the gates of the Wolf Fang lair is not going to be easy. Meanwhile, inside the main base of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, having gone through a fair bit of trouble and cleared up misunderstandings, the Wolf King finally made contact with 2 overlord powers of the northern border, the Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan. They, the Blood Snake in Case, the Black Crow, the Orochi, and the Blood Tree, are the strongest forces in the entire Black Peak Island domain, aside from a few monster legends scattered about living in even more peripheral and barren areas. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf is supposed to be the strongest overlord power in the Great Domain. And now, it has to bow to the Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan. The Wolf King could only feel ire. All of this is due to the humans of Tianyuan. His cold and ferocious gaze swept across the Great Hall, instantly stirring up an invisible storm. One by one, the high-order jackal men trembled and knelt on the ground, shuddering uncontrollably. In recent days, no small number of wise wolfmen were crushed to death by the king for speaking wrong words or taking wrong steps. Only a few legendary realm beings remained calm, although their expressions were somewhat grave. The terms were agreed upon. The Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan have agreed to send troops. However, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf must cede at least half of the source of filth within the main base. After exterminating the Vitality Force, the core area should be occupied by their Black Crow clan. This is too much bullying of the wolves, foolish, short-sighted Black Crow clan. Once the Vitality Force rises, both you and I will be eradicated. Forget it, as long as the Black Crow clan and the Orochi clan agree to the campaign. Maybe it will even result in both forces being mutually wounded against the humans. The Wolf King pondered darkly. On one hand, he didn't believe humans would lose to the 2 clans. Therefore, he was prepared to adopt a strategy of harassment, with the aim of exhausting the human forces. Yet the Black Crow clan not only would not listen but also mocked him. On the other hand, he feared the humans would easily lose to the 2 clans. After all, the humans themselves only have 1 legendary realm being, and all the legendary realm beings of the Vitality Force combined totaled just a few. Humans were able to defeat the Fang of the Jackal Wolf with special trump cards. If these trump cards can no longer be used, and if all the other human trump cards were also exhausted in the battle against the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, wouldn't that mean humans failing only to let the Black Crow clan and the Giant Serpent clan pick up an easy advantage? This won't do, but to bet that humans no longer have any trump cards left, he dared not. I hope humans are not too strong, but also not too weak. Giant Serpent clan, main base. A magnificent statue of a giant serpent, over 100 meters tall, stood here, under the vast red mist. This was the statue of the giant serpent servant. Unlike the common statues of divine envoys seen in ordinary tribes, this statue contained the essence of the giant serpent servant. It could be said to be a part of the giant serpent servant itself. Below the statue of the giant serpent, several legendary realm figures stood. Not all of them were of the snake man race. There were lizard men covered in scale armor, goblins with dark green skin, and other non-human creatures. Without exception, they all wore some snake-shaped accessories or wielded python staffs. Advance southward. The fang of the jackal wolf actually lost to a human territory, regressing more than ever, but this also gives this giant serpent clan an opportunity. The richest land in this region should rightfully be occupied by our giant serpent clan. The aged high priest of the giant serpent clan slowly spoke. Another giant serpent clan legendary said, "Could the human territory in the south be related to the Tai-Zan alliance? The Tai-Zan alliance is also a human force." The high priest replied, "It's not impossible, this is what we need to be careful about, but even if it is the Tai-Zan alliance, so what? These days, in the eternal world, which family doesn't have a backer? Human territories have backers. The giant serpent clan also has backers, with the revered giant serpent and the mighty snake god above. Over the years, they had destroyed some vitality forces or corrupt forces that had backers. Ultimately, a backer is just a backer. The Tai-Zan alliance is very far from the Black Peak Island domain. Even if there are reinforcements, they would not be able to reach in time. In fact, to deal with a world-class power like the Tai-Zan alliance, regional overlord forces like the giant serpent clan had long evolved strategies to cope. Decades ago, when powerful figures from the Star Luo Holy Palace crossed borders to deal with the giant serpent clan, they simply hid within their clan's main base. No matter how those 10+ powerful legendaries searched, they could not find them. In the end, those foreign legendary creatures could only destroy a dozen or so minions tribes in frustration and then left uninterested. The losses for the giant serpent clan were there, but not significant. After the vitality legendaries left, those minion tribes were quickly rebuilt on their own territories. The other monster powers that had taken over the tribe lands either bowed their heads in submission, willing to be cattle and horses, or blood blossomed on the land of the tribe and bloomed once again. What if occupying the tribe land was a vitality force? Hey, that would be quite the spectacle. Vitality creatures are much more valuable than expendable minion monsters, able to be kept for enjoyment or cooked for consumption. It's just a pity that over these decades, the number of living creatures in the Black Peak Island domain has decreased significantly. The emergence of humans might not necessarily be a bad thing. The high priest considered and said, "We must still be cautious in our strategy, but first, we need to clarify the situation in the human territory and investigate the cause of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's defeat." Human territory, Tianyuan City. What? Your side wants to launch a punitive war against the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Legendary elf Milena had just picked up her teacup when it froze mid-air. She was here to discuss mining and defense situations with the humans and to congratulate Tianyuan City on the addition of a new legendary. But she did not expect to hear such explosive news upon her arrival. Isn't this too hasty? How much time has passed since the defense battle of Tianyuan City? In the reception hall, Mu Yuan was aware of the astonishment of legendary elf Milena and said, "This is a punitive action initiated by Tianyuan City itself, and we have some confidence in it." However, such large-scale punitive actions are hard to keep secret from the powerful forces in the region. To avoid causing panic in the natural garden, he decided to inform them in advance. But isn't this too hasty? For Milena, the current situation was balanced, and it was rare to have a period of peace. Just avoiding a large-scale assault from the monster overlord was a blessing, and now Tianyuan City was provoking trouble? Is this reasonable? They are going up against a monster overlord? Actually, Milena also wanted to eradicate the Fang of the Jackal Wolf completely, but she was more worried that Tianyuan City would suffer losses during the punitive war, breaking the hard-earned balance. She weighed her words carefully, trying to persuade in every possible way. Milena's thoughts were not without reason. Normally, when two major forces confront each other, They are typically in a deadlock or small skirmishes. You suppress me, I suppress you. But it's rare to escalate to a war of annihilation all of a sudden. These forces do not go to war not because they don't want to, but because they can't. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf thought it could annihilate Tianyuan City, so it launched 13 large waves pushing forth with tremendous force. Mu Yuan felt that his side could annihilate the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, so he began to muster troops and make preparations, which was logical. He said, "It may be a bit hasty, but it is also a brilliant opportunity. At this point, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf will not expect Tianyuan City to strike their door. Besides, in recent days, you must have noticed high-order monsters lurking around each mining area, right?" Milena nodded. Her family's mining area had discovered and slain over a dozen monster scouts. But these were certainly not everything. Those third-order and fourth-order scouts were nothing but expendable in the eyes of the legendary monsters, unworthy of concern even if they fell during their intelligence-gathering missions. Mu Yuan continued, "Once the Fang of the Jackal Wolf has a clear understanding of the situation in each of our mining areas, they are very likely to launch surprise attacks. Even if these attacks don't involve anyone from the legendary realm, we could easily fend them off once, twice, or 3 times, but what if it's 10 times, 20 times, 30 times? When it comes to attrition, living beings absolutely cannot outlast monsters. Moreover, once they have thoroughly scouted the situation, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf might also ally with other overlord powers to launch an invasion against us, which we cannot afford to overlook. But if we eradicate the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, with this local snakehead force out of the picture, any other overlords who want to attack will have to face difficulties such as long distances and lack of information. Now is a precious opportunity, one that must not be missed." Listening, even the legendary Milena was somewhat persuaded. The Lord of Tianyuan City made a convincing argument. There was a brief period of peace now, but they should not be complacent because of it. Monster overlords could make a resurgent attack at any time. Living beings could never live in peaceful coexistence with monsters. So they must strike first, nipping the danger in the bud, ensuring that their offspring would not have to make too many sacrifices. Fight, they must fight. Wait a minute. Milena suddenly fell into deep thought. Hadn't she come to persuade the Lord of Tianyuan City? How had she ended up being swayed by his argument herself? The next day, the war named Campaign Against the Wolves officially began. Dead Bone returned from the northern border. Sophia headed toward the target area. Duo Lai and Lulu were on standby. Isloa was checking the Epic Mage Tower, filling this super weapon with enough armaments. However, the Epic Mage Tower was only a backup. Mu Yuan would not use this trump card unless necessary. Tianyuan City also needed to conceal some major trump cards for emergencies. He would at most use the Staff of Divine Right. Therefore, he had been working with Isloa for some time, discussing and researching in depth, and had finally developed a new large-scale magic. This new large-scale magic wasn't as perfected as the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. Its destructive power and energy level were slightly inferior. However, this technique didn't have as wide an impact area, which meant it was more suitable for use in certain battles. After all, without using territorial power to enter the Lord's Super God mode, even as someone in the legendary realm, he could not perfectly control those wildly powerful large-scale magic techniques. This battle's trump cards are Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Lulu. The main legion to be deployed is the Undead Legion. Either Dead Bone or Duo Lai alone possessed the power to defeat several legends by himself. According to the current intelligence, the remaining legends from Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Bloodsnake in case were few. If it were a direct confrontation, Dead Bone plus Duo Lai would easily defeat the enemy. But this was not a direct confrontation, it was a siege battle. Inside the lair of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, there must be many methods capable of resisting or even killing those in the legendary realm. There might even be some trump cards that he had not anticipated. As for specifics, he had no intelligence. Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge hadn't even touched the door of the Wolf Fang lair. He must be cautious, guarding against various unexpected and emergent situations. Sophia has already picked up on clues. Blood Serpent's legends have left Fang of the Jackal Wolf earlier, which means that right now, inside the Wolf Fang lair, there might just be a few legends left, an unprecedented emptiness. This is also an opportunity for us, an opportunity to hone our skills, gain experience, and familiarize ourselves with monster overlords. Otherwise, regional overlords only presided over by a few legendary beings are not easy to find. And in subjugating the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, they could accumulate plenty of experience in eradicating regional overlords. This kind of experience is not easy to come by within the Pioneer Group. It requires the right opportunity and a closely related big shot to lead the team. This time, Tianyuan City is undertaking its own campaign. To contend with an overlord power like the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, the mere presence of Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Lulu's three major superpowers might not be sufficient. There are simply too few of them to blockade the entire territory. Mu Yuan's strategic objective is to annihilate the strong forces of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf completely, ensuring that not a single piece of information leaks out. For this purpose, in the battle against the wolves, they need more powerful fighters. One is Isloa, who commands the Epic Mage Tower and serves as a backup trump card. The only remaining legendary warrior, Lord Shepherd, needs to stay put in Tianyuan City to prevent the enemy from sneaking in. Besides the 3+1 legends, he also made temporary deployments among the various stronghold garrisons. Sending fearless war commanders, giant dragon swordsmen, skeleton lords, and Lord Han Shuang to take over the tasks of Uta, Rakshasa, and others. Freeing up hands for T1 level division generals. Uta has the capability to defeat and kill ordinary beings of legendary realm in direct combat. His endurance is short, but his burst power is unquestionable. Rakshasa also has the ability to confront legendary beings directly and even to harass and engage with them over long periods. 17, if she were to face a legendary being one-on-one, is unlikely to be the opponent. But if she has the cooperation of comrades, she is capable of securing impressive kills. She can be seen as a legendary combat force with clear strengths and weaknesses. Tree Demon Granny had also recently evolved to Epic 3 stars and awakened the epic skill, Life Seed. Life Seed, description. Lord Treeman can condense the essence of its being into a primeval life seed, which when infused into a lush tree, can transform the tree into an avatar of itself. The tree avatar possesses 90% of the original strength but is unable to move over long distances and cannot be maintained for an extended period. Note 1. Lord Treeman can form lesser life seeds to continuously assimilate nearby plants. Note 2. At this stage, Tree Demon Granny can only condense one primeval life seed. Note 3. The original body and the life seed avatar can transfer power between them, with efficiency depending on the distance. As they level up and increase in order, Lord Treeman's size becomes massive, far larger than the war machines of monster overlords. Being massive has many advantages, a far greater energy reserve than others of the same order, and abundant strength as well. But there are disadvantages to such a size. Lord Treeman are cumbersome and struggle with mobility. They can be very advantageous in city defense battles, but outside such scenarios, the use of Lord Treeman is essentially none. Mu Yuan did not really lack the combat force of the Tread Legion, but it was often a source of frustration for the Treeman that they could not join the battle. Now, the emergence of the Life Seed has changed this situation. Not only that, with 90% of the original strength, plus the ability to receive power from the original across a distance, this means the combat power that Tree Demon Granny could wield was at least equivalent to that of a strong legendary being. After all, she had an entire Treeman forest at her back. Uta, Rakshasa, 17, Tree Demon Granny. These are the four formidable fighters beneath the three super legends. In addition, there's Frost Giant Dragon Sario, Ghost Commander of the Underworld Hong Yi, Wind King Jun, and others. Many of them, with one more evolution, could potentially usurp a legendary with their mortal forms. Mu Yuan also intended to evolve each of these main division generals to Epic 3 stars before their breakthroughs. The earlier, the better. Unfortunately, evolution points are not so plentiful. The scout team from Tianyuan City silently made their way to the Wolf Fang Lair territory. The area was mountainous, with the mountainous landmasses clothed in dark brown rock, scarcely covered by any greenery. This region spanned roughly 100 kilometers in diameter. Not small, but also not large. It was the area that the Tianyuan exploration team had spent 2 to 3 months investigating bit by bit, eliminating and eventually delineating as the target range. It was only a month ago when Tianyuan City defeated the Fang of the Jackal, causing this overlord power to completely retreat, that the efficiency of the Tianyuan scouts and exploration team substantially increased. Otherwise, even several more months might not have sufficed to define the enemy's lair territory. Looking at the images within Black Crow's field of vision, Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel emotional. Monster overlords really know how to cling on for dear life. If it hadn't been for Tianyuan's own ability to defeat regional overlords, even if he could have called upon a dozen legendary level reinforcements, they would have had no way to deal with the likes of Fang of the Jackal. Reinforcements could only save them once or twice. Everyone has their own business to take care of. They can't afford to waste time on others. No wonder some of the elders in the pioneer group say that killing legendary creatures is not difficult, nor is defeating regional overlords, but truly eradicating an overlord power is extremely challenging. The strong members of the pioneer group had faced similar issues. They couldn't find the overlord's lairs, or rather, they couldn't afford to spend months out scouting just to eradicate a regional overlord. Furthermore, being able to locate the overlord was merely the first step in eradicating it. The second and third steps were still enough to give many in the pioneer group a headache. Mu Yuan was a green hand in the field of pioneering, having never eradicated any monster overlords thus far. He was aware of his own limitations. In terms of power and experience, he certainly couldn't compare with the real heavyweights. However, daring to launch the war against the wolves, Mu Yuan did have some reliance. First, delineate the range of the overlord nest. Second, pinpoint the exact location of the gate to the overlord lair. Third, open the gate to the overlord lair. The first step was completed, the second was in progress. It was still extremely difficult. One sure thing was that the main gate to the Fang of the Jackal's lair was located among the Black Mountains ahead, but the range could not be narrowed down further. After all, the Wolf Fang lair must exist neither in the present world nor in the form of a secret realm or semi-mystic realm, or it could be in a folded space. Its entrance, its key nodes, might not only exist within a certain area of the Black Mountains but also potentially anywhere within the Black Mountains. "Boss, how should we proceed with the search next?" "We don't have much time," said Sophia, standing in the shadow, cloaked in black and with her hood pulled up, gazing out over the mountains. Next to her, a black crow hovered in the air. She was speaking to the black crow. "I've already sent out 300 black crows, but still haven't discovered anything special. The only thing certain is that the concentration of red mist particles in this region is indeed denser than other areas. That doesn't prove anything. Some land of filth has an even higher concentration of red mist particles." Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The intelligence department had let her down again, damn it. What was most important was that if the location of the Jackal Man's gate could not be determined for a long time, their actions might alert the enemy. Then there would be a myriad of variables. However, the Lord must have a way, she thought. But as the head of the intelligence department, the fact that she had not been able to unlock the gate to the Wolf Fang lair herself made her feel ashamed. Mu Yuan did indeed have a method, and his method wasn't difficult. Soon, the main personnel arrived one after another. General Dead Bone, General Duo Lai, General Lu Lu, and several dozen lieutenants and elites, most of whom were of epic life. Mu Yuan's incarnation was also present. However, this incarnation had reached its limit and could no longer sync with his true body's strength, still stuck at the fourth order limit great perfection level. He was only here to provide leadership, boost morale, and add a sense of participation. By his side, a tall figure followed, hidden under the hood with sharp, long ears barely visible. It was none other than Milena, the werewolf legend from the natural garden. The Natural Garden had not officially joined the war, but after much consideration, Malena still came. If Tianyuan City were defeated, she could at least provide some rescue. And if Tianyuan City won, if they could eradicate Fang of the Jackal Wolf, and she wasn't present to stain her sword with the blood of the Jackalope legend, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Nevertheless, Malena, looking out over the sprawling mountains, still couldn't fathom just what Tianyuan City's city lord was planning to do. Not to mention whether they could defeat the Fang of the Jackal, which had turned its lair into an impregnable fortress. The mere task of finding the lair itself was extremely challenging. Digging 3 feet into the ground would be of no use. A secret location hidden in an alternate space could not be breached by legendary attacks, let alone if there were another cataclysmic thunderflame dragon. It would still be futile. Certainly, they wouldn't return empty-handed, although such an outcome would be normal. Mu Yuankai spoke, proceed with Plan A1, understood. Got it. Right away, in the crowd, Dead Bone and Sophia, each leading a group of elites, moved towards the 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock directions respectively. Sophia's squad was led by General Lulu. Her only responsibility during the traversal was to provide cover. Soon, Dead Bone and Lulu's teams reached their designated positions. From a bird's eye view, Generals Dead Bone, Lulu, and Duo Lai, 3 legends, were positioned at the 3 vertices of an equilateral triangle on the circle. They took out, oh no, within the area where Duo Lai resided, Lord Shepard personally ignited a miracle blueprint. Watchtower, rare level. This was one of the very few miracle buildings that could be established outside of the territory boundaries. They could only be utilized by hero, Lord units as well. A watchtower structure, over 10 meters tall, appeared in an instant. With a wave of Mu Yuan's hand, a pile of building materials tumbled down, landing next to the watchtower structure. Without waiting for his command, a nearby Rakshasa said, "We must build quickly, we don't have much time." Second campsite. With a wave of the Dead Bone's hand, batches of elite undead emerged from the open Holy Mountain Gate. To be safe, we need to complete this within half an hour. Third campsite. Lulu spoke, let's get to work. He picked up a tool and walked up to the watchtower, hammering away. First campsite. Are they constructing a watchtower building? Do they want to use this to confirm the location of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's gate? Malena wondered to herself. She didn't ask, after all. Lord Tianyuan probably wouldn't tell her even if she did. But actually, that wasn't the case. Mu Yuan built the watchtower to expand the scope of the territory, which was just a minor precaution. He was unsure what resided within the Wolf Fang lair, but, once the watchtower was erected, the Hall of Martial Souls could exert its effects across the nearby area, and the Eye of Divine Right could be freely utilized. He even arranged for Shi Lu to construct a 4th watchtower 100 kilometers at the rear, just in case. For him, a rare blueprint was not expensive at all. Spend a little money for extra security, why not? He simply ordered, all scout teams maintain vigilance, and be alert for anyone from the Fang of the Jackal Wolf leaving. Time ticked away. No accidents occurred. After all, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf had long been sealed off. The monsters active in this region were even rarer than in other areas. Soon, the 3 watchtowers were successively built. On a pitch-black map, 3 small luminous circles appeared. Mu Yuan switched to Lord's vision, projecting it over the first campsite, looking down at all directions. Straight away, from afar in Tianyuan territory, he started to manipulate the Staff of Divine Right, successively projecting the Eye of Divine Right upon the Black Mountains. The Eye of Divine Right encompassed the entire mountain range within its sight, leaving no stone unturned. Mu Yuan then changed the projection location of the Eye of Divine Right several times, scanning the Black Mountains from multiple positions and angles. However, the Eye of Divine Right failed to reveal any critical clues. Mu Yuan was not surprised. The core ability of the Staff of Divine Right lies in large-scale magic and long-range delivery. The eye is merely an additional function. Being able to uncover hidden legends is already quite powerful. Discovering a secret realm hidden in an alternate space is not so easy. But any secret realm, whether it's a mystic realm, a semi-mystic realm, or something else, cannot escape two words. Space. Duo Lai, it's your turn, at your command. Duo Lai tugged at the collar of his black robe, took a deep breath, solemnly took a few steps forward, and then 1, 2, 3 space-tearing seals appeared around it. These 3 seals were only visible to itself. It maneuvered the 3 seals, slowly imprinting them into the current space. At that moment, tiny spatial cracks appeared around Duo Lai and quickly vanished. On a level invisible to ordinary people, even to those in the legendary realm, ferocious spatial creases were being flung about, spreading rapidly towards the distance. 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 14 kilometers, 16 kilometers. At this distance, the space-tearing seals' control, influence, and expansion speed in space had already noticeably slowed down. It seemed close to the limit, but that was just the limit under normal circumstances. With no external interference at the moment, Duo Lai could devote all its focus to controlling the space-tearing seal. Time passed slowly, several hundred seconds flashed by. Duo Lai had expanded the influence of the space-tearing seal to beyond 33 kilometers and its face turned red with the effort. Niu Yuan was thinking about telling Duo Lai to stop and try another direction. Then Duo Lai spoke excitedly, "Found it, there's something wrong with the space here, I'm sure of it." It flew forward, clutching the seal tightly, stirring the distant space vigorously. Crackle, crackle, the stable fabric of space seemed to be torn open like cloth, with spatial folds spreading and black fissures appearing and disappearing. And it was at that moment, more than 30 kilometers away amid the black mountains, that wisps of red mist began to seep out. It was as if a rip had opened in the world, revealing a black and red land within. And the dense red mist that floated above the land. The legendary Milena's eyes widened. She had been watching the entire process. But what exactly happened that they found the gate of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf? Fang of the Jackal Wolf, headquarters. The Wolf King spoke. The Black Crow clan, the Orochi clan have begun to mobilize their forces. Now we just need to wait for the right moment to strike. The Wolf King clenched his fist tightly and then loosened it. Not far away, a legendary jackalope spoke. Will humans give us this time? I mean, is it possible that humans will take action against the Fang of the Jackal Wolf before the Black Crow and Orochi forces arrive? Some time ago, did we not detect the presence of human scouts outside our headquarters? He had considered attacking and killing the human scouts at that time. But he feared it was a human law enforcement trap, and ultimately restrained his impulse to attack. A mere scout, hardly worth the risk. Neither he nor the others' legends had ever considered taking action. Indeed, the Thunder Flame Dragon was too terrifying, still etched in their minds. The pedestrian Jackal Wolf the legendary had to admit that luck played a major role in his survival of that great battle. He was somewhat scared. The Wolf King gazed at the legend who was obviously somewhat timid and, after a moment of silence, said, "You are scared, my brother. But don't worry, humans are only strong in defense. They have all sorts of trump cards for protection, otherwise." The Wolf King shook his head. There's no point in discussing the past, but humans don't have this, the ability to provoke us actively. Crack crack, faint spatial rifts opened on the outskirts of the secret realm. The noise wasn't loud, but the Wolf King had already taken sufficient precautions. The moment the spatial rifts appeared, blood-colored spherical objects on the outskirts suddenly grew large mouths. The mouths opened wide, emitting sharp, piercing roars. The roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. In the palace, the faces of the Wolf King and the other legends changed slightly. "It's the humans have come here. Don't panic, they've just discovered our gateway, that's all." The Wolf King remained calm. The gateway being discovered was actually quite fatal for Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Following the crevice of the gateway, humans could sooner or later prise it open. But, he narrowed his eyes, this might not be a bad opportunity for us. Contact the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan immediately. Humans won't be able to pry open the gate in a short time. We can use the geographical advantage to confront them, and as long as Black Crow clan and Orochi clan arrive, forming a pincer attack, we have a great chance to annihilate the strong humans here. In fact, The Wolf King didn't believe that humans could breach their defense line. But Fang of the Jackal Wolf could no longer afford any losses. He could not let Black Crow and Orochi sit on the sidelines and watch. He said, "Write the situation to be more urgent, and have the legends of Black Crow and Orochi come quickly." If Black Crow and Orochi also suffered losses, or even suffered heavy casualties in their desperate struggle with humans, Fang of the Jackal Wolf wouldn't necessarily lose its seat as the #1 overlord. This was his cunning plan. Amidst the mountains, the red mist continued to expand. It was like sewage continuously spilling forth from an opening. In the core area, the atmosphere within the red mist was equivalent to some land of filth. Miu Yuan stepped forward, looking at Duo Lai. "Can you tear open the gate of Fang of the Jackal Wolf?" Duo Lai nodded, then shook his head. "We can, but it might take a little longer." Duo is already trying his best, but this gate is just a little bit sturdy." It was clear that Duo Lai's face had gone red from the effort, unable to speak anymore. Even saying this sentence was through spiritual communication. Miu Yuan frowned slightly, looking again at the breaking boundary stones stored within his storage ring. 2 of them were of excellence level, and there were 47 of rare level. Rare level breaking boundary stones were also good, and he could occasionally buy some in the market of the secret realm. Excellence level stones were much harder to come by. Gaining 2 had been possible only because of the strong attraction of the high-order soul remnants. But that was the limit. These high-order breaking boundary stones, if used properly, could enter some rare treasure lands, ancient relics, historical projections. They were practically the keys to open treasure vaults. Many lords were reluctant to sell them. The most important thing was, breaking boundary stones aren't my specialty. Dumping all these stones might not be enough to tear open this gateway. Miu Yuan frowned. As he was pondering this, dead bone floated over. Following behind it were Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 and other powerhouses. It spoke. "Bone has a suggestion." It looked toward the distance. Within the torn rift, one could vaguely see another world. Death Remains territory is a world unto itself. Bone thinks, "We can use one world to combat another world, and just directly smash open the secret realm's gate." An epic skill like the Death Remains territory, constantly evolving, could indeed end up as a little secret realm of its own. Using a secret realm to shatter the secret realm's gate. Brilliant, brilliant. Truly worthy of my bone. Of course, as the volume of Death Remains territory was small, nowhere near as vast as the stronghold of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, but 1, 2, 10, 20, more than 30 Death Remains territories had already resonated and merged, shielding the Wraith Sacred Mountain crowded with white bones, forming an expanse of white bone region. Dead Bone cradled the white bone region, without any hesitation, pressed it towards the grand gate of the secret realm. Crush! The Wraith Sacred Mountain trembled. Countless thousands, hundreds of thousands of undead beings, stirred up a black frenzy. 1 ram. 2 rams. 3 rams. Crack. Suddenly, the gate of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, which was only barely torn open, shattered like a broken mirror, crumbling down. In the depths of the wilderness, the mountainous region had shattered. It was as if the water-moon mirror flower that obscured the real world had been violently smashed apart, revealing to everyone. The red and black earth spread far into the distance without end. At the edge of the breach between this land and the outside world, space folded upon itself, repeating a cycle of cracking and healing. There stood a flesh-constructed wall 100 meters tall at the very forefront of the red and black earth. Parts of the flesh wall, affected by the broken space, had crumbled significantly, but were healing at an indescribable rate. In the blink of an eye, the flesh wall had been mended everywhere except for where the gap edged. Behind the flesh wall, on the red and black earth, stood bizarrely high mountains. A flesh tower with a huge eyeball suspended at its top. A 100-meter-tall blood giant emitting steam. And many more flesh buildings and war machines that Miu Yuan had never seen before. He was truly amazed. Meanwhile, deep within the main base of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Inside a grand hall, crafted with considerable opulence. The Jackal Wolf Emperor fell silent for several seconds. What had he just said? He proclaimed, Our gates are as impregnable as gold. Humans would need a long time to break through, and by then, we could easily join forces with the Black Crow clan, Orochi clan, and the Blood Serpent in case to annihilate the human powerhouses here. How long had passed since he uttered those words? A few dozen seconds? 100 or 200 seconds? The great gate had been blown open, and the fang of the jackal wolf lay completely exposed to human eyes. This meant that even if they managed to defeat or repel the humans in this battle, the losses for the fang of the jackal wolf would be significant. The jackal wolf emperor didn't have time to ponder, the situation didn't allow for it. His gaze swept around the room, passing over the faces of high-ranking jackal men who were seized by panic. He spoke up, "What's all this panic for? The fang of the jackal wolf possesses numerous flesh weapons, and this is our absolute home ground. What do humans have to fight us with? At the very least, relying on our flesh buildings to defend against the human assault isn't hard." Emperor, a jackal man of legend, draped in a long robe of dark brown feathers, interrupted the emperor's speech. The jackal wolf emperor looked displeased. The robed figure's heart trembled, but he still mustered the courage to whisper, "My emperor, about the last time, and the time before that, it seems you were also." "Stop with the jinxing already. The fang of the jackal wolf is fragile, it can't withstand your words." The jackal wolf emperor was initially livid. But as he became angry, he reflected carefully, sorted through his memories, and quickly realized that the last time, the time before that, the one before that, and even further back, he had been so certain. Each time he spoke with certainty, the fang of the jackal wolf suffered misfortune. The most rapid face slapping had been just a moment ago. "But this was an accident. Do you really mean to pin the failure on me? That's ridiculous, you are courting death." With an unpleasant look and a cold snort, the jackal wolf emperor said nothing more. "Let's go, it's time to strike back at the enemy." Outside the main base of the fang of the jackal wolf, Mu Yuan continued his observations. This war required seizing the moment, aiming for a lightning-fast victory, but they couldn't just recklessly charge into the wolf fang lair. His gaze swept over the numerous sinister flesh buildings, while continuously using the Eye of Heaven to survey. The Eye of Heaven met with some resistance and couldn't penetrate deep into the wolf fang lair, but it managed to cover the front half of the area. That was enough. The lair of the fang of the jackal wolf, its form of existence is similar to the semi-mystic realm of our own, only far larger in scope. Moreover, its existence in and of itself is akin to an enormously large land of filth. Within it, the red mist swirled, fog-like and cloud-like, strange and magnificent. Although the density of the red mist couldn't compare to the regions influenced by the heart of corruption, it was on par with an ordinary red mist land. Now, as the lair's gate was crushed, streamers and wisps of red mist drifted out, spreading across the entire mountain region. To the naked eye, the areas closer to the portal were already showing signs of corruption. The corruption was expanding. However, the red mist deep inside the fang of the jackal wolf lair had also seemingly thinned a bit. Mu Yuan continuously observed through the Eye of Heaven and relayed the information to the undead, Lulu, and others. There are only 5 legendary creatures, indeed not many. However, the Eye of Mutation towers that we've seen so far number over 100, and all of them are of a higher grade than those we encountered in the monster tribe. The towers stood taller, the eyes of flesh larger. Besides them, there were also flesh tumors with gaping maws, faces of flesh that emerged on the 100-meter walls, and blood flesh tentacles that wriggled from beneath the red and black earth. And so forth. Mu Yuan noted the characteristics of these flesh structures one by one. Without a dedicated analysis team at Tianyuan City, he discussed briefly with the undead, Lulu, and Isloa. Afterwards, having initially gathered intelligence, it was time for action. In the land of mountains, the mighty white-boned Sacred Mountain stood tall. From the Sacred Mountain, one elite undead after another stepped forth, a total of more than 1,800. Of these, 1,200 were part of the Skeleton Legion, currently commanded by Bone 4. The remaining 600 or so were composed of evil spirits, ghost leaders, and a few great corpse shaman among other special units, overseen by Rakshasa. In the blink of an eye, the dense ranks of the undead surged out like a tide, arranging themselves into two formidable armies. Each had an army spirit, with the army soul embryo manifesting above them. A moving secret realm-class treasure, Malena mused to herself. The Natural Garden also had a similar epic treasure that could not only hold a large amount of supplies but also, at critical moments, directly carry personnel for relocation. This treasure was under her control, but she had lent it to the migratory faction a while ago to transfer a large number of people and supplies. She wasn't at all surprised that humans possessed such a treasure. Humans already had so many powerful secret weapons at their disposal, one more hardly made a difference. It was precisely because of secret realm treasures hiding their forces that they were able to silently reach this mountainous area. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for a 1,000-man legion on an expedition to avoid the eyes and ears of the Jackal Man. In the distance, Bone 4 launched a probing attack under the direction of Deadbone. Slice. Shrouded in black mist, the strength of more than 1,000 elites coalesced into a several hundred-meter-long dark sword light. The sword light descended from the sky, slashing towards the majestic city wall in the distance. Boom! Energy erupted, sending up columns of black smoke. Just as the black sword light fell, Mu Yuan saw the giant faces on the wall of flesh change in unison. Their features became blurry from clarity. At the same time, the colossal black sword light visibly shrank before one's eyes. The energy of death overflowed. A several tens of meters long and 20 to 30 meters wide gap appeared on the wall of flesh. But such a gap wasn't huge enough for the 100-meter tall wall. It wasn't sufficient to cleave through the blood-red wall. And in the blink of an eye, the wall of flesh was wriggling, closing up swiftly. No good, completely ineffective. Malena's expression turned ugly. Is this the monster overlord lair? Mentally, she acknowledged that the energy from her full-powered blow was even less than that of the human legion's concentrated strike. She herself was among the elite in the legendary realm, yet still unable to affect a mere wall. Of course, legends could fly through the air, and so could the army soul core. For her to bypass this wall wasn't difficult. However, behind the wall stood countless towers and innumerable traps were laid. If they didn't eliminate this first obstacle, the wall of flesh, crossing the wall would mean stepping into a trap. Once caught in a disadvantage, they might find themselves without an avenue for retreat. What to do? Just go for it. Fall, Mu Yuan spoke. The azure sky abruptly turned as red as if ablaze. This familiar scene made the Jackal men present suddenly change in color. Fuck, the humans really still have a trump card, they have so many in reserve. Malena was also taken aback. First, she was surprised that humans had any reserves left. Second, she wanted to ask, aren't you reluctant to be so extravagant with your secret weapons? With life-saving trump cards like these, she definitely wouldn't have been willing to use them unless it was a matter of life and death. The nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon roared as it plummeted from the sky, landing directly 2 kilometers behind the wall of flesh. The techniques hit the Jackal Wolf's lair. This was the most correct way to use the Staff of Divine Right. Ultra-long-range, delivery, war techniques, however, this was, after all, the lair of the monster overlord, with spatial barriers and some invisible influences Mu Yuan wasn't even aware of. The flight speed of the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon slowed considerably, and its brilliance dimmed slightly. Still, it ultimately crashed down. Endless light, endless heat bloomed on the red-black earth, like a blazing sun tinged with red amidst the blue, slowly rising. Wild waves of energy surged, sweeping outward in all directions. Except for the red mist that was still undisturbed, other mountains, buildings of flesh, and the Great Wall, all crumbled under the tide of energy. Several kilometers away, Deadbone and the others faced this oncoming storm directly. The storm obscured the sky and earth. Vaguely visible, the wall of flesh was heavily damaged, though it continued to wriggle, its repair speed significantly slowed. The malformed towers of flesh further away were also mostly destroyed. Just this one strike, just this one war technique, destroyed countless enemy flesh buildings and heavily impacted the monster lair's first line of defense. However, the limit of delivery for the Staff of Divine Right was about here. There was still leftover techniques, but they could not be projected deeper. And if the enemy had even a bit of prudence, they would not have just one line of defense but a second, a third, an nth line. After all, this was an overlord power that had been established for over 100, maybe even 200 or 300 years. No matter how many lines of defense were laid out, it wouldn't be surprising. Dead Bone pondered. If that was the case. The storm continued to blow, and waves of energy followed one after another. Yet Dead Bone spoke. All troops, charge. Duo Lai was somewhat astonished. Wasn't this too rash? Still, he instinctively kept up, rubbing his hands eagerly. He certainly preferred to get straight to the action. Bone 4 deeply grasped his boss's intention. Prudence is not something inconvenient. Since the enemy might have an nth line of defense, then, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the large-scale magic, a fierce assault to break through was the true path to caution. The path of caution that could kill the enemy most quickly, most efficiently, and most neatly, avoiding any unexpected occurrences. Dead Bone charged straight ahead, plunging into the tide of energy. Duo Lai followed closely behind. Next came Lulu. Uta moved up swiftly as well. The army Soul Corps, being less agile than real legends, kept a steady pace, continuously advancing and clearing the remnants of flesh along the way to ensure a clear path behind them. How could Dead Bone not secure the rear? He intended to grasp both ends. Outside the lair, Mu Yuan had his own tasks. Unable to contain herself, Milena had already charged forward. 17 followed by her side, her eyes sharp with a halo of starlight. She began to fully draw her bowstring, seemingly targeting some enemies. Mu Yuan didn't bother with her, he simply took out a deep green seed and tossed the seed onto a large tree not far away, its branches and leaves somewhat sparse. This was the largest tree they could find in the nearby area. The life seed still has some flaws, he mused to himself. The half-withered old tree, only 20 meters tall, had already begun its frenzied growth. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. Dead wood met spring, old branches sprouted new buds. Mu Yuan still found its growth lacking in vigor, so he took out several bottles of dew of nature and poured it directly on it. Immediately, the giant tree grew even more vigorously, and before long, an old human face emerged, and a rich life power spread out in all directions. Tree Demon Granny would guard the secret realm's gate. At the same time, within the old lair, the Wolf King and a few others were rapidly retreating. They were not injured. After all, they had taken precautions, and this was their stronghold. However, the Wolf King's expression was still gloomy. The losses were too great. Once again, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf had paid a huge toll in exchange for the humans' resources. This was too much of a loss. If this continued, when the human resources were depleted, wouldn't the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan pick up the spoils for free? He was extremely angry for a moment. Then he said, "Retreat to the second defense line immediately." Before he finished speaking, the Wolf King's fur stood on end. In the midst of the raging tide of energy, a shadow that seemed like the Grim Reaper hurtled towards him. He had already opened his domain. A massive domain with a radius of 4,600 meters that covered the surrounding world moved with his retreat. However, even though he was within his own domain, he had not detected the shadow entering. His domain did nothing to hinder the shadow in the slightest. If his domain was water, then the shadow was a white shark, freely swimming through the sea. The shadow was covered with a ring of pitch black color, flowing like a liquid shroud. This was also a domain. A domain condensed to the extreme, like a battlesuit covering the body. A domain fused into one's body, the legendary realm? Dead Bone had already closed in, and what seemed to be bone remains emerged from the ground all around, blooming like flowers. Barren Bone Wraith Flower Bone Realm. Its pupils shone with the eerie blue of Soulflame, and within that deep blue, there was a speck of golden light, majestic and unmatched in dignity and authority. An invisible king's might dispersed, causing several creatures of the legendary realm to simultaneously slow in their movements. The intangible king's might then turned into tangible golden threads, swiftly crossing the heavens and earth to entangle the retreating Wolf King. This was the power of tangible entwining. But it also directly attacked the spirit and soul. This was the intangible might. King's might tangible entwining. Dead Bone instantly caught up with the Wolf King. The two figures clashed with clangs in the blink of an eye, exchanging a dozen blows. How can there be such a strong being among the humans, when there clearly wasn't before? He stopped abruptly. He thought of the mysteriously vanished king of the Black Fang and Black Fury King. With his spirit shaken, the Wolf King could only muster 70 to 80% of his combat power and immediately fell into a disadvantage. He fought while retreating. At one moment, he was finally unable to withstand all of Dead Bone's moves and could only resort to using his less vital ribs to endure the piercing of a white bone spike from the shadow. He was a strong being on the path of eternal flesh and blood, able to heal rapidly as long as his head and heart were unharmed. He didn't consider himself a match for the shadow before him, but he thought retreating calmly to the second defense line should pose no problem. Suddenly, his face changed. A sense of death and decay emanated from the minor wound. His flesh-regenerating ability had become completely ineffective. The power of death continued to spread. This was not any deathly power or energy. It was the very concept of death. The sorrow of concept. The Wolf King's pupils contracted sharply. In the distance, as the sun set, General Duo Lai intercepted two creatures of the legendary realm. He blocked one with his body. In a place farther away, Lulu, with the distraction of Dead Bone and General Duo Lai, finally caught up to the enemy. He charged fearlessly into the fray. He had penetrated quite deep already, where many flesh structures still stood. Bloody tumors emitted shrill screams. The piercing screams were accompanied by waves of psychic attacks that spread everywhere. Lulu's expression did not change. He possessed the epic talent of the Sword of Will. In his sea of knowledge, the brilliant light of will became a golden sword, shattering all incoming psychic attacks. Around him, there were also bloodshot eyes wide open. Invisible forces of distortion fell upon him. He still remained silent, expression unchanged. The gold light had already burst forth on his body. The immortal gold forged his indestructible body. He raised his giant spear and smashed it onto a legendary jackal man who sought to counterattack. The brilliant fearless giant mountain god ranking followed with a thunderous strike. Indestructible gold light, sweeping the universe. Hands holding the blazing sun, invincible in this world. Milena Legend had just slain a few fourth-order jackal men and was pursuing the invaders when she saw a stark white gigantic bone spike lifting a burly werewolf high into the air, as though it wanted to pierce through and break the sky. The crown atop the head of this legendary werewolf was shattered, covered with dust and sand. Milena Legend stopped in her tracks. She halted mid-air with a dazed look in her eyes. It seemed she hadn't even had the chance to lend a hand, but had they already won? The lair of the fang of the jackal wolf spread across a vast area, with numerous flesh buildings erected deep within. The entire lair still possessed considerable defensive strength, and Mu Yuan couldn't claim that their victory was that simple. However, the few jackalope legends he had observed earlier, Dead Bone had already slain the strongest one. Duo Lai had blasted away two. Lulu had smashed one to death, leaving only an ordinary jackalope legend to escape deeper into the den. Only one legendary foe remained. Even the flesh buildings, war artifacts, and traps within the Wolf Fang lair could not play much of a role under the leadership of a single legendary realm monster. It was like, no matter how high the firepower of a Highland tower was, it would still be taken down within minutes if defended by only one hero. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf had only an ordinary legend left. Here in Tianyuan City, they were all six-gear-kitted legends, after all. After eliminating 4/5 of the formidable enemies, Dead Bone stopped forcing a breakthrough and instead moved forward steadily and methodically. He didn't overly destroy the flesh buildings, but simply followed the middle path, breaking through to create a safe route. Soon, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Lulu, and Milena, the four legends, arrived at the second main defensive line of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. In the distance, atop the mountains, stood numerous blood-colored towers, at least dozens in number. The towers exuded an ominous, eerie aura. Around them, there were still tens of thousands of elite monsters and the roaring war artifacts. They were numerous and tightly defended, yet, it was as if they were surrounded by the mere four figures. They were the ones being besieged, and indeed, it was the case. Duo Lai made the first move, stretching out its fair fingers, and the tip emitted a red light which rapidly expanded in the blink of an eye, forming a scorching red sun with a diameter of over 100 meters in just 2 blinks. It held the Da Ri and swung it forward. The blazing sun rolled on, bringing an indescribable pressure, the power to annihilate everything in its path. Such great force. Milena's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. There were many legends about Duo Lai, with her name echoing across this great domain. Her most famous battle was when she stood against 6 and defeated, even killed, several monster overlords, ascending to divinity in one battle. But Milena had never witnessed Duo Lai take action with her own eyes. Today was the first time. How can her energy gathering speed be so fast? In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a blow equivalent to an ordinary legend gathering a great amount of the power of heaven and earth, fully charged to deliver a mighty strike. And she didn't even borrow the power of heaven and earth. This was as if the long wind-up, long CD, ultimate moves of other legends were mere basic attacks in her hands. Milena finally understood why the battle ended so quickly earlier. With such an extraordinary legend present, ordinary legends simply had no chance to fight back. Duo Lai was not a peak heaven and earth realm legend, but she was definitely not weaker than a peak one. The blazing sun struck down. In the distant defensive line, bursts of bloodlight erupted, shrieks spread, continuously diminishing and offsetting the force of the orange-red blazing sun. The remaining Jackalope legend also hastily gathered the power of heaven and earth, delivering its own all-out strike. Boom! Dazzling light burst forth along the horizon. One after another, the flesh towers, flesh-based weapons, cracked, shattered, and broke apart, then burned and dissipated within the light. With one strike, an entire section of the defense line was gone. But Duo Lai wasn't satisfied, as the flesh buildings and flesh weapons were quite resilient and kept regenerating. Moreover, her last attack had been too direct, indeed getting countered halfway through. Dead Bone also felt it was too slow. At this rate, breaking through this defensive line might take us more than 20 minutes. Let's attack together, aiming for weak points to break through. Milena. Truth be told, isn't 20 minutes to breach a main defensive line fast enough? Or is it that the human unit of time differs slightly from that of the elves? She didn't know what to say, so she chose to remain silent. She clearly had rich exploration and combat experience, but none of it applied here today. At that moment, Duo Lai refused. No, I still have a trump card up my sleeve, guaranteed to be efficient and direct, trust me, trust me. Okay, then. With Duo Lai insisting, what could Dead Bone, as the big brother, do but let it be? Duo Lai strained to materialize a space-tearing seal and etched the Great Seal into the space before it. Its space-tearing seal had just been used and couldn't wield 100% of its might at the moment, but to deal with inanimate objects, it didn't need 100% of its space-tearing capabilities. Crack, space split open, and a fissure fragmented before Duo Lai. Then, the spatial rift rapidly extended towards the distance, beginning to branch out a kilometer away, spreading further in a fan-shaped front. The spread was not fast. If it were chasing a legendary creature, it wouldn't catch up. But before it lay only inanimate objects. The range of Duo Lai's space-tearing ability far exceeded the interference scope of the flesh buildings like the Deviation Tower. Spatial cracks couldn't be blocked or countered by conventional means either. Soon, whoosh, pieces of space shattered like broken mirrors, and although these spaces soon healed, within that extent, all the flesh towers and other structures had crumbled, with the remainder sucked into the collapsing space. Dead Bone spread his wings and crossed through the freshly healed narrow space. In a few breaths, he caught up to the last Jackalope legend. He ignored the surrounding aberrant glares, used his skeletal frame to construct a barrier, blocking one blood-colored beam after another. Then, swiftly, he slew the Jackalope legend. Meanwhile, Lulu ventured alone into the fray, His massive and majestic golden figure appeared, wielding a spear and sweeping across the battlefield. In just a moment, they shattered this line of defense into pieces. To the east and west, fleshy structures could still be seen in the distance, but Dead Bone paid no mind, heading straight for the depths of the lair. The red mist grew thicker. To Dead Bone's surprise, they did not encounter a third line of defense. It seemed that the Wolf Fang lair had only these two main defense lines. Could there still be traps? It pondered. Duo Lai. With so many eerie blood structures already, they still want traps? If there are any more traps, we'll just blast them away. There's no trap that a blazing sun can't handle, and if there is, we'll use two. So it spoke. Dead Bone then took over. We might as well start blasting. Duo Lai. Ah? You're serious about blasting? In the distance, there was a magnificent palace glittering with gold. Around the palace were some blood structures as well as ordinary buildings, all constructed with elegance and not in the style of the Jackal Man, but rather like that of humans. Destroying all of these, Duo Lai felt somewhat reluctant. But reluctance aside, it was clear on the priority. Besides, these buildings couldn't be moved anyway, they would have to be demolished sooner or later. Since they had to be demolished, there wasn't much difference from blasting them away. Fire away. Duo Lai took a deep breath, and vast energies of heaven and earth converged. It began the demolition. Half an hour later, Mu Yuan, following the main force of Bone 4, pushed forward, removing danger as they went, and finally reached the core of the monster overlord realm. Here, there was no trace left of its former glory, only shattered earth, broken walls, drifting red mist, and in the distance, within a massive crater, there was an enormous blood pond. Or rather, it was nearly a lake of blood. The blood pond was hundreds of meters in diameter, bubbling at the surface. In the middle of the blood pond, a tree-shaped structure of blood-hued crystals grew, branching out, with even a tiny fruit forming on it, though it looked far from ripe. When Mu Yuan arrived, Lu Lu stood beside the blood pond, his palm emitting purifying white light. He had been purifying for a while now. Since Lu Lu was alone and the volume of this blood pond was quite vast, the purification rate was extremely slow and seemed to have no end in sight. Of course, the current situation wasn't urgent, so whether the purification was fast or slow didn't matter much. For this reason, Dead Bone and Duo Lai were not present, as they were clearing other dangerous areas one by one. The Undead Legion split into small teams, beginning to sweep the surroundings. Mu Yuan called over Sophia, and the two of them went forward, adding some support to the purification effort. At the same time, Filth, in the name of Tianyuan City, I shall vanquish you. Duo Lai stood high in the sky, surveying all directions. Around it orbited one massive, scorching fireball after another. From time to time, it waved its hand, dropping one, making the earth tremble, and allowing the light of righteousness to shine upon the land. At this time, Rakshasa didn't command troops. He moved alone, slowly penetrating into the secluded parts of the Wolf Fang lair. Seeking traces. Eliminating remnants. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Dai, a four-ordered jackal man, leapt out from the cracked earth, its spear sharp and bloodied, striking with lethal intent towards Rakshasa. The angle was tricky. The timing was perfect. This was a four-ordered jackal man using geographical advantage for an ambush. The next moment, a pair of large hands extended from behind Rakshasa, one firmly catching the bloody spear, and the other, fingers clenched together, stabbing forward. Squelch, the dark palm pierced through the high-ordered jackal man, emerging from its back, clutching a throbbing red heart. With a squeeze, the heart was crushed. But at that moment, several more figures sprang out from the suddenly cracking reddish-brown earth. Their weapons, filled with tremendous energy, impaled Rakshasa's body. Killed them. This was a top-tier fourth order. But no matter how strong he is, he's still just fourth order, none can survive under our combined assault. Several fourth-order jackal men exchanged glances. The next moment, they suddenly realized something was wrong with the feel of their hands. The black-faced muscular man they'd skewered turned into a cloud of grayish-black smoke, which enveloped them. Screams emitted from within the grayish-black smog. Soon, all was quiet again. The smoke gathered and revealed the form of a Rakshasa. Elsewhere, at the shattered gates of the Wolf Fang lair, dozens of high-ordered jackal men burst forth. They moved at incredible speeds, about to dive into the surrounding black mountains to scatter and flee. Suddenly, the ground trembled like waves, and thick roots, like earth dragons, burrowed out, impaling one high-ordered jackal man after another who wasn't prepared in time. The roots danced wildly, capturing and quickly strangling a dozen stronger jackal men. Soon after, the realm of roots continued its frenzy, creating waves. After a few seconds, 3 fourth-order limit chiefs among the jackal men also met the same fate as the others, perishing within the sea of tendrils. From beginning to end, they didn't even catch a glimpse of Tree Demon Granny's true form. Kill as many as we can. Leave none behind. Monsters, even those that seem to have intelligence, and act in ways similar to humans, are still monsters at the end of the day. They are soaked in blood, ruthless, murderous, born to destroy and devastate. One must never harbor any sympathy for monsters. Monsters don't have offspring. They're spawned from the red mist, filthy and survive by feasting on humans. Lord, the 13th squad has found where the fang of the jackal wolf breeds humans. A breeding camp, with an initial estimate of over 1,000 humans and several hundred elves and other races, but. Sophia's voice was cold as ice as she spoke, her hands clenched. Mu Yuan also accessed his scouting Black Crow and saw a valley of blood and filth, where humans and elves, naked and shackled, had lifeless eyes. Kill, keep killing. We need not preserve anything, just destroy the entire Wolf Fang lair. There's no need to intentionally keep the monsters' corpses intact. Destroy what needs to be destroyed. If there are no complete corpses, then so be it. This was humanity's war against monsters. This was the first monster overlord to be cleansed by Tianyuan City. And this was just the beginning, the first of many to come. Throughout the Wolf Fang lair, the roar was incessant, and Duo Lai had lost all desire to collect treasures, constantly flying and bombarding. Dead Bone didn't empathize with these creatures, caring only for its own brothers and sisters. However, since the Lord was angry, it was angry too. It would channel the Lord's rage upon them. Around them, broken bones hummed and trembled. Countless skeletons flew up, forming a tide of bones. Dead Bone stood at the forefront of the bone tide, charging towards enemy shadows in view. The cleansing operation couldn't be concluded just yet. Inside the Wolf Fang lair, there were still numerous flesh constructions. Facing these, even someone as powerful as Duo Lai couldn't afford to be careless, for carelessness could lead to injury. Mu Yuan was also on guard against other monster overlords. Isloa was currently piloting the epic Mage Tower, suspended high in the azure sky, keeping a close watch on the land below. And at this moment, the purification joined by the power of 3 was finally approaching its end. The miracle of purification shone a white light high into the sky, completely enveloping the massive blood pond. Boom! The blood pond shuddered, cracked, and broke apart with a splash. At that moment, all remaining flesh constructions within the Wolf Fang lair, numbering over 1,000, trembled and began to crumble and collapse. All filth, all flesh, vanished entirely. The drifting red mist also began to dissipate. The world began to show signs of life once more. Dang. Notice. You have eradicated a monster overlord, regional level, and purified it. Notice. As this is your first time leading the eradication of a monster overlord, heaven and earth's gift will be elevated by 1 level. Boom. The ground trembled, the massive blood pool vanished into the white light, and the surrounding buildings made of nothing but remains and flesh also shattered into tiny pale red specks, scattering and fading into the air. The roaring and collapsing sounds were incessant, and the tinkling notification tones also exploded in his ears. The music of the strings was fascinating, intoxicating. Soon, the celestial white light began to slowly retract, turning into several basketball-sized light balls emitting a magnificent treasure glow, floating before Mu Yuan. It was that wonderful time for harvesting again. Eradicating and purifying a common monster tribe hardly brought him surprises anymore. But the lair of a monster overlord was different. The huge blood pond was obviously more advanced than those in the minion tribes, not to mention. It's my first time eradicating a monster overlord, and the gift from heaven and earth even upgrades by one level. I've never heard of this. He shook his head, washed his hands on the spot, and lit 3 incense sticks as an offering to heaven and earth before rubbing his hands together and starting to open the treasure light balls. Ding! Notification. Acquired Remnant Soul, Fierce Gun Ranger, Excellence 3-star. Notification. Acquired Miracle Blueprints, Energy Well, Excellence. Notification. Acquired Special Gift, Celestial Baptismal Light, Special. Celestial Baptismal Light, Description. You possess one opportunity for the light of heaven and earth baptism to descend and upgrade the troops within your territory. The strength of the celestial baptismal light effect depends on the current level of your territory. Note: this opportunity can only be retained for a maximum of 7 days. Mu Yuan stroked his chin, similar to the light of baptism during territory upgrade. Not bad. This light of baptism was not very effective for Dead Bone, Duo Lai, or the T1 chief who had already reached the 4th order peak and stepped into the legendary realm, but for the vast majority who were still in the 2nd order, 3rd order, and 4th order elite, the growth was significant. Within the Tianyuan territory's various troop types, the level difference among the elites was quite evident. Some elites recruited and trained later might even be only 2nd order. Mu Yuan had already opened 3 light balls. In his hand remained another 2 light balls. The radiance of these 2 light balls was even more magnificent and mysterious. He snapped open the first one, and a purple splendor soared into the sky, quickly obscured by the drawn blackness of night by Sophia, who stood by his side. Notification. You have obtained the epic treasure, Crown of Sovereignty. Crown of Sovereignty, Description. A crown symbolizing the sovereignty of heaven and earth, which significantly enhances the bearer's ability to command heaven and earth and extends the control over the elements of heaven and earth. An epic-level treasure similar to the space urn and pure white feather. The power of this epic treasure was more direct and forceful. Mu Yuan gave it a try. His synchronized avatar was only at the 4th order limit, but he himself was a formidable legendary master with multiple talents greatly enhancing affinity with heaven and earth. Even at the 4th order limit, he could still command the power of heaven and earth within a small radius. This radius was about 600 meters. However, issuing commands was not as effortless as in the legendary realm, somewhat strenuous. Yet, when he donned the crown of sovereignty, those elusive, mischievous, and rebellious elemental particles suddenly became obedient. The world in Mu Yuan's eyes transformed profoundly, becoming crystal clear. It was as if he had leapt from the 4th order limit to legendary. No, the change was even more exaggerated. His domain radius remained at 500 meters. But his radius of control over heaven and earth kept expanding. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. The radius of control kept extending until it stalled at 4,999 meters. With his palm hoisted up and a mere thought, the elemental particles between heaven and earth flocked to his palm, forging a gigantic light sword hundreds of meters long. At another thought, this giant sword condensed of wild energy dispersed, stirring a storm surge in the surrounding area. This treasure is quite impressive. This is nearly a 10-fold increase in control range. The 10-fold radius increase greatly amplified his own combat power, far more than 10 times. Of course, such an exaggerated growth was also due to his low base. A normal being in the legendary realm might only see several times the increase at most. Even so, an ordinary being in the legendary realm bearing this treasure could confront. At the very least, it could stand its ground against those at the peak of heaven and earth realm. A single treasure allows an ordinary legendary to leap through several orders of combat power, so powerful. Of course, Mu Yuan also noticed that this epic treasure was not without flaws. It was most suitable for those in the legendary earth realm. In the hands of someone in the legendary soul realm or legendary skill realm, the boost received wouldn't be as dramatic. Not bad. Now, it's time for the last light ball. Could it be the main event? Mu Yuan gazed at it. The splendor of this light ball was much the same as the previous one, but that didn't mean an epic would appear. It was uncertain. Before opening a blind box, nobody ever knows what might be inside. Maybe it's an epic. Maybe it's just a mundane treasure. Ding! Mu Yuan opened it. The splendor blooming before him was not purple. Feeling a bit disappointed, he suddenly realized that this colorless luminance was more colossal and dazzling than the previous purple pillar of light. The light soared to the sky, revealing an extremely mysterious building model brimming with profound truths of heaven and earth, descending into his palm. Notification. You have obtained the 4-Order Troop Building, Royal Gunners Association. Royal Gunners Association, Effect 1. At intervals, a certain number of Royal Musketeers, rare, can be recruited, with a small chance to recruit Dual Gun Ranger, Excellence, upon recruiting, and an extremely small chance to recruit Fierce Gun Ranger, Excellence. Effect 2. Within the influence range of the Royal Gunners Association, the ranks of Musketeer Series troops can be slowly raised. Additionally, after certain intervals, Musketeers within the area can receive a certain amount of ammunition supplies. Effect 3. Within the influence range of the Royal Gunners Association, the training speed of human race troops is enhanced, with a slight increase in the probability of breakthroughs. Effect 4. The Royal Gunners Association comes with 9 blueprints such as Royal Musket, Rare, Burst Bullet, Armor-Piercing Bullet, Evil-Breaking Bullet, and includes a set of musket and ammunition production lines. Effect 5. The Royal Gunners Association is equipped with Target Range Building, Rare, which can improve the training efficiency of shooting professions. 4-Order Military Unit Building. Any lord who owns it is qualified to contend for the front lines of the Tai Zan Great Lords. After all, a 4-Order Military Unit Building can recruit Excellence 3-star level troops. Lords who own such great unit buildings will see the foundation of their territories become increasingly formidable over time. As for higher up, the 5th-Order Military Unit Buildings. These are foundational buildings for great nations like Tai Zan. In the whole of Tai Zan, there are only a few such buildings, and they are public ones. Lords who openly own 5th-Order Unit Buildings. Mu Yuan hasn't heard of any. Of course, most lords are old-timers, and some were immensely powerful decades ago. They ought to have at least one 5th-Order Unit Building, right? As for small countries, let alone 5th-Order buildings, even 4th-Order ones are not owned by most small countries. To him, Lord Shepherd, the value of a 4-Order Military Unit Building is also extremely high. He doesn't care about what kind of troops can be recruited, but the rank advancements and training efficiency improvements that the military unit building offers are invaluable. The Royal Gunners Association is precisely the human race building he needs most. The capabilities of a 4-Order Gunners Association also seem to exceed those of a 3rd-Order Ice Spirit Cold Pool or Treeman Forest. It must be a building with a significant footprint. He'll build it as soon as he gets back. This musketeer troop type, not bad. My Tianyuan territory already possesses the Divine Archer series as a long-range troop type, but since I've drawn a Musketeer series military unit building, I might as well raise a troop of gunmen. The more long-range units, the better. Musketeers are also a fairly common troop type in Tai Zan, or rather, among human nations. Musketeers are slightly rarer than the Sentry series or Archer series, as Musketeers start from common 3-star level. Musketeer, Elite Musketeer, Royal Musketeer. The Musketeer series is one of the troop types with the best ability to overcome higher-ranked enemies during the mid-lower phases. Equipped with powerful specialty bullets, Musketeers can deal terrifying damage. It is not impossible for a 1-Order Musketeer to kill a 2nd-Order elite-level monster. Musketeers rely more on ammunition than archers. Musketeers also have a flaw. Their ammunition reloading is cumbersome, requiring them to refill bullets after each shot. At this stage, the rate of fire for musketeers cannot compare to that of archers, especially those equipped with triple shot and multi-shot skills. But once they reach the excellence grade, musketeers are equipped with updated weaponry that allows for continuous shooting and covering fire. At this stage, the rate of fire of musketeers far surpasses that of archers. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. After analyzing it, The positioning of the Musketeer series did not completely overlap with the Archer series. Archers. With the arrow of Polar Star, they take the sniper route, with accuracy and super long range as their strengths. Musketeers. The fierce gun ranger is mobile and tough, with stronger survival abilities than the Constellation leaders, and they can also sustain consistent covering fire. Moreover, since the output of the fierce gun ranger partly relies on ammunition, as long as there's a sufficient reserve, their stamina and energy consumption will be much less than the neighboring shooters in a large battle. They would have a longer endurance time, but they are also more expensive. If it wasn't for the Royal Musket Association including its own production line, even a great lord like himself wouldn't be able to afford this tactic. The rate of fire of the fierce gun ranger was something he still wasn't completely satisfied with. Not fast enough, not fierce enough. After all, the caliber of the gun was only so big. But, if the next evolution of the fierce gun ranger was the type of troop he envisioned, then the series would be very worth cultivating and could be paired with the arrow of Polar Star. The plan was set. He would try it in a few days. A 4-order military unit building, an epic treasure, and several valuable items. The haul this time isn't bad. If we dig 3 feet into the ground inside the Wolf Fang lair, we might find even more gains. However, nearly an hour has passed since the beginning of the campaign against the wolves, and the time we have might not be much. If his expectations were correct, other monster overlords were on their way. He wasn't adverse to another battle. However, he knew little about what Black Crow clan and Orochi clan held in reserve and had no assurance of capturing an enemy. Another battle would have no benefit but carried the risk of losses. Within the Wolf Fang lair, there were still thousands of beings waiting to be rescued and settled. If it could be avoided, it was better not to fight. At the same time, in the wilderness, within the former Wolf Fang territory, a group of over a dozen legendary realm individuals from the Black Crow clan were moving swiftly through the darkness of night. They were enveloped in thick clouds of darkness. The dark clouds carried them, allowing their flight to be quite swift, and the whole process was silent, not alerting any of the monsters along the way. They did not exude much aura. With the naked eye, energy detections, and other methods, it was impossible to capture their whereabouts. They could silently fly to the gates of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's main base. Simply, directly surround all the human powerhouses. By then, not only could they effortlessly devour all of humanity, but perhaps, they could also take the opportunity to flatten the lair of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. They were a force that worshipped the great god of the Black Crow. How could they coexist with filthy flesh monsters? It's just strange, isn't it, that the lair of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf can't hide itself, exposing itself like that. Gaw gaw gaw. According to our current speed, we'll arrive at the gates of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's main base in an hour and a half, said the legendary realm being controlling the dark clouds. The high priest wearing a black crow mask spoke. There's no need to rush, no need to rush. Once we reach the target area, we'll slow down, letting the Fang of the Jackal Wolf and the humans wear each other out, and also wait for our ally, the Orochi clan. Even if there are unexpected events, like the Fang of the Jackal Wolf being unable to hold out for just a few hours, we can still make it in time to block the humans inside the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's lair. The Black Crow High Priest stood at the forefront of the dark clouds. His voice was aged, yet it couldn't hide his dignity and ambition. The Black Crow clan would rise in his hands. Zha 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 zha. Suddenly, flap flap, a black bird with a sharp beak flew in from afar and hovered over the arm of the high priest. A message was transmitted. The Black Crow High Priest fell silent, the expression beneath his mask shifting again and again. After a long pause, he finally spoke. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf has been breached, an hour ago. The faces of the other legendary realm members of the Black Crow clan changed. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf collapsed so easily, not even holding out for a smidgen of time? High Priest, should we move faster? Otherwise, the humans might have already flattened the Fang of the Jackal Wolf and left at their leisure. Exactly, such a waste as the Fang of the Jackal Wolf has completely disrupted our plan. What's this about a pincer attack now? The legendary realm of the Black Crow clan discussed heatedly. The Black Crow high priest raised his hand, silencing them. No, he said, it's true that the fang of the jackal wolf is limited in ability, and they have been able to dominate the most fertile territory only with Dragon Sleep Valley's influence. However, the fang of the jackal wolf is still an overlord power on the same level as us. Even if they had suffered losses before, even if the humans may have some trump cards, logically, they shouldn't have fallen in such a short time. He paused. There's only one truth: humans have reinforcements, heavy support. It's very likely that the Tai Zan alliance from the neighboring Twilight Dominion has sent top-tier powerhouses. Now, the entire Wolf Fang lair is a trap aimed at us. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We must not set foot in that territory. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need to worry. This is not our first time dealing with a power of the level of the Tai Zan alliance. The top-tier powerhouses of the Tai Zan alliance can only stay in this domain for a few days at most. We just need to avoid their blade and use a dragging strategy against the humans. A bulwark is, after all, just a bulwark. The Black Crow clan also has a bulwark. Just wait for the storm to pass, then slowly cook the humans as they pleased. It just wasn't possible to eradicate humans in a short time. So thought the high priest. Simultaneously, the legendary realm of the Orochi clan also received the message and began a strategic retreat. As for Blood Snake in case, from start to finish, the Blood Serpent legend never took a step out of his lair. The Jackal Man? Not familiar. The regional overlord power that had disturbed the Tianyuan territory for months, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, announced its downfall, and henceforth, Tianyuan City truly occupied the core territory of the Ten Directions Island domain. Within the Wolf Fang lair, the red mist had become quite sparse, and the warriors of Tianyuan City were hurriedly packing up the spoils of war, trying to find a way to settle these thousands of humans and elves who had been farmed by the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. But it was difficult to find them a place to stay. Tianyuan City did not possess a secret realm treasure like Wraith Sacred Mountain or Death Remains territory that could shelter life, for ordinary people could not survive in places thick with the air of death. Moreover, I've checked, and most of the humans and elves here were born within the Wolf Fang lair. They wander aimlessly, with barely any vitality in their eyes, and the few. Melena's gaze was heavy. Among these survivors were over a dozen people who were explorers from her natural garden that had gone missing in the not-so-distant past. More accurately, they were the remaining dozen or so who were still alive from among the missing. The rest of the elves also had ties to her natural garden, to a greater or lesser extent. She had already contacted her elites. The natural garden was rapidly organizing teams, ready to come to their aid. It's just that she also lacked a secret realm treasure at the moment, and while these elves were said to be alive, many of them were essentially nothing more than empty husks. She didn't say she wouldn't save them. Whether they could be saved was one thing. Whether to save them was another. Let's move these people out first. Otherwise, once other monster overlords send their forces, we may not have the chance anymore. Not long after the thousands of lives were moved out, the entire half-semi-mystic realm of the Wolf Fang started to tremble. The ground cracked and broke with a crisp, snapping sound. The entire secret realm seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Around the perimeter of the realm, space began to fracture bit by bit, revealing voids leading to the outside world. The secret realm is going to collapse. It seemed as though the Blood Pond's core, which was also the foundation of the secret realm, was the key. Once the Blood Pond was destroyed, the secret realm began to collapse. Like a tilting building, its walls crumbled and finally toppled down. Don't collapse yet, hold on, Duo Lai hurried to grab the spoils of war. Its body continuously splitting into smaller versions of jelly-like Duo Lai's, lunging at the surrounding buildings that appeared more luxurious. Seeing this, Dead Bone sighed softly and pulled out a group of undead beings from Wraith Sacred Mountain. It micro-controlled these undead beings to push together items that seemed valuable, to be picked up by the sentient elite undead. Everyone was busily scurrying about, and even Lord Shepherd rolled up his sleeves to pick up some remnant souls. An hour later, no sign of the enemy remained, and the vast Wolf Fang lair had completely collapsed. Half the buildings and land had fallen into spatial rifts, while the remaining land, rubble, and bones scattered to the surrounding dark mountains over 100 kilometers wide. The entire range of dark mountains seemed to have grown larger. Dead Bone brought back two pieces of news. The good news was, they had managed to secure the spoils just in time, and the damage was not significant. The bad news was, the wealth of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was not abundant to begin with, and their most valuable assets were likely the flesh and bone structures and weapons. The Fang of the Jackal Wolf had invested most of their finances and resources into the construction of those. It was also because the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's assets were not substantial that they were able to collect most of them in just over an hour. As for whether there were any undiscovered hidden treasure vaults, maybe there were, maybe not. Given Duo Lai's behavior, it seemed ready to camp out here for the next few days, digging for potential treasures. Even so, the Wolf Fang Lair still contributed a significant gift to Tianyuan City. The income from soul crystals and remnant souls is less than the battle for the defense of Tianyuan City, but the intake of other materials and equipment is much more than that day's battle, not to mention the gains from purifying the blood pond. Heaven and Earth's gift was the greatest reward. 4-order troop buildings, epic treasures, and the like were priceless treasures. Afterward, Mu Yuan passed an storage ring to the legendary Milena as compensation for the battle, or rather, a share of the spoils of war. Everyone present had a share. A legendary being had specifically come to help out, so he couldn't just give nothing in return. Milena didn't accept it. By the rules, she was indeed entitled to compensation, but I made no contribution to this battle, and it would be shameful for me to accept these spoils of war. Before coming, she had thought about lending a hand when Tianyuan City fell into a disadvantageous position, securing them a retreat. Back then, she had also wondered whether Tianyuan City had some trump cards to truly eliminate the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, an overlord power. The result was that Tianyuan City was not only stronger but faster than she could have imagined. Her sword had hardly touched the blood of the Jackal men. It was all too fast. She was astonished, she was wistful. All the past hatred and pressure seemed to dissipate in that moment. Milena looked up at the sky, where the clouds seemed to transform into familiar figures, smiling faces she knew well. The companions who had perished at the hands of the Jackal men could now rest in peace. She thought. Half a day later, in the land of the Black Mountains, more human and elven elites began to gather. By this time, Great Lord Shepherd had already returned to the loyal Tianyuan City atop Jun. The first thing he did was clear a space in the human barracks within the city to accommodate the 4-order troop building they had just acquired. No, to be exact, he had already instructed his division generals to clear the area even before he returned. By the time he arrived with the troop building, the site was almost ready. Go. Prompt. The current area meets the requirements. Prompt. Do you wish to place the 4-order troop type, Royal Gunners Association, in the current area? Yes, to the north of Tianyuan City, an area that is relatively close to Treeman Forest. Boom. The earth quaked and trembled, strands of heavenly light cascaded down, too dazzling to see clearly. When the skeleton cemetery was built, the earth withered and black fog spread everywhere. When Treeman Forest was built, the earth sprouted anew, and trees grew and swayed. When Ice Spirit Cold Pool was built, solid ice rose from flat ground, and a chill enveloped the world. As for the Royal Gunners Association, the environment in front of him did not change. There were no exaggerated terrain changes, no flamboyant mist shrouding the earth, only the polished marble floors and the buildings that rose from the ground in this area. A domed association building, tall, imposing defense towers. A vast target practice training area. Landscaped gardens adorned with bright flowers and greenery. And so on. The whole Royal Gunners Association was like a standalone estate built within the city, a quiet enclave amid the bustle, with an air of its own. Something seems a bit off. This is clearly a troop-type building. Yet it looks even more luxurious than his city lord's mansion. Prompt. The Royal Gunners Association has been completed. Mu Yuan was about to enter and have a look around. However, the entire Royal Gunners Association was still trembling slightly. The changes had not ended. At the deepest part of the association area, space began to stretch and fold, gradually opening up an ascent. Is this the opening of a semi-mystic realm? The Royal Gunners Association can have its own semi-mystic realm? Which means the benefits from the previous promotion trial weren't a one-time thing, but more like a privilege. As long as it was a troop-type building constructed within Tianyuan territory, it could be promoted once. The scope expanded, the effects upgraded, the cultivation enhancements and level boosts for troop-type buildings could now see a significant increase. The large amount of land generated out of thin air also allowed for the construction of more buildings capable of housing human troops for living, cultivating, and training. And that wasn't all. The territorial power under my command has also significantly strengthened. This is triple happiness. As Mu Yuan reveled in happiness, members of the Black Crow clan, who had already returned to their own lair, were not so happy. The Wolf Fang territory had been annihilated. Despite that, they were sure that humans could only have destroyed Wolf Fang territory by calling for substantial reinforcements from their backers, the Tai Zan Alliance. Such an opportunity was likely to come but once. Still, it made both the Orochi clan and the Black Crow clan feel threatened. Humans must die, of course. They never intended to spare humans. The weaker vitality forces were inconsequential, akin to wild ingredients in their eyes. Even a tad stronger entities that possessed the legendary realm were not spared. They would eliminate them one by one. The envoy from Wolf Fang territory mentioned before that humans and elves have established many mining outposts in the wilderness. But Wolf Fang territory fell too quickly, and we do not have the exact coordinates or information about these outposts. The high priest of the Orochi clan paced back and forth. After some thought, the first task he gave out was to ascertain the locations of the human mining camps. These were the exposed weaknesses of the humans. Alas, they did not have many informants within the Wolf Fang territory to investigate these vulnerabilities, which would take no short amount of time. All because Wolf Fang territory fell too hastily. Damn it. Leave this matter to the various tribes below to handle. Be sure to clean up any traces during this time. Remember not to expose our clan's location. Yes, High Priest. The Orochi High Priest walked to the center of the clan. Red mist filled the air, guarding an imposing statue of a giant serpent. The High Priest knelt in worship. Praise be to the mighty snake god, Lord Orochi. Praise. Praise. After he chanted for half a day, invisible ripples began to spread from the giant serpent statue. A pair of mismatched eyes opened on the statue, cold and indifferent. The giant serpent didn't speak, but the high priest knew, the venerable Orochi servant had arrived. He immediately began to explain the situation to Lord Orochi in the briefest and clearest of terms. The high priest was somewhat uneasy. Contacting Lord Orochi was not difficult. Unlike the neighboring flesh monsters, they had their own faith. With faith as the bond, he could easily cross the barriers of the great domain and consult Lord Orochi. However, as one of the great servants of the snake god, Lord Orochi must carry many important responsibilities and might not have time to pay attention to their small Orochi clan community. The high priest was somewhat uneasy, above the sculpture. An Orochi servant contemplating with a strand of consciousness projected. A regional overlord has been eradicated? What does that have to do with him? The Orochi clan's clash with human forces? That he cared a little about. After all, there weren't many regional overlord-level forces under the Orochi Venerable. He relied on these forces to make offerings to perform well in front of the snake god. Besides, humans, the Tai Zan Alliance. The Orochi Venerable seized the key point, and his pupils grew even colder, the atmosphere around the sculpture seeming to be filled with immense pressure. One of his eyes was injured by a powerhouse of the Tai Zan Alliance and had yet to heal, which had become an indelible shame for him. He had also repeatedly suffered setbacks in a certain small Tai Zan territory. His avatar hadn't even descended when the anchor sculpture was shattered. This was a disgrace. His avatar had descended, and yet he was defeated by a mere elite-level soldier. This was a second disgrace. He, in his perfect avatar, had struck across domains only to be frustrated again and again. This was a third disgrace. Thinking of this. Fine. The loud voice echoed within the Orochi clan. Countless Orochi clan warriors knelt down. The high priest showed an excited expression. Next, as long as he thoroughly investigates the situation with the humans, he would have the courage to take the initiative to attack. Perhaps he could snatch the initiative from the Black Crow clan and take hold of the first seat of power for the entire island. It was secure. Even if humans could call for reinforcements, he was steady. After all, the sculpture before him was built at great expense by the entire Orochi clan and even incorporated a strand of Lord Orochi's god soul. With Lord Orochi descending across domains and stepping out from the Red Mist land, he could exert 80% of his strength. Ding, notice. You have recruited Fierce Gunranger. 30 Royal Musketeers, Dual Gunrangers, and Fierce Gunrangers stood in line in front of Mu Yuan. Royal Musketeers wore cowboy hats, held muskets over half a meter long, and donned uniforms as elaborate as those of a ceremonial guard. The dress of the Dual Gunrangers and Fierce Gunrangers was not so flashy. They all held dual guns, but could also fit other firearms. They came with a proficiency in a variety of firearms. The leading Fierce Gunranger bowed slightly. He could not speak yet, seeming to lack self-awareness, but possessed high intelligence. This was nothing compared to the tree demon granny next door when she was first born. Mu Yuan was somewhat disappointed, but on second thought, he himself wasn't short of a strong division general or two. If his subordinates weren't strong enough, he would just evolve them. He had recruited this batch of musketeers in a rush, partly to satisfy his own curiosity. He patted the Fierce Gunranger on the shoulder. As the leading figure of the Musketeer series, the organization will grant you a benefit. An interest-free evolution loan for 6 months. Excited? No need to be. Just work hard. Though a bit eager, Mu Yuan still took the new Fierce Gun to the evolution ceremonial site within the Dragon Mound secret realm and equipped him with enough auxiliary materials before preparing to begin evolution. He gazed intently. 5,000 evolution points were a drop in the ocean to him now. He drew out a strand of Evo power and sprinkled it towards the distant Fierce Gun. Suddenly, vague information surfaced in his mind. Evolution. Holy Gunranger. Evolution. Gunner Master. Choose. Mu Yuan recognized both epic soldier types, the Holy Gunranger and the Gunner Master, having seen their demo videos. The former's firepower was quite swift, and its signature skill, Holy Gun Baptism, seemed to have infinite firepower for a short period, enabling very powerful coverage with firepower. The firepower of the Holy Gunranger was quite substantial, excelling in group damage and could complement the arrow of Polar Star. However, compared to the Gunner Master, the Holy Gunranger's firepower paled significantly. After all, how can guns compare to artillery? The power of the evolutionary miracle came to a halt halfway through. Lord Shepard fell into deep thought. 2 paths? In fact, the advanced form of the Fierce Gunranger is the Holy Gunranger. They are a continuous line of troop types. Mu Yuan's previous idea was to form a Holy Gun Corps in the future, covering the city defenses with firepower to sweep away the monster tide. The range of the Holy Gunranger was shorter than the arrow of Polar Star, playing to their advantage in city defenses or field encounters. However, human forces spend the majority of their time on the defensive against monster power, with city defense battles occurring far more frequently than siege battles. The survival and maneuverability of the Gunner Master were not as good as the Holy Gunranger, but its range was longer, allowing for saturation fire. Mu Yuan had seen videos of a legendary Realm Gunner Master single-handedly holding off and bombarding an entire monster tide. Hundreds of thousands of cannonballs whistled across the azure sky, as dazzling laser beams tore through the earth and a dense barrage interwove a symphony of the battlefield. The Gunner Master indeed met his needs more, but why did this evolutionary option appear? Was this Fierce Gunranger somewhat special? Mu Yuan thought not. This Fierce Gunranger wasn't bad, the proximity to awakening its self-awareness an inch away since birth, yet such talent in Tianyuan City was but mediocre, nothing out of the ordinary. So it must be. Has the Evo power itself evolved? It might be that the last evolution of the Evo power included this change, it's just that I hadn't noticed it. With a thought, Mu Yuan immediately switched to the Lord's perspective. He gazed down at the distant skeleton cemetery, focused on an ordinary-looking skeleton soldier, and tried something on it. Evolve. Skeleton warrior. Evolve. Skeleton archer. It was indeed feasible, however, there was no option for the skeleton mage to pop up. He then turned his attention to a skeleton general, who was absorbing the black mist to meditate. Evolve. Skeleton lord, but no second option appeared. Mu Yuan stroked his chin, pondering for a while, and came up with two possibilities. One is compatibility. Crossing lines of evolution need to meet a prerequisite of whether it's suitable or not. Clearly, the difference between the Holy Gun Ranger and the Gunner Master is not that big. At least they are both human and both use firearms, with many overlapping skills as well. The other might have to do with my own awareness. He was not unfamiliar with the epic class of Gunner Master. After all, the Holy Gun, Gunner Master, Arrow of Polar Star, Fearless War Commander, these types of troops were quite common epics within human forces. He knew a bit about the Gunner Master, hence the second possibility appeared. Proceed with the Gunner Master route of evolution? This evolution will consume 6,000 units of evolution points. A bit expensive, but reasonable. Evolve then. The glow of the miracle descended. In the white light, a new fierce gun quickly underwent metamorphosis, with its self-awareness emerging, and amidst its still fuzzy understanding, or better said, a blank slate of memory, rapidly endowed with the mark of the Gunner Master. He was like a pristine sponge, quickly absorbing profound knowledge. Ding! Notification. Your troop, Gunpowder, bathed in the glow of the miracle has evolved into an epic 1-star life, Gunner Master. Notification. Gunpowder has had an epiphany during evolution, awakening the talent, Gun Arsenal, intrinsic space to store firearms and cannons, and the talent, Guns Mastery, has been enhanced. Notification. Gunpowder has had an epiphany during evolution, awakening skills, multi-shot, overload shot, laser cannon. Notification. Gunpowder has during this evolution awakened the epic skill, Infinite Firepower. It's actually this skill. Mu Yuan had seen many videos and data about Gunner Masters, but he really couldn't be certain which epic skill a Gunner Master possessed. The names and information of epic skills were strategic level intelligence. He couldn't get them through public channels, not even if he paid for them. To understand these, one must be very familiar with a lord's household that has this type of troop. Of course, the epic skills that a Gunner Master might possess are not necessarily limited to this one. But undoubtedly, Infinite Firepower is the most fitting skill for a Gunner Master. No wonder the Gunner Master can stand against an army alone, hailed as the strongest troop type for eradicating the monster tide. Infinite Firepower, description. For the duration of the skill, the rate of fire for all firearms and cannon weapons of the Gunner Master significantly increases, the state of the firearms stays constant, and additionally, the Gunner Master wields unlimited ammunition for his firearms and cannon weapons during the duration. Note: the duration of this skill is quite short. This is the terrifying aspect of Infinite Firepower. A legendary Realm Gunner Master used Infinite Firepower. The extent of his artillery coverage could rival that of Duo Olai. Capable of turning vast areas into scorched, fissured earth in a short span of time. Of course, Duo Olai had already embarked on the path of space, using saturation strikes primarily for chopping vegetables. Afterward, Mu Yuan used the Gunner Master template to personally experience this epic troop type and gained a truly deep understanding of it. This is a technical troop type, not as simple as it seems on the surface, merely needing to shoot rapidly and bombard loudly. The Gunner Master inherently possessed Guns Mastery, able to skillfully manipulate a variety of firearm weapons, while also having proficient shooting techniques. Just as archers come with archery skills, sentinels possess certain firearm techniques. The advantage of a troop type over a normal person's class change lies here. However, to unleash the full potential of a Gunner Master, merely being familiar with firearms and possessing shooting skills is not sufficient. A gunner master also needs to understand the repair, assembly, and modification of firearms and cannons. A powerful gunner master always uses guns and cannons made by his own hands. As for gunpowder, as a green-hand gunner master, he doesn't quite have the skill yet. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. It seems that the fierce gun series of troops cannot all evolve into gunner masters in the future. This field is too deep, and not everyone can grasp it. Even gunpowder isn't enough to perfectly display the abilities of a gunner master. Of course, it's too early to talk about this now. Gunpowder is still just an apprentice-level greenhand. Even for a gunner master, one must reach the third-order warlord level to truly play a significant role on the battlefield. Otherwise, even an epic is just an inconspicuous soldier. At least that's the case in Tianyuan City. It will take at least half a year to set up a gunner master unit. For now, it's enough to deal with the monster power of our own island domain. We don't need gunner masters. When we move to the pioneer group and the frontline fortresses in the future, the gunner master unit should have taken shape, right? However, gunner masters need to learn technology, and our Tianyuan City doesn't have that technology at all. How are we going to solve this problem? Send gunpowder to study at the Tian's Academy? Perhaps that's one way. But Tian's City may not necessarily have gunner master instructors. Who would use an epic troop as an instructor? Let's think about it slowly. To the east of 10 Directions Island Domain, beyond the turbulent ocean currents, lies a great domain named by the long-standing Great Nation-level forces of the Star Luo Holy Palace. The Shen Luo Domain. This domain has been managed for quite a long time and is dotted with towns and cities. In the central part of the domain heading south, almost all the territory belongs to humans. No monster tribe is seen in the southern half of the Shen Luo domain. Occasionally there are some monster camps born, but they are quickly exterminated. The entire area is quite safe. Some towns even stopped building walls. However, in contrast to the safe situation, the Shen Luo domain has fewer and fewer resources available for exploitation. The relationship between the territories and vassal states under the Star Luo Holy Palace has become tense. Some lords have set their sights on other territories. Others focus on the stars and seas beyond. Expansion is necessary. Expansion is the only way to a future. How are the exploration results of the Whirlpool Sea? Can we find a passage to the second region? They had previously forged a passage that led to an island domain not yet stepped upon by any living being. The good news is that this island domain also hasn't been discovered by monster power, only hosting some indigenous camps and tribes that are almost unevolved. However, the bad news is that the entire domain is not large. It's a small domain among island domains, and resources are relatively scarce, which slightly disappointed him. But even so, to monopolize an entire island domain still made him and his entire territory's power profit greatly. What if they could discover a rich, untouched golden territory? The Whirlpool Sea is such a magical place. It's dangerous, but it also conceals great opportunities. A common lord who finds a great opportunity and seizes it may suddenly become a renowned figure of international fame. Opportunity. Opportunity. Lords continuously expand in search of opportunity. At this moment, a division general of the direct lineage hurried over and said, "Lord, big news. Big news. A group of wandering commoners has arrived at Ironstone Mountain, and the leader is said to be a hero, a recruitable wild hero." The Lord nodded slightly. Wild heroes are sought after everywhere, but those who can gather a group and lead are not so easy to recruit. Some small forces originated from such wild groups. The division general continued, "Not only that. I've got word. This wild hero likely has the profession of a gunner master, an epic tier life form." Epic? The Lord said. "What are you waiting for? Get moving immediately with me. We can't let others get ahead." An epic hero is worth the effort and high cost of recruitment, no matter how difficult the process may be. This is opportunity indeed. The Twilight Dominion. Compared to the Shen Luo domain, the Twilight Dominion is not as developed. Tai Zan has only 3 central cities in the entire Twilight Dominion, and the Tai Zan territory occupies just a corner of the domain. The outposts and rest camps built by the pioneer group in the wilderness are like drops of water falling into the sea, instantly disappearing without a trace. Naturally, in such a domain, there are many dangerous places, dead lands, and unknown areas. There are also a considerable number of monster powers that can be called dominant. Just like the once supreme power within the Dark Forest, the Goblin Kingdom, they are quite strong among dominant forces. The power we are going to subjugate this time is a dungeon power. The Spider Kingdom. You guessed it right. The Spider Kingdom is a dominant monster power. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the Spider Kingdom has at least 7 or 8 beings in the legendary realm, equipped with many strange and dangerous weapons of war. The Spider Kingdom has repeatedly harassed our Tai-Zon territory, and recently, they launched sneak attacks on 2 of our logistics department's transport teams, resulting in heavy losses for both teams, including the fall of 2 legendary beings and over 100 elite casualties. The loss of materials is valued at tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of soul crystals. But precisely because of this, we have seized the trail of the Spider Kingdom. Today, we shall utterly annihilate this monster overlord. A 4-star frontier lord of the Pioneer Group declared passionately in front of everyone. Indeed, to utterly destroy a monster overlord is no easy task. To avoid losses, their power on paper must far exceed that of the Spider Kingdom. For this purpose, the 4-star frontier lord, Surgebinder, brought several frontier lords along. Lord Wuji and Lord of Ba Long were among them. Of course, both were well aware that they were just small fish, merely following the lead of the more powerful and mopping up any that slipped through the net. The opportunity to destroy a monster overlord is a rare one indeed. The 2 of them received such an opportunity because of their efforts fighting enemies at the Exploring Stronghold not long ago, where they met Surgebinder, the influential one. The influencer might have taken notice of their potential and given them a chance as a personal favor. However, the 2 did not sell themselves short. Although they had not yet reached the legendary realm, with a complete army soul core at their command, they possessed the power to battle, even slay, ordinary legends. In the campaign to destroy the monster overlord, they could also play a significant role. Their pride would not allow them to be mere cheerleaders shouting, 666. For now, they would follow the lead of the influencer and gain experience, and in 3 or 4 years, they would surely be able to lead a campaign against a monster overlord just like Surgebinder. The thought was indeed thrilling. This is what it means to be part of the Pioneer Group. The world of the Pioneer Group and the world of a common lord are as different as heaven and earth. Who could have thought that in just over half a year, our strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation, commanding more than just a handful of 4th-order peak underlings, and all of a sudden, we are qualified to participate in the war against a monster overlord. Yushan, Kong Ming, Shen Mao, and Tianyuan, I wonder how they're doing. After the campaign to eradicate Fang of the Jackal Wolf, Lord Shepard found himself with some free time since there was no need to substitute for Isloa. However, compared to before, he had no shortage of affairs, neither did his peers. Dead Bone returned to the northern border to continue investigating the situation in the Furious region, searching for potential gates to other realms. Mu Yuan also resumed the exploration of the Furious regions to the east and south. The south connected to the Twilight Dominion, and his goal was to find safer and more accessible passages. As for the east, the location of Tianyuan City was actually quite close to the eastern extreme of the Ten Directions Island domain. With Fang of the Jackal Wolf vanquished and the mining areas relatively safe for a short time, Mu Yuan assigned Rakshasa to be in charge of explorations to the east and south. Having experience in this area and surpassing his previous strength, Rakshasa's primary task remained cultivating his abilities. Mu Yuan would arrange a battalion of skeleton lords and fearless war commanders for the exploration, with Rakshasa taking over once they found any leads. In this manner, whether division generals of T1 or lower-tier generals of T3 and T4, everyone had work suited for them. And then there's the matter of assigning personnel to serve in the Pioneer Warzone and Logistics Development Department. Mu Yuan contemplated. He had promised the Lord of Han Yu City to eventually head to the Great Warzone under her jurisdiction. Despite the unexpected events and no urgency from her end, he would still send someone, honoring his promise. In 2 more months, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Sario, 17, Sophia, and others would steadily step into the legendary realm. By then, dispatching 1 or 2 legends to lead will not impact the safety of Tianyuan City, yet it will be possible for them to undertake high-level missions in the Great War Zone and earn merits and contributions. This too would be a good thing. Otherwise, sending some fourth-order strongmen to the war zone to stay in the stronghold and defend against the tides with the garrison, merely for some contribution points and a daily wage, was not his ambition. His goal was to venture across the stars and the seas. Over the next few days, Lord Shepard's life was uneventful. The City Hall began to divide powers with the City Lord's mansion. Isloa moved the City Hall office to South City District, and proposed the formation of an Inner Guard Corps and an Armed Maid Corps. The former was responsible for defending the core area of the territory. After all, the core area contained the Lord's altar, entrances and exits to secret realms, high-grade miracle buildings, and other critical facilities, areas that must have tight security to plug all possible breaches. It was about being prepared for the future, to guard against potential spies and assassins, and to ensure the safety of the core zones. The latter was in charge of safeguarding Lord's living quarters and safety, that is, the region of the City Lord's mansion. With the municipal department moving out, the City Lord's mansion will lack manpower, and Lord, your daily life may turn into a mess. Isloa teased the Lord for lacking essential life skills, commonly known as lazy. But could a Lord's matters be called laziness? It was simply about allocating limited energy to the most necessary places. Moreover, the witch herself lacked life skills, and the entire intermediate mage tower was also in disarray. Isloa recruited and mentored several apprentices, but they were also her assistants in daily life. Thus, Mu Yuan lured Isloa's competent assistant, Mo Li, to the City Lord's mansion department. He could finally live a lord's life. Probably, the calm of these days was relative. After all, the 10 Directions Island domain was situated deep in the wilderness, and seeking the tranquil stability of other territories was simply impossible. Tianyuan City, the fortresses of Wolf Head Mountain in the north, would sometimes face the onslaught of creature waves. Sometimes, the scale of the waves reached tens of thousands. Considering the large area and populous nature of Tianyuan City, it naturally possessed a unique allure in the eyes of creatures. Many monsters would instinctively head toward Tianyuan City, gathering with other monsters along the way, gradually forming a wave. The mining outposts scattered in the wilderness did not have a population large enough to attract monster waves of tens of thousands. But they were more likely to catch the attention of intelligent creatures. The minefield managed by the Catfolk was attacked this morning by a group of Oakman creatures. According to the report from the command center, several elite Catfolk were killed in action, and there are more than 20 wounded. Mo Li stood to the side with her hands clasped in front, her tone impeccably formal. A paragon of a dispassionate reporting maiden. Mu Yuan browsed through the report. The elites Tianyuan City stationed at the Catfolk mine included 2 beings, or rather, 2 undead. One was a skeleton lord named Bone 66, serving as the official envoy. The other was a ghost commander of the underworld, dwelling within Bone 66 and hidden in the shadows. The report from the Catfolk mine came from these 2. Otherwise, even if the Catfolk sent word to Tianyuan City, the messengers would still be en route at this moment. Yet Tianyuan City had a delay-free network, the Spiritual Link Web. However, elites like Bone 66, of course, would not directly send messages to Mu Yuan. If they did, Lord Shepard would spend all day receiving messages and have no time for anything else. Messages were usually relayed to the command center responsible for coordination, summarizing information, and acting as an intermediary. Only then would they reach Mu Yuan, at that time, in the Catfolk tribe. Envoy Sir, look, we Catfolk are clearly targeted by the Overlord. This might just be the vanguard of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. We need support. Bone 66 showed no expression. As a skeleton, it naturally had no expression, and with a solid black mask, outsiders could not make one out anyway. In the Catfolk's eyes, it simply appeared as a cold and unapproachable human. A demeanor that seemed hard to communicate with. The catfolk elder approached with trepidation, but he had to at least try. Who knew if it could really bring reinforcements? Playing the role of the pitiable was an old skill for them. Bone 66 looked down at the catfolk before it, with soul flames flickering in its eye sockets. What should it say at this moment? It recalled and imitated its boss's tone. It's just a group of oakmen. Guarding the mine is your catfolk tribe's responsibility. We only intervene in legendary realm matters. Do not disappoint the Lord. The catfolk elder left in disgruntlement. At another mine. Fire Lion Tribe Mine Number 1. The Tianyuan city official stationed there was none other than the vampire Marquis Gibby. Compared to Bone 66, Gibby was at least 30 blocks ahead in diplomacy. He got on friendly terms with the Fire Lion warriors in just a few days. Want to rent another mine? No problem, count on me, Gibby, he said, then suddenly looked troubled. But you know, Fire Lion Chieftain. The Featherman Kingdom only rented 2 mines. Renting the remaining mine to you is not a problem, but doing so would make it difficult for our lord to operate. The Fire Lion Chieftain pondered and showed understanding. It's just about paying a price. He got it, he understood. Meanwhile, Sophia sat on the evolution ceremony platform within the Dragon Mound's secret realm. Her black dress spread out like an ink-black lotus splashed open. Suddenly, the black lotus too dissipated, turning completely into countless droplets of black ink, splattering in all directions. These were black crows that scattered in flight, then suddenly came together to form a majestic and mysterious nether raven, twice the size. The nether raven perched on a branch and transformed back into the figure of Sophia. Tens of identical Sophias appeared around the Bingqing lotus platform, with each black lotus blossoming. They were both her and not her. In the past, Sophia becoming a black crow was merely a sleight of hand, an illusion technique. Now, her dark crow bloodline seemed to have further sublimated, already capable of freely switching between black crow and human form. Incarnation of the nether raven, talent, description. The manifestation of a corpse god crow bloodline that has reached a certain level of purity. Sophia can freely transform into a nether raven, and her consciousness can travel freely among nearby nether ravens. Sophia can also create nether raven servants with considerable combat power. This talent further enhanced Sophia's survival ability. Combined with the heroic exclusive weapon, Crown of the Night, her survival ability had reached a divine level. Moreover, the appearance of the talent of incarnation of the nether raven meant that the black crows Sophia created were no longer mere cannon fodder with only the ability to hide. The black crows stood up. With the epic skill like Raven Storm, Sophia's personal combat power almost made it into the top 10 in the Tianyuan territory. Another 2 days passed. Uda, who had been replaced, returned to Tianyuan City. He sparred with a few strong individuals who had stayed in the city to adjust himself to his peak form, and then he walked into the land of evolution in the Dragon Mound's secret realm. After a while, a brilliant light soared to the sky, and the domain interferer buzzed into operation. Mu Yuan heard a prompt by his ear. Prompt. Your troop, Uda, has been promoted to an epic 3 stars level life form, and has awakened the epic skill, Combat Will Armament. Combat Will Armament, description. Manifests the intangible combat will into a special armor that covers one's body. The Combat Will Armament can be used for both offense and defense, and its strength and coverage area depend on the user's magnitude of combat will. This skill had some similarities with Lulu's Sword of Wool, but was more mystical. The gap between the upper and lower limits of the Combat Will Armament was immense. Sword of Will is a talent that, at the very least, can greatly enhance an individual's willpower and concentration. Combat Will Armament is different. Its mere existence cannot affect the user's combat will but is greatly influenced by it. Those with weak combat will cannot unleash much power of this epic skill. Additionally, this combat will refers to the user's real-time combat will. Whether it's strong or weak, it can fluctuate significantly with time and environment. Mu Yuan imported Uda's template and tried using the skill. With the help of an epic skill, he would normally take a discount and could only exert 80% times 80% of its effect. But even with over 60% of the original skill's power, it wasn't too weak. That's how it should have been, but as a result, Lord Shepard, using the combat will armament, after struggling for a while, finally managed to condense a thin set of black gauntlets over his fists. That was rather disappointing. Was the combat will armament really that bad? He switched to Lord's vision and looked towards Uta in the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm, his body covered with a swath of pitch-black armor. Lord Shepard fell silent. The combat will armament wasn't bad. Neither was Mr. Mew. He had just woken up. Who could muster a strong will to fight right after waking up, and who maintained a strong will to fight at all times? But there was someone who actually could. Uta seemed to be able to do it indeed. This man, who deeply loved combat and always wanted to spar and fight with the strong, indeed had combat will on his mind all the time. Lord Shepard couldn't compare. After all, he was a lord, responsible for many things. It's a pity, Uta still couldn't create a domain. He missed the chance offered by the evolutionary echoes. To step into the legendary realm in the future, it might take a rather long time. Mu Yuan sighed. He truly hoped Uta could ascend to legendary status soon. Uta's demonstrated combat power was almost unparalleled. If everyone were at the four-order peak and engaged in a head-on duel, Mu Yuan believed that Uta could even defeat Deadbone and Duo Lai. He had strength and speed far beyond his peers. He had an unreasonably explosive force. But aside from exceptional combat prowess, Uta was pretty much inadequate everywhere else. His learning ability and comprehension weren't even as good as Duo Lai's. No, that might be an insult to Duo Lai. Duo Lai wasn't stupid, just a bit naive and singularly foolish. Whereas Uta, he wasn't especially adept at learning, and all the moves he mastered were direct and brutally simple. Leave it to fate. The academic struggler Mu Yuan couldn't save him. Uta, however, was still cheerfully nonchalant, with not a trace of discouragement from failing to comprehend a domain. To him, setbacks were the norm. After familiarizing himself with the combat will armament within his territory for a while, Mu Yuan couldn't find a suitable sparring partner. Isloa wouldn't fight him. General Lulu was very busy, Lord Shepard couldn't be fought, and what was left of Deadbone and Duo Lai were not around. Moreover, no one could withstand even 3 of his punches. He then took on a mission and headed south. Half a day later, at the most southern end of the 10 Directions Island domain, lay the ceaseless expanse of the frenzied area. After several days of exploration and investigation, the exploratory team had already locked down a dozen or so potential locations of passages. Of course, the chances were slim, and they needed to rule each one out. Rakshasa had already arrived here and was contemplating. After all, he was only a peak 4th order, dodging the energy waves was already his limit, and sprinting forward was the extreme. To rampage in such an area? Even an ordinary legendary realm probably couldn't manage that. Let me give it a try, Uta spoke. I don't understand exploration, but these energy waves in front of us are the obstacles, right? Rakshasa nodded. That's right, without the threat of the waves, we would clear the distant areas in no time. If that's the case. Uta took a deep breath. Crack, crack, crack. The physical shackles broke off one by one as he entered physical shackles release first stage. At the same time, his body was covered in a combat will armament that was black as ink and solid as refined gold. He strode into the energy tide. The energy waves capable of inflicting vicious wounds on Rakshasa only left faint scratches on the dark combat will armament. Uta vanished into them. 2 seconds later, boom. Like a thunderbolt from the blue, the roaring sound drowned out all other noise from the colliding energy tides. Energy waves hundreds of meters high burst asunder. Rakshasa was stunned, quickly taking the time to coordinate with Uta. He transformed into a wisp of smoke, circling several kilometers ahead in the blink of an eye, and then, before the energy waves could close in again, returned to his original place. This was much faster than his own investigation, although it was a bit taxing for Uta. Uta didn't mind and gave a thumbs up from afar. Continue. On the eastern side of the 10 Directions Island domain, 2 more exploratory teams were investigating the situation. In the area not yet canvassed by the exploratory teams, ocean currents surged, and one after another fierce waterspout rose from the sea, covering the entire area. Despite these ferocious waterspouts, a small shuttle-shaped vessel managed to shakily fly out. Inside the vessel, several explorers looked up at the increasingly clear sky, their expressions exultant and exhilarated. "We made it! We've entered a whole new domain. We are the discoverers of a new domain." The shuttle-shaped vessel rose high, overlooking the distant majestic landscape. By this time, the explorers could confirm that this place was a domain rich, or at least definitely not barren. And there were no obvious signs of civilization. It's very likely that this was an entirely uncharted realm. Inside the vessel, the explorers raised their champagne glasses. Suddenly, boom, a column of energy erupted from the ground. A creature with the power of the legendary realm, holding a serpent-shaped dagger and with vertical pupils, stared intensely at them, its pupils showing the thrill of spotting prey. Several hours later, the exploratory team from the outside world, having shaken off the legendary monster that attacked them, returned to their great domain, safe and sound. Good news, we've found a domain without any signs of civilization. Bad news, this domain is likely already dominated by a monster overlord. A bit earlier, Screech, a colossal cyan bird, soared in the sky, gazing at the force rising from afar, clearly of the legendary realm. It merged with the wind and silently flew forward. With its sharp eyes, it captured the distant scene. Vision sharing, activate. Jun has sent you a new shared vision, do you accept? The image unfolded before Mu Yuan's eyes. He could vaguely make out a shaky vessel in flight, and outside the vessel, two figures confronting and clashing. Explorers from another realm? Mu Yuan was surprised. Elder Qin had said that the Ten Directions Island domain might be a main thoroughfare, connecting many great domains. This was based on his experience. There were many rampage lockdown zones in the Ten Directions Island domain, whose formation usually resulted from the spatial conflicts and folds between two realms, forming a not-so-small probability of passages leading to other great domains. Otherwise, the ends of a great domain were typically boundless, bottomless, filled with the annihilating winds of the Wuji abyss, or towering towards the heavens, permeated with terrible pressure and the destructive thunder of the Tianqin mountain range. For the former, any legendary realm creature venturing into it would surely not return. The latter was also not safe either. Without locating a passage within the mountain range, even a creature of legendary realm could hardly cross the Tianqin. These two are the more common barriers at the edge of a great domain, but not the only ones. There could also be a great sea surging upwards, or waterfalls adjoining the high heaven. Or a gray mist acting as a barrier, swallowing every figure that steps into it. Or space shattered and fragmented, with the sky and earth disappearing bit by bit, like a puzzle falling apart as one proceeds. Like the Rampage lockdown zone, it is also a kind of scene that may exist at the edge of a great domain. Such a scene doesn't necessarily imply adjacency to other great domains. It's just a possibility. Tianyuan City had already started to explore with great effort, but surprisingly, before they could discover anything, explorers from an outer realm had crossed the sea and arrived. Moreover, these explorers seemed to be living beings. This meant that the adjacent great domain might be habitable, at least, it couldn't be the Red Mist land. Mu Yuan didn't need to give further instructions, as the clever Jun swiftly and stealthily followed them. It knew this was a chance to make a great contribution. An extremely rare opportunity. Its chances to earn merits were becoming fewer by the day. Although it was the first to arrive, the Zhenjun Flight Corps couldn't take on two difficult tasks. Seeing the chance for merit right before its eyes, how could Lord Jun hesitate? It was a falcon meant to soar above the heavens. No mere outer realm explorer will vanish from the sharp gaze of Lord Jun. An hour later, Jun had still lost them. A whole azure-colored great bird lay despondently on drifting clouds, letting the wind brush against its cheeks. It had no face to return to its own kind. Mu Yuan didn't blame it. After all, the outer realm explorers were evading the attacking monster's legend, and in such circumstances, they would use all kinds of anti-tracking methods. Apart from being a bit faster, having sharper eyesight, a keener sense of smell, and the ability to hear the wind's voice, Jun didn't really have any strong tracking methods. Perhaps we could equip Jun and the others from Wings of the Wind King with a powerful tracking method? Some sort of skill or artifact? Niu Yuan pondered. Still, such methods weren't easy to come by. After all, only sufficiently advanced and high-level methods could be effective against creatures of legendary realm. Although Jun had lost track, it had still managed to determine a rough area. Niu Yuan walked to the huge map of the Ten Directions Island domain hanging on the side of his office and circled a red ring over a certain sea area in the east. There's a good chance that the passage to the outer realm is in this area. Niu Yuan immediately convened an online meeting. Dead Bone has entered. Duo Lai has entered. Rakshasa has entered. We must focus on exploring this area and find the passage in the shortest time possible. Dead Bone spoke. He was an old pioneer. However, Niu Yuan was well aware of the unspoken concerns of Dead Bone. It must be thinking. The Eastern Sea area is too close to Tianyuan City, and it's unclear whether the great domain opposite is friend or foe. Without thorough investigation, Bone's heart cannot be at ease. Indeed, living beings are not necessarily allies. Are there few examples of countries' clandestine skirmishes, sabotage, and killings? There are even cases of strong nations swallowing weaker ones openly. Not every lord has noble morals like Lord Shepherd. General Duo Lai was very supportive. I want to go on a big adventure too. At this time, Dead Bone was in the North Domain, investigating the northern frenzied area's situation and gathering intelligence on the two overlord powers there, the Black Crow clan and Orochi clan. And Duo Lai? It was overseeing the number 3 minefield. Not because this minefield was so important that it needed the presence of a great heaven and earth realm entity like Duo Lai, but because the minefield was at the center of all major mining areas. If any other minefield, or those managed by the Fire Lions, Cat People, Feathermen, sent a distress signal, Duo Lai could immediately rush to help. Otherwise, even General Duo Lai, flying from Tianyuan City to several faraway minefields, would take too long. Let alone the forces of the Cat People, Feathermen, but even his own mining areas, Skeleton Lord, Fearless War Handsome, Lord Han Shuang, and other powerful entities, may not be able to last long under a premeditated attack by the enemy. With mining operations inevitably came the need to allocate a considerable force of Legend Realm entities to sit in stewardship. Currently, the number of legends stationed elsewhere was still too few, and Duo Lai's speed barely compensated for this deficit. Lulu and Isloa were holding down Tianyuan City, but Isloa was a civil officer. If a minefield to the south of Tianyuan City were attacked by a formidable enemy, it would have to rely on Lulu riding the wings of the Wind King to rush there quickly. Niu Yuan reassigned Rakshasa and Uta, along with 2 exploration teams from the southern area, all to the East Domain. 4 exploration teams, consisting of over 40 epic troops, began to investigate the East Domain. Dead Bone also rushed over from the North Domain. It was also looking for traces of the monster power that had battled with explorers from the legendary realm not long ago. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Niu Yuan stayed inside Tianyuan City, either replying to documents, communicating with the distant battle armor general, heading to the secret realm to have fun, gathering intelligence, or selecting personnel to go to Pan Shi City Academy and Tian City Academy. Suddenly, a chime rang through the psychic channel. It was Duo Lai contacting him directly. Found it, the passage to the outer domain. A few seconds later, Deputy Jasmine walked in and said, "Lord, an urgent message has just come in." Of course, it was the information about the passage to the outer domain. Niu Yuan walked out of the city lord's mansion, sending a communication into the distance. After a while, Screech, a majestic azure divine bird, descended from the high sky. Its speed was extremely fast but didn't stir up a gale. Instead, the winds of heaven and earth seemed to cooperate with it, at its beck and call. It was like the King of Wind. "Lord, your trump card mount, Jun, has arrived." Niu Yuan stepped into the air and mounted the broad back of Jun. The azure divine bird immediately spread its wings and soared to the heavens in the blink of an eye. Fast, incredibly fast. And throughout the entire flight, there was no gust of wind assaulting him, making Mu Yuan feel as stable as if he were standing on solid ground. Actually, had the great lord of the legendary realm truly flown at full strength, he would undoubtedly have been faster than Jun, but who would want to fly on their own when there was a mount available? The eastern end was not far from Tianyuan City. Jun flew for just over an hour and reached the sea area. Here, only a few hundred kilometers away from the land, one could see some scattered desolate isles. The tide rose, the tide fell. That seemed normal. But further forward, storms surged, with tornadoes reaching the azure sky above and sucking up the sea below, standing amidst heaven and earth, sweeping and tearing apart everything they touched. Jun dared not proceed any further upon reaching this area. Mu Yuan slightly expanded his domain, extending his senses and feelers to discover that the elemental particles between heaven and earth were particularly ferocious. If the command over heaven and earth particles by someone from the legendary realm were 100 under normal circumstances, then in this frenzied area, it would be less than 10. It greatly reduced his combat power. The legendary realm's power to command the forces of heaven and earth is extremely powerful, akin to a god compared to those at leader level, but its shortcomings are equally evident. Mu Yuan collected his thoughts. Duo Lai was flying out of the storm, holding an urn-shaped treasure in its hand. Invisible spatial barriers fell downwards. Though invisible, under the buffeting of the surrounding tides and storms, one could faintly discern a huge upside-down urn shape. Following Duo Lai, Mu Yuan walked inside. All the violent energy tides around were isolated outside. There was no sound, no wind or waves, with only the world outside visible to the naked eye, as if the person had been stripped out of the world. "We're here," Duo Lai said. In front of them, the violent water columns of the tornadoes had surprisingly calmed down a bit. Dead Bone stood tall in midair. Above was a pedestal cast from white bones, surrounded by dense black clouds that couldn't be dispersed. Here, among the division general level powerhouses other than Rakshasa and Uda, there was also Sophia, who had rushed over not long before. And the legendary channel that leads to the outer domain. Mu Yuan did not need to ask, he recognized it at a glance. Even though this channel was completely different from those at the southern and northern ends. Whirlpool. In this relatively calm area surrounded by water tornadoes, a huge whirlpool spanning thousands of kilometers in diameter lay across. At the center of the great whirlpool, one could vaguely make out another world. But it was unclear, like a reflection in a well. Dead Bone spoke. "We've already tried. This whirlpool has been navigated through, but what the conditions are like on the other side remains unknown." Saying that, Dead Bone summoned a vampire from within its holy mountain, with blood-colored wings unfurled. This was a 4-order peak vampire Earl. Apart from not being a living being and forever incapable of budding intelligence, it was not much different from a real vampire Earl. It turned into a blood arrow, directly flying toward the center of the great whirlpool. Sizzle, sizzle, the water flow whipped up by the great whirlpool sliced like blades, cutting through the vampire Earl's body. Blood splattered, vicious wounds appeared and healed again. Count Vampire eventually flew into the center of the whirlpool and entered through the leak. The resistance here, the danger, was also not as great as the water dragon outside. Mu Yuan nodded slightly and began to form the first team for the exploration of foreign realms. After all, it was the first time, and being cautious was of the utmost importance. He called out his troops: Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Sophia, Uta, Jun. It also included 2 fearless war commanders, 2 skeleton lords, and 2 ghost commanders of the underworld. As well as himself. A total of 12 personnel. Of course, only his avatar went with them. He brought the avatar with him, too. If his real body had traveled across domains, Dead Bone would probably cast a gaze that would make him sweat profusely. Afterward, Duo Lai first transported the others out of the water dragon's frenzied area. Then, the 12 members, shrouded in the space urn, slowly probed into the great whirlpool. They descended into the center of the whirlpool, passing through it. They came out from Did we just emerge from below? The 12 flew mid-air, with a giant spatial whirlpool underneath them. However, around them, there were hundreds, thousands of whirlpools, extending from their field of view all the way to the horizon. At the same time, within a large city in the Shen Luo domain, a lord paced back and forth. You encountered a sniper attack by legendary realm monsters just as you entered the great domain? Yes, Lord. Retreating early was the right move. The Lord mused, the great domain opposite Whirlpool Sea is not Red Mist Land, but it seems to be a great domain that has been under monster power for a long time, which could be troublesome. Such a domain indeed has quite a few resources, but they are difficult to exploit. What he worried about more was that the bordering domain next to Red Mist Land might be a bridgehead for a top-tier monster power. If that was the case, when war broke out, his Jewel City would become the front line against the monster overlord. By then, forget about making money, exploring, or seeking opportunities. One careless move might even cost him his territory. This had happened before. Lords more powerful than him had explored foreign realms, only to be targeted by top overlords, and now the weeds growing on the ruins of their domains stand several meters high. But no matter what, discovering the passage early was definitely better than being caught off guard when a crisis arrived. Reorganize the scouts for reconnaissance. If the danger is not significant, we can enter. If the crisis is high, we also have to prepare early. At the same time, over 1,000 kilometers away from Jewel City, inside another large city, a certain lord had just received information transmitted by his intelligence agents. Gemstone Duke has discovered a passage to a foreign realm? He's found a new great domain? Unacceptable. How can we let Gemstone Duke have all the great opportunities to himself? Find out, within 3 days. I want all the information on the new foreign realm. In the new great domain, Jun flew at a third of his full speed at a low altitude. They flew over a region filled with whirlpools and storms, heading straight for a distant continent. Distant mountains stretched endlessly, and forests were lush and thriving. Indeed, as he had expected, this was a domain with a viable living environment. However, there are fewer monsters than I imagined, Deadbone spoke. The experienced creature immediately grabbed onto the key point. After a while, Sophia also summarized the intelligence gathered by the Black Crows from various places. Indeed, there aren't many monsters, and I found quite a few traces of civilization, she reported. A few hours later, Mu Yuan had completed the exploration of the nearby area. He had formed a preliminary outline of this great domain in his mind. It was a great domain with a master. Moreover, this domain's level of development was quite advanced, at least in this region. With this, shall we continue our exploration and adventure? Duo Lai asked. Mu Yuan replied, of course. At first glance, it seems there's no opportunity to be unearthed here, but in reality, there is greater value to be found. Their own 10 Directions Island domain was far from fully explored, with the vast majority still shrouded in mystery. If this great domain was also unexplored, Tianyuan City truly lacked the capacity to explore and develop it. But if this domain was prosperous, home to many vitality forces, he could gain more benefits through trade and exchange. There was just one precondition. The plains were expansive, the mountains continuous. One settlement and village after another were scattered in their midst. Some of these towns didn't even have high and majestic walls. The wooden walls built by many villages and the wooden spikes and traps laid outside seemed like they could only fend off fierce beasts or monsters of apprentice level. Mu Yuan himself had never seen a town without walls. Shiling City, Panchi City, each city's walls competed in height. It is said that in the territory of Tian City, there were ordinary small towns and villages that spread around the city just like the villages and towns of Langxing's era, simply and ordinarily. People didn't live within fortress-like territories. Instead, towns and villages branched out, which at least meant that monster waves didn't affect these areas. Even further, this great domain was likely controlled by some great nation-level force, or, at the very least, had a great nation-level force as its backing. Otherwise, even if far from the Red Mist Land, the low-danger domain couldn't avoid numerous conflicts. Mu Yuan pondered. The priority was to figure out the name of this great domain and which power it belonged to. Dead Bone pondered. Being near a great nation-level force meant having formidable power, which meant their own safety factor was decreasing, which also meant they were already in danger. No, they had to make some preparations first. Duo Lai was deep in thought. Traveling to the outer lands, could they perhaps encounter some uniquely flavored delicacies? Organize an exploratory team that appears official to visit the local lord. After pondering for a while, Mu Yuan spoke. They themselves would naturally continue to hide in the shadows and watch and observe. He wasn't as worried as Dead Bone. Surviving in the eternal world didn't just require personal strength, but also background and connections, at least in the civilized world. The bigger the force, the more they adhered to the rules on the surface. He wasn't just a wild small Time Lord without backing, he was the Lord of Taizan. By revealing his identity, he was unlikely to face direct attacks. As for dangers that lurk in the shadows, when had there been no danger? Wasn't exploration always accompanied by danger? Having a backing was enough to dissipate the majority of potential avarice. This was sufficient. Mu Yuan's group slowly made their way deeper into the Shen Luo domain and found a secluded valley to set up camp. They would rest and wait here for the time being. The official team continued to move through densely populated areas. Meanwhile, intelligence gathering in secrecy was ongoing. The towns and villages weren't as numerous as imagined, but were clustered in areas with vast uninhabited lands in between. Even so, even these desolate lands rarely saw monsters. Large ferocious beasts were even rarer. Many areas bore the footprints of humans. 2 days later, this temporary camp had been fortified with 49 traps and defenses by General Deadbone. This way, if we encounter danger, we'll have a bit of capacity to fight back. Deadbone nodded slightly. Mu Yuan fell silent for a moment. With General Deadbone here, he truly felt very secure. At that moment, Sophia approached. Lord, we have now clarified the basic situation of this great domain and current territory. The reason it took so long was because she only resorted to mild methods. That was what the Lord had ordered. Otherwise, she could have been much faster indeed. Mu Yuan took the intelligence report Sophia handed over and glanced at it. Shen Luo Domain, if I remember correctly, Shen Luo Domain is the territory of the local powerful force, Star Luo Holy Palace, right? Yes, more precisely, it is the territory of a vassal force under Star Luo Holy Palace, Sophia said. This great nation-level powerhouse alliance force comprises numerous kingdoms, duchies and scattered territories revolving around the Holy Palace as their core institution. They worship ancient gods. It is said that the power of Star Luo Holy Palace is second only to the Holy Griffin Empire, and their influence isn't much less compared to the Griffin Empire, either. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. He had also seen the documents about Star Luo Holy Palace. This stack of documents was what he had given to Sophia. The core of Star Luo Holy Palace was located in the Starfall Realm, a mysterious great domain. Only a very limited number of outsiders, elite figures, have the qualifications to be invited to the Starfall Realm. As for other great domains, Star Luo Holy Palace would only establish one or a few sub-palaces there and would barely interfere with the management and operation of various countries and territories. The good news was, Star Luo Holy Palace had quite a good reputation. As long as one didn't breach their taboos, the people of Star Luo Holy Palace were usually not difficult to deal with. Reputation is not always entirely reliable, but it has some credibility. Just like how the Yongxing Empire was viewed as aggressive and domineering by outsiders, based on the behavior of many lords of Yongxing abroad. Sophia continued. The first place we passed through was a small frontier town called West Border Town. Although it is on the frontier, as westward there's nothing but the Whirlpool Sea, West Border Town is not really a border town but just a typical small town. As I found out, the border town of Shen Luo Domain should be somewhere very far north from here. There lies the real wilderness. If we head northeast from here, there's a small city called Redstone City. Its lord is the immediate superior to the lord of West Border Town. At the same time, Redstone City is a vassal territory to the overriding local power, the Gemstone Duchy. There are several other vassal territories like Redstone City. Gemstone Duchy? Mu Yuan's gaze grew sharp. The gap between duchies was immense. Duchies within major power factions were the true Grand Duchies. Just like their Tai-Zan alliance. Within the alliance, only a handful of powers dared to call themselves duchies, like the formidable Lord Baiting in the northern border of the Tai-Zan alliance. Lord Baiting's combat power might not necessarily surpass that of the renowned powerhouses like the Lord of Han Yu City or Sword Lord Lu Shi, but in terms of the overall scale and the number of strong warriors, Baiting Duchy could leave Han Yu City 30 streets behind. A duchy was just that formidable. Sophia's mouth twitched slightly. Boss, you might be misunderstanding, it's a different national situation. Moreover, the Gemstone Duchy isn't an internal power of the Holy Palace. It's still just a vassal to the Holy Palace, one of the numerous large and small forces surrounding the Star Luo Holy Palace. The Gemstone Duchy is one of the more powerful ones among these peripheral forces. Based on my investigation these past few days, the Gemstone Duchy openly has 6 legendary realm warriors, known as the 6 Gems of the Gemstone Nation. A few days ago, one of these 6 legendary realm warriors led an exploratory team into our 10 Directions Island domain. 6 legendary warriors, terrifying indeed. Wait, just 6 legendary ones? One day later, Mu Yuan met with the Grand Duke in Redstone City, a vassal power of the Gemstone Duchy. Not quite accurate, he didn't show up in person. Dead Bone said it was not prudent, even if it was just an avatar, it shouldn't be exposed to dangerous situations lightly. Therefore, Dead Bone took on the task, leading 2 Lords of Death Remains and 2 Ghost Commanders of the Underworld, plus a bunch of undead beings to bolster their presence, and they made their way to Redstone City. The Gemstone Grand Duke, he didn't show his face either. After all, he was the ruler of the Grand Duchy, a top-notch character on this great plane. However, he was paying close attention. He even came to Redstone City himself and sent one of the 6 gems, the Shadow Knight, known as Obsidian, to receive this group. The City Lord of Redstone didn't understand. The Gemstone Grand Duke snorted but didn't speak. Why bother with just any ordinary external exploratory team? But if this team was from the new great domain across the Whirlpool Sea, that would be quite something. Firstly, to pass through the Whirlpool Sea and the Stormy Sea domain on the other side, at least one legendary realm warrior was needed to lead. A power with a legendary realm warrior couldn't be simply deemed a small force. Secondly, on the other side of the great domain, there might be a considerable number of legendary realm monsters. It was a dangerous great domain. However, it's not yet certain whether they are from the great domain across the sea, he thought. If they are. Thus he sent the legendary realm Shadow Knight to probe slightly. The 2 groups met. The Gemstone Grand Duke observed the visitors from afar through the eyes of the Shadow Knight. Undead troops? That's quite rare. Is the one leading them their lord? The undead beings were surrounded by an abundance of death and shadow energy, which couldn't escape the eyes of the Shadow Knight. But the one clad in silver-gray armor, cloaked in a black cape billowing in the wind, the Shadow Knight couldn't see through him, not in the slightest. Through the gaps in the helmet, one could faintly discern a pair of eyes faintly glowing with a pale golden light, majestic, noble, indifferent, and utterly inscrutable. They were the eyes of a king. Crack. The line of sight connection that the Gemstone Grand Duke had with his Shadow Knight, through some kind of artifact, suddenly got cut off. No, it wasn't cut off. The Shadow Knight didn't dare to continue the deep gaze. The Gemstone Grand Duke even faintly felt that his own Shadow Knight was trembling. It was the kind of tremble a subject might feel in the presence of a king, the overwhelming urge to kneel. Illusions, surely. What a joke. The Gemstone Grand Duke was still unclear if the team that claimed to have come from Tianyuan City was from across the Whirlpool Sea. But in the face of power, the truth didn't seem so important anymore. With equivalent power and each having their own backers, a foundation for cooperation was there. The Gemstone Grand Duke had already vetoed the plan to expand into the outer domains. The domain across was unsafe. and a lord from Taizan had already taken the lead. At such a time, rather than competing with the lord of Taizan, fighting for territory, it was better to step back and catch a ride with the lord of Taizan. Maybe the earnings were a little less, but it was safe and risk-free. In his middle age, he understood deeply that stability was most important. He had reached the peak of his own strength, and earning more or less was all about nurturing the next generation. That being the case, he couldn't afford to take risks. A gamble might leave him with nothing. A surefire deal was what he favored. For Niu Yuan, his initial goal had been achieved. Firstly, by cooperating with the Gemstone Duchy, he could use it as a base point to continuously open up trade routes in the Shen Luo domain. Their 10 Directions Island domain was rich in iron ore, but neither Shilling City nor Pan Shi City could consume it incessantly. The Eastern Sea route was even shorter, making it easier for the caravans to travel back and forth. The Gemstone Duchy also had its own specialties, producing various elemental spheres, rare, and elemental fragments, common. And elemental spheres were commonly used materials for constructing miracle buildings or manufacturing high-order warfare artifacts. The preliminary cooperation was settled. As for deeper cooperation, that would require both parties to be more familiar with each other. Niu Yuan's original purpose was only to get a clear picture of the situation in the Great Domain on the other side. In Redstone City, the Gemstone Grand Duke lit a cigarette and stood by the window, pondering. By his side, a Shadow Knight from the legendary realm stood motionless like an obsidian statue. Across the Whirlpool Sea, in the Great Domain, we're not planning on exploring, but we still need to thoroughly scout out the situation, and you will be responsible for this, he said. The Shadow Knight had a group of excellent scouts at his disposal. He was not planning on developing the domain across the sea, but if reconnaissance revealed some extremely precious opportunities or treasures, he could change his mind at any time. The Shadow Knight asked, "Lord, what about the Gunner Master from Ironstone Mountain? Are we still recruiting? More and more lords are heading to Ironstone Mountain these days?" The Gemstone Grand Duke waved his hand dismissively. "No more recruitment. By the look of the Gunner Master, he's not the kind of person we can recruit. Let's not waste any more energy on him." Of course, he had tried. He personally visited twice, even offering extremely generous terms, but the Gunner Master rejected them without much thought. With that, the Gemstone Grand Duke had given up and no longer entertained the thought of trying. He could not possibly offer better conditions. For one, the conditions he had offered were already exceedingly high. Secondly, if he offered more, how would his own veterans feel? "Let the other lords compete for him," he declared. "I estimate that all their competing, will likely lead to nothing." Ironstone Mountain, originally just an insignificant hill, had become famous ever since a Gunner Master hero settled there. More and more lords or high-ranking professionals traveled thousands of miles to arrive here. Thanks to the peaceful environment of the Shen Luo domain, even second-order elite-level professionals could cross thousands of miles in teams. Of course, because the Shen Luo domain is a country with many forces and does not have the convenient steel train like the Tai-Zan Alliance, the lords or professionals who could travel thousands of miles at this time mostly had flying mounts. That day, a magnificent cyan bird, commanding the winds of the heavens, arrived at this place. Descending from it were Sophia and Duo Lai, half of Duo Lai. Duo Lai's half-body followed Sophia, the human girl-shaped body. The other half stayed in the temporary camp, the big slime body. But even half-Duo Lai possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary legends. Is this where that some sort of wild hero is located? Duo Lai looked around curiously. Sophia. Yes, right here on this mountain, is a Gunner Master. She had accidentally learned of the Gunner Master of Ironstone Mountain while gathering information. She was well aware that a Gunner Master meant little for their own lord. However, Sophia also knew that the Gunner Master's epic profession required a high level of craftsmanship and technical proficiency, and their lord had once lamented not having such an adept in their ranks. Consequently, during her investigation, Sophia made a point to look into the information of this Gunner Master. She discovered that he possessed exceedingly skillful firearms modification techniques. The lords and professionals arriving here were not all intent on recruiting the master. Some, realizing they had no hope of recruitment, settled for the next best thing, asking the master to modify their firearms. The gunner master, in turn, made some money from this. A gunner master with technical expertise was indeed worth the trip. Therefore, she volunteered and found herself a task. Mu Yuan, upon hearing of this, even lent her half-duo lie. Mature creatures indeed find their own work, resolving issues for the Lord that the Lord hasn't even thought of yet, he remarked. When Sophia arrived at Ironstone Mountain, teams after teams were already gathered at the foot of the mountain, creating a lively scene. However, the only path leading up the mountain was blocked. A general clad in armor stood leaning on his sword, and beside him, two golden colossus statues, each over 10 meters tall and gilded all over, stood like door guards on either side. Ironstone Mountain had been blockaded by a lord. According to the international treatise, this opportunity should belong to our Star Luo Holy Palace, but our Lord is merciful and has given you all a chance. As long as you can withstand these two gold colossi for 3 minutes, you may proceed up the mountain. Of course, if any of you can produce the Medal of Honor of the Star Luo Holy Palace, I naturally won't obstruct you. At first hearing, what the general said seemed to make sense. Indeed, there are such international treaties. This place broadly falls within the territory of the Star Luo Holy Palace. But wild heroes are living beings, not opportunities that belong to someone. What's more, the blockade was not organized by the Star Luo Holy Palace but was a personal act by Duke Gold. The Star Luo Holy Palace's Medal of Honor is an extremely precious token, only possessed by lords who have made significant contributions to the palace. What does this have to do with whether one is from the Star Luo Holy Palace or not? Many minor lords had long since claimed to be Star Luo people. Even though they are, in fact, just peripheral forces affiliated with the Star Luo Holy Palace, including the Golden Commonwealth. Recruitment, after all, depends not only on strength but also on fate and compatibility. If they can meet that gunner master, they will also have the chance to win a hero's loyalty, albeit a tiny chance. It's still better than being dismissed before even starting. Many lords and professionals were angry but dared not speak out. They were not strong enough. Both of the gold colossus statues were top-tier fighters at the Fourth Order peak. How many could last 3 minutes against them? Nevertheless, there were some lords and the followers of lords who passed by from the side while the general and the gold colossi did not even attempt to stop them. These lords either had strong backers within the Holy Palace, or their stature was no less than that of Duke Gold, or they had really fought and demonstrated strength not much weaker than that of the gold colossi. Duke Gold is quite crafty, Sophia sneered. Duo Lai's big eyes were clear but foolish. How is that crafty? But it was Duo Lai the Elder, and it could not bring itself to ask. Suddenly, Duo Lai sensed a gaze directly upon it from not far away. It looked over. It was a tall woman wearing a dark green felt hat, with a long gun on each side of her waist, and it seemed like she carried some large firearm on her back. This person looked vaguely familiar, Duo Lai pondered. The girl with the muskets approached and inquired tentatively, "Are you from Tianyuan territory?" Duo Lai's eyes widened. "How did you know?" The girl continued. "I thought so, General Duo Lai. Long time no see. I didn't expect to encounter you here." Duo Lai kept staring. Damn it, who is this woman? It remembered, she was someone they had seen during the competition at the Dragon Courtyard. Her name was... What was it? Damn it. Suddenly it couldn't remember again. Apart from its siblings in its own territory and delicious food, it indeed filtered out most other things quite quickly. Even Duo Lai felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "Lord Shen Mao, greetings," Sophia greeted with an elegant noble gesture. It was then that Duo Lai finally remembered, oh right, it's Lord Cat. It seemed to recall having helped Lord Cat with a small favor in the Forest of Terror. Hello. Lord Shen Mao was very sociable. Or rather, she was already quite familiar with General Duo Lai. She first saw Duo Lai's grace at the festival grounds. Later on, they had a few encounters, and during the competition at the Dragon Court, it was Duo Lai who saved her life. She had a very profound impression of Duo Lai. She wasn't sure at first, as she truly did not expect to encounter someone from Tianyuan territory here. This place was far from the Tai-Zan alliance, and she wouldn't have come to such a distant place if it weren't for official duties. How has your lord been recently? Well fed and in good spirits. Duo Lai mused. Lord Shen Mao. Well, it seemed like there were no issues. She had heard that Tianyuan territory was in dire straits, but seeing that the Tianyuan family's top general Duo Lai could appear here, it must mean that everything had resolved. You're also here to recruit the gunner master, aren't you? You too? Yes, I've been here for 3 days, and I have met with the gunner master Hero. He truly is a capable person, said Lord Shen Mao, but recruiting him is quite difficult. The Gemstone Grand Duke and Duke Gold have hit a wall several times. I've given up on that idea and now just want the gunner master to craft some firearms for me. You've just arrived, haven't you? Duke Gold has sealed off Ironstone Mountain, making it a bit troublesome to go up. Thinking of this, Lord Shen Mao walked toward the general in charge of the blockade, spoke to him, but ultimately returned with a distressed expression. Duke Gold showed her no courtesy. She was a promising new lord of Xin from the Tai-Zan alliance and was not intimidated by legendary figures like Duke Gold. But naturally, as a great lord with many cities and towns under his command, he could afford not to give her any courtesy. If not for her connections in the Shen Luo domain, she might not even have had the chance to speak with the legendary general in the distance. After all, she was not yet legendary. She looked at Duo Lai. She was not worried that Duo Lai couldn't defeat the 2 gold colossus statues. The question was how to fight them. Duo Lai looked at Sophia, its eyes signaling, should I just throw a fireball and smash these 2 guys? Sophia hurriedly responded with a look, no, don't even think about it. 1 fireball from Duo Lai and the entire Ironstone Mountain was likely to be leveled. Since we've come to the Shen Luo domain, let's follow the rules of the Shen Luo domain. It's just 2 iron dummies after all. Sophia said. She was ready to take action herself. At that moment, Jun by her side called out, asserting its presence. Meanwhile, in the distance, boom, a 15-meter-tall gold colossus statue, wielding a giant halberd, stirred up a tsunami-like storm surge, knocking a fierce flame-flying dragon hundreds of meters away. The fierce flame-flying dragon tumbled to the ground, its feathers broken, its flesh a bloody blur, a sight of sheer misery. Initially, many lords sent their strongmen to fight for a chance. By now, the number of strongmen daring to challenge the gold colossus statues had dwindled. Defeat was a minor matter. But an accidental serious injury, especially one that caused fundamental harm difficult to heal, was a major concern. When Jun stepped forward, pairs of eyes turned its way. A flying combatant? Using aerial tactics to stall for time is indeed good. However, merely being able to fly is far from enough to last 3 minutes in the hands of these 2 gold colossus statues. Commented a lord. Jun disdainfully shook its head. Who was it? It was the old general from Tianyuan City, the leader of the Flying Brigade, the divine bird who mastered the storm, Lord Jun. It could easily deal with these 2 iron dummies without even having to fly high, let alone with both wings bound. It was Lord Jun with an epic 3 stars authority after all. Skill. Sai of the Wind God. Description. Under Jun's control, the force of the wind has conceptual killing powers like cutting and annihilating. A simple, brutal god-level killing skill. Jun could now only unleash a fraction of the Sai of the Wind God's power. Yet even so, the Sai of the Wind God's terror still made Jun tremble, forcing it to use the skill carefully for fear of accidentally losing its life. Today, it wanted to give it a try. Of course, it wouldn't use its full power, but these 2 huge iron dummies should be able to withstand a bit, right? The battle started quickly. Jun whipped up a violent and fierce cyan storm. The entire world seemed to turn azure, engulfed by the endless tempest. The 2 gold colossus statues, though massive, couldn't move an inch under the storm's embrace. From their bodies came a grating, ear-piercing sound of being slashed. The next moment, boom, the cyan storm dispersed. And the 2 gold colossus statues were already lying on the ground. Everything below their knees had vanished without leaving a trace. This hiss What kind of skill is that? Isn't that too overpowered? Aren't the gold colossus statues known for their defense? Exclaimed a lord in shock, including Lord Shen Mao. Jun retracted its wings slightly and looked towards Duo Lai and Sophia. It seemed to have caused a bit of an overreaction. Could this cause trouble? In the distance, the legendary realm's strongman from the Golden Commonwealth responsible for sealing the mountain had a somewhat dark expression. His piercing gaze was fixed on Jun. An indescribable oppressive force bore down on them. Lord Shen Mao came back to her senses, staring at the legendary realm figure from the Golden Commonwealth, and said, "Injuries are inevitable in a contest, that's the rule you set yourself." But before she could finish speaking, Duo Lai stepped forward. With each step it took, the world around buzzed, and multicolored elemental particles interwove, resonating. A powerful oppressive force surged forward, like an avalanche or a tsunami. Could this be legendary? Lord Shen Mao's eyes widened, and she clenched a grass stalk in her hand. In the end, of course, nothing happened. The rules had been set by Duke Gold himself, and the gold colossus statues had previously injured many challengers severely. Duke Gold had to abide by the rules, he couldn't bend them to his will. Of course, if this squad only had a 4-order peak strongman in charge, the Golden Commonwealth's legendary realm wouldn't hesitate to teach this bird a lesson. But this squad was led by someone from the legendary realm. This legendary realm being also brought with him indescribable pressure. Then, there was nothing to worry about. Sophia and the others followed Lord Shen Mao up to Ironstone Mountain, heading straight for the workshop of Gunner Master Roy. Damn it! How many times have I said it? How many times? I don't follow any lord, and if someone wants to make firearms, fine, but don't bother me with anything else. Mr. Roy, we can provide you with high-level legendary cultivation manuals and even find rare medicines and treasures to heal foundational injuries. Don't you want these? Don't you want to go further and reach higher realms? You can have a higher future? No, don't disturb my business. Next. A lord dressed in a golden robe struggled to keep his composure. He still maintained his expression, not exploding into a tirade. If he did, wouldn't he be pushing the opportunity to recruit this epic hero toward other lords? I'll endure. He coldly glanced at Shen Mao and the arriving group that included Duo Lai. He didn't speak, nor did he walk away, he just stood there at a distance. Gunner Master Roy didn't even lift his head as he asked, "What kind of firearm do you want to make?" Sophia replied, "It's not about making weapons, we have another request." Damn! Roy was about to roar in frustration, but Sophia anticipated his outburst and quickly said, "It's not about recruitment. I'm asking on behalf of our Lord. Would Mr. Roy consider taking the position of an instructor to teach some necessary skills and firearms modification skills to gunners?" She glanced around. "We can also send apprentices here." Damn! Well, that's not entirely impossible. Roy's tone gradually softened, and after a moment of thought he said, "It's a deal, but you've got to pay, and also work as my assistants. And, I won't teach with patience. If they can't take it, they'd better pack up and leave." Sophia. Agreed, it's settled. A few days later. By this time, Mu Yuan had already dined with Lord Shen Mao and led his team back to his own territory. Meanwhile, Sophia and Duo Lai headed back up Ironstone Mountain again, leading a team. They brought a few apprentices. The ranks of these apprentices were either first order peak or second order, courtesy of Mu Yuan utilizing the baptism opportunities granted by heaven and earth previously. Because they needed to learn a trade, they tried to match as closely as possible to the master gunner in their ranks. Mu Yuan picked several musketeers who showed promise in learning and training, giving them the baptism of evolution ahead of time. Besides gunpowder, another gunner master was born. Additionally, there were 4 gunnery experts. These are 3 stars level excellence troops, evolved from Royal Musketeers and Dual Gun Rangers. In total, 6 people, all from the Cannon series profession. Presumably, they must have great compatibility with Gunner Master Roy, and the efficiency of their learning should be outstanding. Mu Yuan paid, and these apprentices were decent free labor, so Roy was quite polite to Sophia and the others, at least not grimacing. "So these are the 6 fellas, huh? Yes, they are all firearms professionals, and they seem well outfitted. Roy could see the naivety in these few, labeled as gunpowder. All greenhorns. However, his brows suddenly knitted, and his eyes slowly focused on gunpowder and another person. He, a gunner master, no one understood the gunner master better than he. But his experience and intuition couldn't help but determine that the two young people in front of him were both gunner masters, right? The others seemed like gunnery experts. Where did so many high-order Canon series professionals come from? He looked towards Sophia for confirmation, careful to ensure accuracy. Sophia didn't deny. She said, "Our Lord said to entrust these few, including gunpowder, to the care of Master Roy." "That's no problem," Roy added. "I will teach them well, seriously." All 6 possessed ranks either as gunnery experts or gunner masters. They were truly top-tier seeds born to learn firearms. He felt a fondness for talent. Just that. How did their Lord come by so many elite ranks in the Canon series? Surely he couldn't be the illegitimate child of the god of firearms? In the distance, Duke Gold, who often climbed up Ironstone Mountain, saw this scene and couldn't help pondering. Could it be that sending apprentices to Gunner Master Roy is the correct way to forge a closer relationship? It seemed like he got the idea, as a slight smile formed on his lips. He instructed his subordinates, "Go, find 300 apprentices for Duke Gold. Tianyuan territory." Sophia and Duo Lai have already returned, leaving only Gunpowder and 5 others to continue their apprenticeship on Ironstone Mountain. The levels of the 6 are indeed not high, with Gunpowder being the strongest but only just entering the second-order elite level. However, they are gunner masters, experts in gunnery, which, with the exception of Roy, the others on the mountain are unaware of, simply regarding them as apprentices who came to learn the craft. Now, there are more than just Gunpowder and the 5 others apprenticing on Ironstone Mountain. Seeing this, a few lords sent over some apprentices overnight. It said that a lord even brought over 300 apprentices, only to be turned away by Gunner Master Roy with a darkened face. Thanks to the backgrounds of Gunpowder and the others, Gunner Master Roy seems to take them quite seriously. They should be able to learn a lot of skills and quickly make up for their own shortcomings. With Gunner Master Roy, who is at the Legendary Realm, stationed at Ironstone Mountain, Gunpowder and the others should be safe as long as they do not leave the mountain. While this was said, if conditions permitted, Mu Yuan would have dispatched a Legendary Realm powerhouse to be stationed at Ironstone Mountain. After all, Gunpowder and the others were too green. They had already developed self-awareness, and when it came to learning about gunnery, they were leagues ahead of the other apprentices, but in terms of adaptability and quick thinking, they were quite naive. Mu Yuan's father expressed concerns. But currently, Tianyuan territory did not have the resources to regularly dispatch Legendary Realm powerhouses elsewhere. He could only send several 4th-order epic young generals to be stationed at Ironstone Mountain and establish Tianyuan's own base in the Shen Luo domain, creating a liaison with the Gemstone Duchy. He was still too weak. Not long after returning from the Shen Luo domain, to the east of Tianyuan City in the semi-mystic realm of Treeman Forest, the tides of heaven and earth suddenly surged, and brilliant rays of will soared into the sky. The entire Treeman Forest swayed and buzzed. This was Tree Demon Granny making a breakthrough. The spectacle of its breakthrough was even more exaggerated than Dead Bones and Duo Lai's. Mu Yuan was not surprised. When Duo Lai was at the 4th order limit, it contained 100 times more energy than a regular 4th order limit creature. But the energy contained by Tree Demon Granny at this stage was even more. After all, Tree Demon Granny's roots were deep in the forest soil, and the vast surrounding forest became a part of its reserves. Notification. Your troop, Tree Demon Granny, has entered the Legendary Realm and is currently undergoing transformation. In the core territory of Treeman Forest, the huge body of Lord Treeman grew larger and larger, as if an ancient tree reaching into the heavens, stretching across the vast woods. Even the surrounding trees were influenced by Tree Demon Granny's breakthrough. The towering trees nearby, as well as the Lord Treeman and Wart Treemen guarding it, were visibly growing taller. The entire semi-mystic realm of Treeman Forest seemed to be expanding further and further out. This was not as evident. Tree Demon Granny's size, after entering the Legendary Realm, was still insufficient compared to the vast Treeman Forest. My Tianyuan territory has given birth to a new legendary realm. Mu Yuan was very pleased. At this time, other lords would probably be throwing lavish parties to celebrate their legendary promotions, inviting dear friends, business partners, and neighboring lords to show off their freshly minted legendaries. It would also demonstrate their formidable strength. For Mu Yuan, such a display wasn't necessary. A small celebration with his own people would suffice. They didn't need a promotion party to prove their worth. He would rather keep things hidden, to surprise the monster overlords at a critical moment. Otherwise, what if they scared the monster overlords away? Duo Lai, Dead Bone, Isloa, Mr. Mew, Lulu, Tree Demon Granny. Tianyuan territory now had 6 legendary realm powerhouses. Shouldn't such power be considered reasonable among regional dominating forces? Many well-known great lords have only a few famous legendary experts under their command. But that's just the number on the surface. Like my Tianyuan territory, which only publicly admits to having 2 great legendary realm powerhouses, Duo Lai and Lulu. The actual number is a ratio of 1 to 3 compared to the public number. Mu Yuan felt this ratio was reasonable. No, the ratio was still a bit low. 1 to 6, or even 1 to 10, would be closer to the truth. The territory was still not strong enough, they needed to continue working hard. With the birth of a new legendary realm, naturally came the responsibilities of being legendary. Mu Yuan had plans for Tree Demon Granny, one of which was to handle the defense of the territory. Being a rooted troop type, Lord Treeman was inherently better at defending its homeland. However, Tree Demon Granny's responsibilities were different from Lulu's. Lulu was the commander-in-chief of the Visible Defense Forces, in charge of all territorial defense duties. Tree Demon Granny, beyond commanding the Treeman troops, did not lead other troop types. Its responsibility lay in the dark, or rather, beneath the territory. Subterranean defense had always been a headache for Mu Yuan. In battles like the Lord Trial and Red Fog Disaster Moon Siege defense, he had suffered from neglecting this aspect. He had already fortified the land of Tianyuan territory, thanks to the powers of the Earth Element series troops and the epic-level Colossal Rock Dragon Turtle. These measures could defend against minor creatures but not against real powerhouses. Usually, only enchantments could provide all-around defense. Now that Tree Demon Granny had stepped into the legendary realm and controlled a Treeman troop that could extend its roots beneath the entire Tianyuan city, he gave Tree Demon Granny a task: to build an underground root defense network. In this way, whether enemies attempted to infiltrate or force their way in, they would directly enter the net of roots.